Namaskar, this is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are coming to you from Paris, and behind me is the Grand Palais, an iconic building in this city full of iconic buildings. Yesterday we came here to interview the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. The place was bustling with activity then, all in preparation for today. This is where the Global Artificial Intelligence Summit is happening. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is co-chairing it. We are bracing for 2 days of AI action. Discussions, policy chats, exhibitions, installations, you name it, you'll see it here. The end goal is to shape the future of artificial intelligence, how to regulate it, how to invest in it, and how to use it. Of course, this summit is happening in the middle of deep-seek mania, so AI geopolitics is also a big issue. We'll be here in Paris tracking all these developments. We'll also be focusing on India-France ties because Prime Minister Modi has a busy schedule here. Right after the summit, he and President Macron are set to announce some big moves. So make sure you tune in throughout the week. We've got a packed show lined up for you tonight. We are at the biggest gathering of leaders to discuss artificial intelligence. And we are bringing you the biggest interview from here with the AI Summit host and French President Emmanuel Macron himself. It's an interview that I co-hosted with Laurent Delahousse of France TV. We asked President Macron what he thinks of AI, what it means for the world, for democracy, and how it should be regulated. We also talked about France's relationship with India and whether Paris will ban China's DeepSeek. Here are some excerpts from our conversation. Namaste, Mr. President. How are you doing?
I'm fine. And Bharat Kelogon, Komeri Namaste.
Kya baat hai. Thank you very much. I wanted to know what can we expect in terms of announcements on your partnership with India. And as India and France work together, are you creating a new era of non-alignment in the technology space?
I think that with Prime Minister Modi, we firmly believe that India and France are two great powers. And we have a special relationship. We respect and want to work with the US. We want to work with China, but we want to depend on no one. And we have a bilateral partnership on that basis, in defense, with our navies, our fighter planes, technology, major engineering training programs. India is a training superpower. 1 million engineers a year. So more than all of Europe and the US combined. So we have that partnership. 3, we have a partnership on the environment and the economy. With Mr. Modi, we launched the International Solar Alliance to develop solar energy in our countries and in the world. We also have civilian nuclear programs. So it's a very deep-seated conviction that we want to be independent. That doesn't mean we want to be isolated, but we want to have technologies and partners that we can trust without dependencies.
Mr. President, the thing is that a lot of technology is being thrown into the market and governments are very keen to be on board. As you said, we want to be part of the race. But who is creating guardrails? Who is making sure that this is not causing harm? Because there is real harm being caused.
I think that there should be global regulation. I think we shouldn't regulate things only locally because the innovation is global. We need partnerships between private and public stakeholders and that the right behaviors are encouraged. So I think that people should say when something has been created by AI. That's why I think that gradually we need to make sure that public and private players recontextualialize all of this and that they say very clearly, this is AI and this is not. If you're able to use it and say that you did, that's a good thing and you should protect intellectual property. But they need to be clear that they did.
Are you putting the onus of that censorship or regulation on the people, just like you did with social media, that they need to do this?
Moi, je pense très
I
profondément qu'il
think
faut que ce soit le
that it
gouvernement
needs to
du monde
be
entier
governments
qui
around the
s'engage
world
de manière volontaire.
who do it
Mais vous savez que vous
voluntarily.
allez recevoir demain, à partir de demain
But you
ici,
know,
il y a
tomorrow,
les
who will
acteurs
be
et les
here?
puissances politiques,
There will
mais
be
aussi les
political
acteurs de la
powers,
tech. Et ce
but there'll
sont
also
devenus
be
des
tech
États-États. Et ils
players,
imposent sur les
and
réseaux
they've
sociaux
become
comment on a eu
states in
autant
their
de
own
mal,
right, in a
pourquoi on a
way.
eu autant de mal
Why
depuis
was it
des
so
années à
hard
réguler
for
ce qui se passe
social
sur les
media
réseaux sociaux.
to regulate
Eux, ils vous
social
répondent
media?
quoi?
What would
Ben
these
non,
people
on
say?
fait
They
rien.
would say,
Et de
no,
moins en
we
moins,
don't
compte
want to
tenu de ce qui se passe
regulate.
aujourd'hui aux États-Unis.
And
avez
look
raison,
what's happening
c'est
in the
d'ailleurs notre
US.
défi. Le
You're
défi des
right,
Européens,
and
c'est
that's a
quoi?
challenge. What's
On est
the
tous d'accord
challenge
pour faire ce
for
que vous dites,
Europe?
mais simplement,
We all
si on
agree with
régule
what you're
avant d'avoir
saying.
innové,
But
on
if you
n'aura pas
regulate
d'innovation
before you
juste.
innovate, then there's
Regarde, on
no
a une super
innovation.
régulation
You
en
can
Europe,
say we have great
mais on n'a pas un
regulation in
seul
Europe,
acteur.
but we
Et
don't
ça se passe
have
pas par l'interdiction,
innovation.
Et donc,
parfois.
bah,
But
dans ces
sometimes
cas-là,
a ban is
dans
not
ces
the
cas-là, on
answer.
se coupera de l'innovation.
Yes,
C'est tout le
if
dilemme
we
que
do
nous
that, we won't
Regardez
innovate,
les
and that's the
pas
problem.
interdire,
So
réguler.
don't ban,
Nous, la
but do
première des
regulate.
batailles
Social
As
media today is safer because
Non,
they have
alors oui,
removed, they
je
have
pense
removed
que-
fact checkers. So with all of that
Alors ça,
you've
vous
done.
parlez
Yeah.
d'autre chose. Je
Now you're
pense que
talking about
on a
something a little
réussi ce
different.
qu'on appelle la golden
One,
hour. Maintenant, dans une heure,
we managed what we call the
contribue tous.
golden hour, which
On
means
retire les contenus
that within
terroristes.
1 hour we can
Nous, en
remove
Europe,
terrorist
on s'est
content.
doté d'une régulation.
In
Donc,
Europe,
nous, on l'a
we
fait,
have
elle est
a
en œuvre.
regulation, we
Elle est
have
en train
done
d'être
it,
appliquée.
we
Elle va
have
évoluer.
implemented
Et
it,
vous
and
verrez
it's
des
going to
plateformes
change,
être
right?
condamnées. C'est-à-dire qu'en Europe,
Yes,
il y a une responsabilité des plateformes.
in
quand
Europe,
elles diffusent
platforms
de
have a
la haine,
responsibility
de
when they
l'antisémitisme, du
disseminate
racisme.
hate,
Mais les
anti-Semitism, or
Américains ne
racism.
le font pas.
But the
Les
US is
Chinois ne
not
le font
doing
pas.
it. The
Les Indiens
Chinese
se
are
posent
not
la
doing
question.
it. India is
Donc
still
ça,
thinking
nous, on
about
est à
it.
la pointe en
So
européen.
actually, we're at the
Et
cutting edge
nous,
in
on
Europe.
pousse à la modération.
And
Mais vous
we
avez
are
raison,
trying to push for
les
moderation.
plateformes,
But
et
you
récemment,
are
elles se sont même
right,
été en
you are
arrière.
right,
Elles
that
disent non, on fait pas de
platforms
modération, on fait de
said,
la politique.
we don't want to moderate.
Ça, c'est faux.
That's politics.
Et
We're all
pourquoi
about
c'est
free
faux?
speech. Well,
Parce
they're
qu'en fait,
wrong. Why
derrière
are
les
they
réseaux
wrong?
sociaux,
Because
mais
behind
comme dans
social
l'IA,
media
il y a des algorithmes.
and in
Et
AI
ces
too, there are
algorithmes permettent
algorithms.
de faire
And
des choses formidables.
these
Mais ils ont
algorithms
toujours
help
des
you do
biais.
incredible things,
Et
but
donc,
they
il
always
faut que
have
ces
biases.
algorithmes, ils soient
And so
transparents pour que
they
vous
need to be
puissiez,
transparent
les vérifier,
so
les
that you
regarder,
can verify
et
them.
qu'ils soient transparents pour tous.
Monsieur le
Are
Président.
Donc il y a un
And they need to be
énorme,
transparent
tout ça
for
pour
all.
dire que
All
oui,
that
il y
to
a
say
un énorme défi
that there's a
de
huge
régulation.
challenge, a
D'ailleurs,
huge
pour ça qu'on a fait
regulatory
avec le
challenge.
I wanted to ask you, are you going to ban Chinese AI in France?
Je ne crois pas que
Well,
ce soit
I
pertinent
don't
de
think
bannir
that it's
une technologie en raison
makes
de
sense
l'origine de son
to
pays.
ban a technology because of where it comes from.
Dans cette approche-là,
That's not our
mais
approach.
on regardera pour toutes les technologies du
But
monde entier,
for
quand
all
elles
the
ne viennent pas de
technology
l'Europe,
all around the
des points
world,
de sensibilité
when
quand c'est la sécurité
where it
et la
doesn't come
souveraineté qui est en jeu.
from Europe, we look into it carefully if our sovereignty is at stake. We've done it in the past for technology. So we don't have this American approach of banning tech because of where it comes from,
Et on aura de plus en plus à se poser la
but
question
we will
si des
think
technologies, on peut les
about
accepter quand elles sont
whether
non européennes.
we can accept non-European technology for critical sectors.
Sur nos réseaux de
Here's an
télécoms.
example,
Sur nos
telecoms.
réseaux de
It's a
télécommunications.
yes or no question. I mean.
Pardon?
It's a yes or
Non,
no
aujourd'hui,
question.
aujourd'hui, on ne va
Well,
pas, on ne va pas
no,
les bannir.
we're not going to
Mais c'est
ban them
exactement quand
today.
on parlait-
So,
60 secondes,
yes
ça va
or
être
no,
court. Avant
60
de finir,
seconds,
monsieur
it's going to
le
be
Président,
very
c'est
short.
parti, on y
Let's
va.
go.
Je pose cette première question.
I'll ask the first
L'intelligence
question.
artificielle
Is
a-t-elle
AI
déjà-
already a
est-elle
threat
déjà un
for
danger
our
pour la démocratie?
democracy?
Oui ou non?
Oui.
Yes.
Which country is France's most important partner in Asia?
Ah, je dirais l'Inde.
India.
Est-ce que vous gérez personnellement
Do you
vos
manage
réseaux
your
sociaux?
own social media accounts?
Je regarde.
I
J'insiste
look,
intervenir quand c'est- mais je gère
I
pas
might
personnellement.
look, but I don't manage.
What is your favorite way to address people? Tweets, TikToks, or the good old press conference?
Ça dépend desquels.
Well, it depends.
Comme ça.
Est-ce que
This is the best.
le réseau X d'Elon
Is
Musk est
Elon
un outil de
Musk's
propagande ou
X a
d'information?
tool for propaganda or information?
Oui
C'est
ou
un
non?
réseau social, ni l'un ni l'autre.
It's
Un mot.
social media. It's neither one nor the other.
Mais surtout pas un lieu d'information.
But it's not for information.
One word to describe your equation with Prime Minister Modi.
Amitié,
Un mot
Friendship.
pour décrire votre
One
relation
word to
avec
define
le
your
président
relationship
Trump?
with Donald Trump?
respect.
Respect.
France AI dominating the world or France winning the next World Cup? What do you want?
Les deux.
Les deux.
Both.
Est-ce que vous utilisez encore, Monsieur le Président,
And do
l'application
you
Strava
still
lors de votre
use
jogging?
the Strava
Je l'ai
app
jamais
for running?
utilisé.
Ah
I
oui,
never
c'était
used
les gens
it.
qui couraient autour de
Oh,
vous.
is the
Moi même pas. Je pense
Those
qu'ils
people running
l'utilisaient pour
around
leur
you?
jogging à eux.
I
quelques-uns,
think people
mais
were
vous inquiétez
using
pas,
it for
la
their
sécurité est bien
own
assurée.
running. But don't
Ok,
worry, my
merci,
security is
Monsieur le
fine.
Président. Merci, Malky.
Thank
Palki,
you,
d'être venu
Mr.
nous
President.
rendre
Thank
visite.
you,
Et c'est un
Palki, for
plaisir et
being
un
with us.
honneur,
It was such a
d'être
pleasure and an
avec vous,
honor to be
ce
with
soir.
you this
Ah, shukriya.
evening.
Fantastic.
Namaste.
The pleasure is all
Merci.
mine.
Namaste.
Merci beaucoup. Merci à vous.
Thank you.
So those are President Macron's priorities, his vision for artificial intelligence, but can he sell it to other world leaders and businessmen? That is the question that everyone is asking, and we'll have an answer by tomorrow, hopefully. That's when this global AI summit will wrap up. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on today's agenda. This is the third global summit on artificial intelligence. The first two were hosted by Britain and South Korea. This one has two co-chairs, France and India. The focus is on regulation, geopolitics, and practical applications. We visited the summit venue earlier today. Just like the whole city, it's got a different buzz about it. Less of history, more of future now. Take a look.
Welcome to Paris. Welcome to the Grand Palais. Welcome to the AI Action Summit.
And it's underway. The third global summit on artificial intelligence, this time in Paris. Dozens of world leaders and CEOs are gathering here. They have come from more than 100 countries. And their goal? To shape the future of AI. From India, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is here. He is co-chairing the summit with French President Macron. From the US, Donald Trump is not making the trip, but his Vice President J.D. Vance has already reached Paris. And from China, Xi Jinping has dispatched his Vice Premier. So attendance is quite impressive. This is where the AI Summit is being held, at the 125-year-old Grand Palais. When it was built back in 1900, it was dedicated to what they call the glory of French arts. The idea was to showcase France's leadership in the realm of fine arts. Now, more than a century later, France is hoping to show leadership in a different realm, that of artificial intelligence. President Macron is hoping to pitch a third way forward in AI, one that is different from Chinese and American models. Now, looking at the guest list, one thing is clear. Macron has managed to bring the people who matter to the same table. The question is, can he get them on the same page as well? A big tech delegation is also here. Leading it is Google Sundar Pichai and OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. The rapid growth of AI has largely been driven by these private firms. So if you want to shape AI, you need tech bosses. Today is day one of the summit. It focuses on conferences and roundtables, mostly the civil society part of the event. Then tomorrow is the big day, the summit of the heads of state and government. That's when leaders will get down to the key details. These summits are a reflection of how our approach to AI has changed over the years. The first one was in Britain, where the mood was dull and the tone was alarmist. It was all about setting up guardrails and checking the expansion of AI without regulation. And almost all countries present there signed that joint deal. The second summit was in South Korea, where we saw some divisions. The US and its allies signed a joint deal. India and China were not part of it. And in this third summit in Paris, the divisions are starker and deeper, and the shadow of ChatGPT versus DeepSeek and America versus China looms large over the meeting. Expect the geopolitics of AI to dominate talks. Until now, it's been a race between China and America. But President Macron wants to join it. He wants to offer an alternative to those two models. Beyond that, there are two areas of focus. The first is on sustainable AI. You need swarms of data centers to train and operate these models. Most of them, especially in the US, run on oil and gas. It's an issue that has raised concerns here. Today we saw climate activists demonstrating in the city. They were calling for clean data centers.
Data centers, which are the backbone of AI, use a lot of electricity and a lot of energy. And there's a big question in Europe of how they're going to be powered. Are they going to be powered by fossil fuels or by renewable energy?
Macron has promised to raise this issue tomorrow. The second area of focus is the practical applications of artificial intelligence in fields like medicine, education, and transport. Macron's envoy says, forget the science fiction around AI, focus on concrete applications.
It is high time that we move from science fiction to the real world of applications of AI. With its unprecedented potential, artificial intelligence fuels both immense hopes and, at times, exaggerated fear. Today, you will be able, here at the Grand Palais, to see concrete applications and use cases of AI.
To this end, a new project is being planned, Current AI. a public-private partnership between dozens of countries. It will have $400 million in initial funding. Its mission is to expand AI usage by investing in open-source AI tools and by giving access to high-quality data sets. This initiative will get some applause, but it won't be enough. All eyes will be on the joint statement. Parts of it have been leaked to the press already, and AI experts are not happy. They say the regulations and guardrails are not enough. Plus, reports say the US may not sign on. Most of the statement was drafted under Joe Biden's presidency, so Donald Trump is not keen on it. Such divisions could hamper this Paris meeting. We are racing against the clock to regulate artificial intelligence before it becomes too powerful. We cannot afford to burn opportunities like this. It's not just about regulation. A big factor in AI is cost. How much money do we need to operate artificial intelligence models? Earlier, the consensus was clear, billions and billions of dollars, that's what you needed. But China's DeepSeek has upended that trend. Suddenly, everyone is talking about cheap AI. And that includes Sam Altman, the CEO of OpenAI. He says the cost of AI usage is coming down considerably by almost 10 times every year. We'll explain what he's talking about, but first some basics. We can divide AI costs into three. The first is setting up the hardware, your data centers, your chips and other facilities, that is the hardware. The second is training your model, basically feeding data into it. And finally, the cost of using it. How much will each operation cost you? That is what the world has to figure out. Sam Altman was talking about this last cost, the cost of using AI models. In these models, information is broken down into what they call tokens. Think of them as pieces of words. Most tokens include 4 English characters. For example, consider the sentence, ChatGPT is great. So the word chat is a token, G is a token, PT is a token, and so is great. That is how tokens work, roughly. Users like you and me do not really have to care about it, but say you're integrating ChatGPT into your office, or you're licensing their AI interface, then you must pay for these tokens. Look at their prices in 2023. Around $0.03 for 1,000 tokens. That's what it cost. Now look at the prices in 2024. $5 per million tokens. Do you see the drop in price here within a year? And this is just for ChatGPT's AI system. Every AI platform has a different rate structure. Google's Gemini will have its own prices. France's Mistral will be different. You can choose based on the cost and your needs. Now let's come back to Sam Altman and what he said. He says the cost of these tokens is falling 10 times every year, meaning it could be dirt cheap down the line. And cheaper AI equals more usage. More companies will be encouraged to integrate artificial intelligence. That's what OpenAI is predicting at least. And remember, this is the cost of using an AI model. The cost of creating one is a lot higher. You need a lot of expensive components like data centers to collect and store information, high-tech chips to train the models, and of course, skilled employees. American companies are leading this spending spree at the moment. In 2024, 4 of them invested $223 billion. That's Meta, Microsoft, Google, and Amazon. Now imagine that, 4 companies, more than $200 billion. But this year, they're expected to surpass that, from $223 billion to $325 billion. This is mind-boggling investment into one technology. And what about China's DeepSeek? Did they also invest such eye-watering amounts? Well, in China, you can never be sure. One estimate suggests that they spent $1.6 billion. That's a lot of money, but still lower than American firms, which brings us to the final cost, the cost of training your own AI model. Again, let's look at the numbers. Google's Gemini used around $191 million. OpenAI's ChatGPT, or GPT-4 in fact, took around $63 million. GPT-3 cost around $4.6 million and DeepSeek around $6 million. At least that's what they claim publicly. Now, all these numbers make 2 trends very clear. One, AI investment is rising. The earlier AI models could be trained for cheap, but more advanced models will cost more money, of course, billions of dollars for sure. And second, the cost of using AI is coming down. meaning there is an incentive to adopt it more widely. These trends pose a dilemma for countries like India. Do we adopt existing AI models or do we splurge on making our own? That is the question. Western firms are betting on the latter. They want more players to use their AI models. Only then will they get returns on their massive investments. For now, New Delhi's position is quite clear. It wants to create its own homegrown AI model. It doesn't want to depend on the likes of ChatGPT and DeepSeek. Of course, there's a bigger question to ask here as well. Where does the spending spree stop? Frankly, no one knows. One possible goal could be artificial general intelligence, or AGI. This is an AI that can mimic human intelligence. Perhaps that is the goal. Or maybe to create an Arnold Schwarzenegger-style robot. Who knows? This is very different from the last century space race. When America landed on the moon, the space race was virtually settled. What is that moon landing moment for AI? How many billions before we reach that? Perhaps this summit will have some answers. Our next story is from the United States. Their president, Donald Trump, has been heavily criticized recently for his proposal to take over the Gaza Strip and turn it into the new Riviera. No one except Israel seems to be on board with this plan, but that has not deterred Trump. In fact, he's doubling down.
Committed to buying and owning Gaza. As far as us rebuilding it, we may give it to other states in the Middle East to build sections of it. Other people may do it through our auspices, but we're committed to owning it, taking it, and making sure that Hamas doesn't move back. There's nothing to move back into. The place is a demolition site. It'll be, the remainder will be demolished. Everything's demolished. I mean, you can't live in those buildings right now. They're very unsafe. But we'll make it into a very good site for future development by somebody. We'll let other countries develop parts of it. It'll be beautiful. People can come from all over the world and live there.
Now, I've said it before, you can't take the real estate developer out of Donald Trump. That's a core part of his DNA. But to call Gaza a very good site for future development is going a bit too far. Trump is sweeping aside the demand for a Palestinian homeland. He's completely ignoring their history. You may have heard the story of the Palestinian Key. In 1948, Palestinians began getting displaced from all over present-day Israel. This is known as the Nakba. That's Arabic for catastrophe. This happened 77 years ago. Palestinian families were forced to leave their homes and never allowed to return. But they still carry the keys to their old houses, waiting for the day they will go back. Palestinians still do this today. They still carry their old keys. That's how deep-rooted their ties to their land is. But Trump thinks that he can uproot them from Gaza. What will this possibly lead to? Except for more keys being carried around, worn as symbols of resistance. Trump's proposal will most likely cause more instability, no matter how much it impressed Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Netanyahu is, of course, thrilled with the suggestion. He wants the U.S. to, quote-unquote, buy and own Gaza. He says it is much better for Israel than any other proposal. And, of course, he would say that because the U.S. is Israel's closest ally and Trump is proposing a new U.S. colony at Netanyahu's doorstep instead of the existing hub for Palestinian descent. So, of course, Netanyahu wants Trump to take over Gaza, turn it into the new Guam, but with condos and a brand new Trump golf course, probably. Israel would be more than happy with this. A return to old-school American expansionism. Gaza is not the only place at risk of this, though. You know about Trump's other ambitions, his desire to buy Greenland from Denmark and take back the Panama Canal. Trump has made no secret of this. But there's another place that feels it is at risk, and that is America's maple-chugging neighbor to the north, Canada. Trump has been teasing this for a while. He has seemingly joked about making Canada the 51st state of America, of the U.S. But apparently Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau is taking this quite seriously. Trudeau had a hot mic moment on Friday while talking to Canadian business leaders. This is what he said.
Mr. Trump has it in mind that the easiest way to do it is absorbing our country. And it is a real thing. In my conversation with him.
Trudeau said that Trump's 51st state rhetoric is, quote unquote, the real thing. He thinks that Trump is dead serious about acquiring Canada and he wants to find a way out of the situation. Trump was asked about Trudeau's hot mic moment. He was asked if absorbing Canada was indeed a real thing. And this is what Donald Trump said, and I'm quoting, "Yeah, it is. I think Canada would be much better off being a 51st state because we lose $200 billion a year with Canada, and I'm not going to let that happen. It is too much. Why are we paying $200 billion a year essentially in subsidy to Canada? Now, if they're a 51st state, I don't mind doing it." Trump says the U.S. is subsidizing Canada to the tune of $200 billion every year. He's talking about the U.S. trade deficit with Canada. The U.S. imports more than it sells to its northern neighbor, so it runs a deficit with Canada. Trump thinks of this as a subsidy. And he doesn't want to pay it anymore unless, of course, Canada joins the U.S. That way, the U.S. gets control of Canada's natural resources. It won't have to buy them anymore. Just invest in extraction. That is the 51st state subsidy that Trump is implying. Again, it is classic imperialism. Conquer resource-rich land instead of buying goods from the locals. Couple this rhetoric with Trump's Gaza plan and his dreams about Greenland and the Panama Canal. It feels like we've gone back to 1825, the age of colonialism, of gunboat diplomacy, resource capture, and forced displacement. We've seen this play out before, and it left scars that haven't healed in generations. Trump's desires threaten to inflict those wounds on the earth once again. Donald Trump's expansionism may still take a while. For now, it is just a pipe dream, but there are other ways that he can reshape the world, and one of them is tariffs. The U.S. president is reshaping global supply chains with the stroke of his pen. His latest targets are steel and aluminium.
Just on the steel question, just so I understand.
We'll also be announcing steel tariffs on Monday.
On this tomorrow?
Monday, yeah, tomorrow.
What countries will those go on?
Everybody, steel.
Including Canada and Mexico?
Yeah, any steel coming into the United States is going to have a 25% tariff.
What about aluminum, sir?
Aluminum too.
10%?
25%.
25 for aluminum.
25 for both.
Trump made that announcement while aboard Air Force One. That's the U.S. president's jet. Trump says he will impose tariffs on all the steel and aluminium coming into the United States of America, including from Canada and Mexico. Now, you may remember the last threat. Last week, he was going to put blanket tariffs on Canada and Mexico, but he stopped at the last minute after both countries assured him that they would increase their border patrols to stop migrants and drugs from going into the U.S. So President Trump postponed the blanket tariffs by a month, but it seems he's making an exception for steel and aluminium. He wants to protect America's domestic steel and aluminium industries, make imports more expensive so that local suppliers become more competitive. And he's done this before, during his first term. Back then, he put a 25% tariff on steel imports and 10% on aluminium. So this looks like part of his old playbook. Last time around, he eventually made exceptions. He removed the tariffs from Canada, Mexico, and Brazil. He set duty-free quotas for these countries, but not for everyone. The European Union, Britain, and Japan all dealt with tariffs on the metals throughout Trump's first term as president. They were only rescinded once Joe Biden took office. So the play seems simple enough. If countries want duty-free exports to the U.S., they need to negotiate a new trade deal with President Donald Trump or wait until he is out of office. It seems Trump is using his tariffs as a bargaining chip. It is the proverbial stick approach. There's another example of him weaponizing tariffs to get a better deal.
Yeah, I'll be announcing probably Tuesday or Wednesday at a news conference reciprocal tariffs, and very simply, it's if they charge us, we charge them. That's all.
When does it go into effect, sir?
Almost immediately, but I'll be announcing the details of it, highly detailed, and it'll be great for everybody, including the other countries. But if they are charging us 130% and we're charging them nothing, it's not going to stay that way.
This is on every country?
Every country will be reciprocal. That's right. Every.
Mr. President, can you confirm that
It won't affect everybody because there are some where we have similar tariffs. But the ones that are taking advantage of the United States, we're going to have it's reciprocity, it's reciprocal. We're going to have a reciprocal tariff. But we'll have a news conference Tuesday or Wednesday.
Trump is planning to announce reciprocal tariffs. He explained it simply enough. If anyone has tariffs on US goods, they get slapped with counter tariffs. Even though it's simple, Trump's plan caused havoc. The Indian rupee opened at an all-time low against the US dollar. People are worried about what this means for India. The 130% tariff quip is not an exaggeration here. India recently got rid of its highest tariff slabs, 150%, 125%, 100%. Now, the highest rate is 70%. Now, it is 70%. The triple-digit tariffs made for bad optics, even though they were only imposed on a bare minimum of goods. But India got rid of them anyway. That should help soften the blow of reciprocal tariffs in case Trump chooses to target India. And that is why there are jitters about the Indian rupee and other currencies too, like the South Korean won, the Canadian dollar and the euro. But we'll have to wait for a while to get all the details. As of now, it's all speculation. And there's also another thing to consider here. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi is headed to the US this week. He's set to meet Donald Trump in person. So who knows? Perhaps there is a deal on the cards. As the Paris AI Summit draws world leaders and tech CEOs, one of the biggest faces in the world of technology is missing. I am talking about Elon Musk, the so-called White House special government employee. He's not in Paris because he's busy shaking up the US federal structure. He is on a sweeping mission to root out waste in the government, to slash the size of the federal workforce, and now he's taking aim at the largest federal department, the Pentagon. Essentially their defense ministry. President Donald Trump has pushed Musk into the Pentagon. The billionaire is expected to lead an audit and find billions of dollars of fraud and abuse. This is not without criticism and controversy, of course, but Trump and Musk remain undeterred. Here is a report.
The world's richest man is on a budget-slashing mission. We're talking about billionaire Elon Musk, fondly known by the White House as a special government employee. He's trying to shrink the federal bureaucracy and root out waste in the government. In the first 3 weeks of the new Trump administration, Musk's team has inserted itself into at least 17 federal agencies. And now, the Tesla CEO is all set to bulldoze into the largest federal department, the Pentagon. US President Donald Trump has instructed him to do so. He wants Musk to hold a Pentagon audit, and the expectations are high. Trump says that he expects Musk to find billions of dollars in Pentagon waste. He says, "We're going to find billions, hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud and abuse." The Pentagon's budget is approaching $1 trillion per year, and leaders have long criticized this across the political spectrum. They've called it wasteful and inefficient. And while they support cost-cutting at the Pentagon, they believe Musk's way is not the ideal way. And there are 3 reasons why. First, experts say that Musk's Department of Government Efficiency lacks the expertise to restructure the Pentagon. Secondly, in doing so, Musk may risk exposing classified programs. You see, amid the budget-slashing initiatives, his aides have sought access to confidential information in computers at various government agencies. Critics say these efforts are most likely illegal, which enable DOJ to gut entire agencies without congressional approval and without the right precautions to maintain privacy. But that's not all. There's a third reason why experts fear that Musk may not be the ideal person to handle the Pentagon budget cut. There is a significant conflict of interest. Musk's companies hold major contracts with the Pentagon. The Defense Department relies on Musk to get most of its satellites into space. There are contracts worth billions of dollars with SpaceX and other companies that he owns. So experts say that sending Musk into the Pentagon creates a clear conflict of interest. Yet, neither Trump nor Musk seem to be deterred. They are going ahead with the budget cutting, personnel purging, and bromance repairing. Over the past few days, there have been reports about possible friction between the president and his sidekick. But maybe that's not all true. Because now, amid heavy criticism, Trump has defended the action of Musk's team, claiming that he's very proud of this group of young people and the purge mission they're pursuing. They are doing it at his insistence. He added that Elon is doing a tremendous job. And that may be, but some experts worry if he should be doing it at all.
Aero India 2025 has officially kicked off. It is the largest air show in Asia. If you like aviation, it's like Disneyland or Comic-Con. You've got military transport planes, lethal fighter jets, advanced helicopters, all of them under one single roof, or rather, air base. The Yelahanka Air Base in Bengaluru, that is where the event is happening. This is the 15th edition of Aero India. It's also the biggest in its history. Over 900 exhibitors are part of this air show. 150 of them are foreign firms. They come from nearly 90 different countries. If you sell or buy planes, this is the place to be. It's the ultimate aviation show, or as India's defense minister called it, a Mahakumbh of research and innovation.
मैं समझता हूं कि एरो इंडिया के रूप में आज से भारत में एक और महाकुंभ का प्रारंभ हो रहा है, जहां एक तरफ प्रयागराज का महाकुंभ आत्मसंधान का कुंभ है, तो वहीं दूसरी तरफ एरो इंडिया का यह महाकुंभ अनुसंधान का कुंभ है.
This event is key for two reasons. One, to showcase India's homegrown defense equipment, and two, to get a feel of foreign technology, maybe even make deals. You see, the Indian government has an ambitious target. It wants to export arms worth 30,000 crore rupees, which is around $3.4 billion. And to do that, India's defense makers need exposure. Enter Aero India. 35 Indian companies are taking part this time. They're looking to flaunt their technology. For example, India's Tejas jet. We're looking to sell this plane to other countries, so we need to market it well. Yesterday, India's service chiefs took the lead. The Air Force and Army chiefs flew sorties on a Tejas jet. Take a look at this first. The event runs throughout this week, so expect more such demonstrations. But like all exhibitions, there is that one showstopper, that one major attraction. In Bengaluru, that's fifth-generation fighter jets. These are the most advanced jets in operation. They have stealth features, advanced avionics, and integrated computers. Basically, the gold standard of fighter jets. Two of them are at Aero India. Russia's Su-57 and America's F-35 Lightning. It's like Superman and Iron Man together at Comic-Con. Both of them are eyeing buyers. You see, China already has a fifth-generation fighter jet. They're also mulling selling it to Pakistan. So India needs a jet of its own, perhaps the F-35 or the Su-57. Hence, this showdown at the Bengaluru Air Base. And it's never happened before. The F-35 and the Su-57 have never been at the same event. They have never shared an airstrip. But in India, they're doing it. It tells you how sweetly India is placed. The jet story does not end here, though. India is making its own fifth-generation fighter plane, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft. Its full-scale model has been unveiled at Aero India. It's our first sneak peek of this plane. The jet is designed by India's DRDO, the Defence Research and Development Organization, that is DRDO. It will be manufactured by HAL, Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. So it is a completely government-managed operation. The only problem is the timeline here. These Indian jets won't be ready until the mid-2030s. We cannot wait until then for a fifth-gen plane, which is why Russia and the US are wooing India. They sense an opportunity to strike gold. Our next story involves Hamas. Some of their officials ended up very far from home recently. They were spotted in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. They'd been invited by two terrorist groups, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Toiba. The Hamas officials were apparently there as chief guests to observe what Pakistan calls Kashmir Solidarity Day. Now, obviously, this raises an alarm. Hamas orchestrated a terror attack on October 7, 2023. It set off the bloodbath in Gaza. Now, after a ceasefire is finally in place there, Hamas is popping up in POK. To what end? Why are the JEM and LET buttering up Hamas? And should India be concerned? Here's our report.
Every year on February 5th, Pakistan celebrates Kashmir Solidarity Day. It's a national holiday there. A way for Pakistan's government and establishment to distract from their regular failures and instead flog a dead horse. To rile up public anger towards India and stem legitimate public grievances against Islamabad and Rawalpindi. But this gimmick hasn't been working very well over the last few years. People in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Pakistan proper have been protesting regularly. The cynical use of Kashmir has been less effective of late, so Pakistan's ruling class decided to up their game. They decided to call in the cavalry, which apparently means a Hamas envoy based in Iran. Pakistan invited a Hamas official, Khalid al-Kadhimi, this year to be the chief guest at a Kashmir Solidarity Day event in POK. Al-Kadhimi was given a red carpet welcome. He met with mainstream Pakistani politicians like Fazlur Rahman, an MP and the chief of Pakistan's Jamaat-ul-Ulema-e-Islam party. After the mainstream welcome, the Hamas envoy caroused with far more cutthroat figures. On February 5th, Al-Kadhimi was seen surrounded by terrorists from the Jaish-e-Mohammed and Lashkar-e-Taiba. This includes figures like Tala Saif, the brother of UN-designated terrorist Masood Azhar. Very interesting company for Hamas, a group that insists they are not terrorists. This is a line that much of the world accepts. India, for example, has not designated Hamas as a terror group. But as they say, the company you keep defines you. So, hobnobbing with JEM and LET is the easiest way for Hamas to fall afoul of India's security agencies. Now, why would a random Hamas member, not their leader, not their political bureau chief, but a random Hamas envoy to Iran, why would he find his way to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir? What purpose would that serve? Well, think about it in terms of Pakistan's terror activities. The Pakistani establishment needs constant recruits, people it can hoodwink into becoming terrorists. For that, the establishment needs to inspire people. Hamas's attack on October 7th led to the decimation of Gaza, but the recent ceasefire is being portrayed as a victory because Israel pulled out of the enclave. This is the narrative being built. And then cynically used to inspire more terror attacks. At least that's what Pakistan's establishment seems to want to do. Hopefully the people see through this and opt for a better path, a path towards peace in Kashmir and beyond.
And now let's shift our focus to Paris again, where leaders are discussing how to safely embrace artificial intelligence. But at the same time, they're confronted with challenges as well. In our conversation with the French president, we spoke about this, about the slew of deep fakes of Macron being posted online. But he's hardly the only leader in this club. Now there are AI deepfakes of the Italian defense minister. They are impersonating his voice and scamming the nation's biggest tycoons. So AI deepfakes are a very real problem. Why are they everywhere? What are the consequences of this? Can they be regulated? Here is a report.
Rich or poor, it seems we are all equal in the eyes of AI scams. Just ask Italy's business elite, like fashion designer Giorgio Armani, former Inter Milan owner Massimo Moratti, Prada co-founder Patrizio Bertelli, and members of the billionaire Beretta and Menarini families. They have been roiled by an artificial intelligence scam. Here's how the scam unfolded. The tycoons get a phone call, but on the other end is an AI-generated voice mimicking Italian Defense Minister Guido Crosetto and some of his staff. This voice asks the victims to wire millions of dollars to overseas bank accounts, usually to a Hong Kong-based bank which they are told is to help pay ransoms to free Italian journalists kidnapped in West Asia. It is quite the elaborate scheme, and it has been going on for a while now. But Crosetto only found out about it this week when he received a call from a friend, a supposed big businessman, asking why Crosetto's secretary had phoned to ask for his mobile number. Crosetto told him that it was absurd, but that's when alarm bells started ringing and he realized that a scam is underway. Now, it is unclear whether the minister's voice was altered from a pre-recorded message or whether a filter was created with AI that can allow scammers to modify the minister's voice in real time. So there are a lot of questions, and an investigation is underway. But one thing is clear, Crosetto is hardly political leader bearing the brunt of AI risks. Recently, Thailand's Prime Minister Paetongtarn Shinawatra was targeted by an AI phone scam. She got a voice message. On the other end was the voice of a famous world leader. Soon after, she got a call from the same number and another voice message. It was the same world's leader's voice, asking her for a donation. But the message was so rude, Shinawatra realized that something was amiss, and she was right, it wasn't a world leader on the other end of the call, it was a scammer using AI to replicate a voice. While such AI scams are a major security risk, this is not the only way the technology can hurt political leaders. French President Emmanuel Macron shared this montage recently. It showcases a series of AI deepfakes of the leader. He is dancing, rapping, and sporting funky haircuts. This may seem like fun and games, but it is serious business. AI deepfakes can be a creative and crucial tool if used responsibly and legally, but they can also do immense harm. In fact, 2,700 spam calls are placed every second the world over, and most of them are AI calls. Plus, there are threats of being hacked and surveilled with AI deepfakes because without regulation, both globally and locally, mimicking a country's defense minister's voice is just tip of the AI harm iceberg.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In northwest China, temperatures gradually rise, cracking the ice on a frozen lake. In Australia, people flock to view the corpse flower bloom, which smells like decaying flesh. And in Poland, a pair of rare black wolves are caught on camera. And we are leaving you on that note from a very cold Paris afternoon. Thank you very much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in the United States as President Donald Trump said he spoke to his Russian counterpart Vladimir Putin, but declined to provide any details about their talks. President Trump said that the United States is making progress in its conversations to end the war in Ukraine, which is just days away from entering its fourth year. Now, the commander-in-chief also added that he was not just talking to Russia, but also Ukraine, and reiterated that the war would not have happened in the first place if he was in fact president.
I've had it. Let's just say I've had it. And I expect to have many more conversations. We have to get that war ended. It's going to end, and we have to get it ended. And we have to get it ended soon. Should have never happened, would have never happened if I was president. Well, they can assume that. It makes sense. Well, I don't want to talk about it. And if we are talking, I don't want to tell you about the conversation. It's too early. But I do believe we're making progress. We want to stop the Ukraine-Russia war. And I want to stop it just because I hate to see all these young people being killed. The soldiers are being killed by the hundreds of thousands. We're talking to both sides, yeah.
President Trump's confirmation of talks marks the first officially acknowledged conversation between the two leaders since the beginning of the war in Ukraine. Now, speaking to reporters aboard Air Force One, President Trump also confirmed that he would like to meet Putin, but only at the right time.
I would imagine I would be meeting with Putin, yes, at the right time. I think at the right time, at the appropriate
time. Now, the Kremlin has declined to confirm or deny the phone call between the two leaders. And the Kremlin spokesperson went on to say that while there were many different communications emerging, he was unaware of such a call. Now, during his re-election campaign, President Trump promised to end the Russia-Ukraine war within 24 hours of taking office, a key campaign promise that has so far proved elusive. Once in office, the 47th president reportedly instructed his special Ukraine envoy Keith Kellogg to end the war in 100 days. And he's also repeatedly said that he would meet Putin, though a date or venue of such a meeting has not been announced. Now, in the coming days, a flurry of U.S. officials are in fact heading to Europe to discuss the war, including Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and Trump's special envoy for Ukraine, Keith Kellogg. And National Security Advisor Mike Waltz had earlier indicated that President Trump is also willing to use sanctions and tariffs to coax Putin to the negotiating table. For now, however, President Trump appears to have taken a conventional path to the conflict itself. And staying in the United States, the Trump administration has announced that it will deport another group of illegal Indian migrants this week. At least 600 illegal migrants from India will be reportedly sent back. Now, last week, the Trump administration deported around 100 Indian migrants as well. But now New Delhi is protesting the treatment of the migrants who were shackled and deported in handcuffs. Though Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi has in fact agreed to work with President Donald Trump on taking back the deported migrants, the Indian government has urged the White House to send back the migrants in a more humane setting.
Of course, engaging the U.S. government to ensure that the returning deportees are not mistreated in any manner during the flight. At the same time, the House will appreciate that our focus should be on strong crackdown on the illegal migration industry. It is up to the authority of the Immigration Customs Authority to charter an aircraft. It could be a military aircraft, but whichever aircraft comes in, it is under the authority of the ICE. The procedure, whether it was a military aircraft, whether it was a chartered aircraft, was exactly the same.
Meanwhile, several Indian migrants who were deported last week have spoken out about the harrowing ordeal, where they were denied food, water, and access to restrooms for nearly 40 hours.
उधर हमारे हाथों में हथकड़ी, पैरों में हथकड़ी लगाकर, तो उसने हमको बोला कि आप कैंप पर जा रहे हैं, लेकिन कैंप पर नहीं भेजा उसने, हम एयरपोर्ट पे लेकर गए, तो जहाज में हमें बैठा दिया, कहते हैं आप इंडिया जा रहे हो। फिर हमको 40 घंटे लगे अमृतसर एयरपोर्ट पहुंचने के लिए। जब वो पहुंचा तो उसने हमारे पैरों हाथ की बेड़ी खोल दी,
हथकड़ी लगा दी थी भाई। जो कैंप में तो निकाले ना, वहाँ तक डिटेंशन सेंटर बोला है उसने, और तो निकाले थे। जितनी लेडीज़ थी, बच्चों ने छोड़ गए, लेडीज़ थी जितने 18 साल तक ऊपर के लड़के थे, जेंट्स थे, सभी का हथकड़ी लगा दी, पैरों में हाथों में लगा दी भाई। वही बंदा ने वॉशरूम भी करना हुआ, फ्रेश भी होना हुआ, ऐसी कोई सुविधा नहीं दी गई। खाना खाने के लिए नहीं हथकड़ी खोली, कभी नहीं खोली।
Now, the latest group of around 600 illegal Indian migrants were detained last week at the Mexico border and have been issued final deportation orders. India has verified the identities of these migrants and has agreed to take them back this week. Now, according to news agency AFP, the next deportation flight of illegal Indian migrants could cost the United States close to $1 million if the C-17 military transport aircraft is used again. The Trump administration has identified more than 200,000 illegal Indian migrants in the country that will be deported this year. If President Trump is unable to find an alternative method to carry out the deportation, sending back the illegal migrants could cost American taxpayers millions of dollars per flight, making it one of the most expensive deportation programs in the world. Vice President J.D. Vance is under fire for defending a DOJ employee who posted racist comments about Indians. This despite the vice president's wife, Usha Vance, being of Indian origin herself. Marco Elise, a 25-year-old engineer, resigned after his Burner X account revealed posts like normalized Indian hate and, quote, "I was racist before it was cool," end quote. But Vance called for his rehiring, claiming social media mistakes shouldn't ruin a kid's life. Now, critics are, in fact, calling out the vice president's hypocrisy, questioning his defense of racism that targets his own family. Our next report dives deeper into the growing controversy.
The Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance, is no stranger to controversy, but his latest move has stunned even his supporters. Vance, whose wife Usha is the daughter of Indian immigrants, is advocating for the rehiring of a former Department of Government Efficiency or DOJ engineer who posted blatant racist comments targeting Indians.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Marco Elise, a 25-year-old Rutgers graduate, found himself at the center of a firestorm after the Wall Street Journal revealed his secret X account. Among his posts were statements like "normalize Indian hate," "I was racist before it was cool," and "you could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity." Obviously, after the backlash, Elise resigned, but Vance wasn't ready to let him go. "I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life," Vance posted on X. Yes, the Vice President of the United States defended a man who publicly called for hatred against Indians, the very community his own wife and children belonged to, and the irony wasn't lost on anyone. That's when Elon Musk, founder of DOJ and owner of X, decided to take the matter to a public poll. Bring back DOJ staffer who made inappropriate statements via a now-deleted pseudonym, he asked. The poll closed with 78% voting in favor of Elise's return, and Musk responded he will be brought back. Even the President of the United States, Donald Trump, supported his vice president and his billionaire buddy, Elon Musk. Responding to questions at a press conference with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba at the White House, Trump said he supports Vance and agrees with him, declaring, "I am with the vice president."
As part of this DOJ cost-cutting effort, one of the DOJ engineers was fired for some inappropriate posts. The vice president says, bring him back. What do you say?
Well, I don't know about the particular thing, but if the vice president said that, did you say that? I'm with the vice president. Thank you, Peter.
But forgiveness wasn't on everyone's mind. Social media exploded with criticism, especially from Indian Americans. Congressman Ro Khanna fired back. Are you going to tell him to apologize for saying normalize Indian hate before this rehire? Just asking for the sake of both of our kids. Yet Vance remained defiant and was quick to respond. First, he dismissed the backlash as emotional blackmail. Then, responding to Khanna's tweet, he said, "Racist trolls on the internet, while offensive, don't threaten my kids. You know what does? A culture that denies grace to people who make mistakes." But critics weren't buying it. Easy for JD Vance to say this when his kids are covered by 24/7 security, one user commented. And another reminded Vance of his old words when he said exactly the opposite, pointing towards the president of leading a movement of vile racists. Now, this isn't just about one engineer's hateful posts, it's about MAGA's double standards. When black NFL players kneeled, MAGA demanded permanent bans. When liberal figures slipped up, MAGA called for boycotts. But when a white engineer posts "normalize Indian hate," he gets a poll, forgiveness, and full public support. So as Elez returns to Doge, Indian Americans are left wondering, is there truly a place for them in this movement? Or are they just tokens, embraced when convenient, but discarded when their presence becomes uncomfortable? Because one thing is clear, MAGA's loyalty has limits, and it doesn't seem to extend to everyone.
And staying in the United States, an account linked to President Donald Trump claims Hungarian-American billionaire George Soros is responsible for interfering in the political landscape of many countries. The account claims that Soros used a hefty $260 million from U.S. aid to spread chaos, change governments, and pursue personal gain in countries such as India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and Ukraine. Now, this comes as the Trump administration continues to freeze U.S. aid's budget, describing its initiatives as misaligned with American interests and accusing them of destabilizing global peace.
Well, many ideas, but look, he's done a great job. Look at all the fraud that he's found in this U.S. AID. It's a disaster what the people, radical left lunatics, they have things that nobody would have even believed. The whole thing with $100 million spent on you know what, with money going to all sorts of groups that shouldn't deserve to get any money. With the money, I'd like to see what the kickbacks are.
And billionaire Elon Musk, who's been critical of what he calls woke and controversial international projects, backs the smear campaign against Soros. In fact, this all comes as Donald Trump's administration has shuttered the nation's premier development agency.
Well, it doesn't, but they get it very easily. I mean, we don't have very good security in our country, and they get it very easily. And what we're doing, if you look at what has just taken place with respect to some of the investments that have been made on another agency that people have been talking about for years, but nobody did anything about it, it's absolutely obscene, dangerous, bad, very costly. I mean, virtually every investment made is a con job. There's nothing of value to anybody unless there's a kickback scheme going on, which is possible. And we're going to be doing more and more of that.
Meanwhile, in Hungary, Prime Minister and Trump ally Viktor Orban has taken a stronger stance. Orban, in fact, has pledged to expose foreign-funded organizations and ensure legal consequences for those receiving money from abroad.
In America, we would call them agents, as they do not serve their own country, but accept money from another power. We don't call them agents, but these are people and organizations paid from abroad whose job is to overthrow the Hungarian government.
The move has also drawn criticism from the EU and international bodies, with the European Commission launching an infringement procedure this month, citing threats to democratic values. But despite this, Orban remains defiant, warning that foreign networks must be swept out to protect Hungary's sovereignty.
We are talking about a dark thing here. Brussels, the Soros Foundation, the U.S. budget, they have channeled big amounts of money with a political purpose into the political life of certain countries. So that everyone understands, they must be swept out, and this must be stopped now that the U.S. president has taken action. When, if not now?
So as the battle intensifies, one question lingers. How far will nations go to cut off foreign influence? And is this really the beginning of the end for not just Soros-backed projects, but for the U.S. Agency for International Development itself? And we end today in New Orleans at the star-studded Super Bowl. The grand sporting event this year included a healthy dose of politics as President Donald Trump created history by becoming the first ever sitting U.S. president to attend the big game. And his impromptu salute during the national anthem has sparked social media debate. While Taylor Swift, there to support her boyfriend Travis Kelce, was met with a mix of cheers and boos from the crowd, and Kendrick Lamar took his halftime show to the next level, throwing shade at rapper Drake. Here's some of the biggest moments from the Big Easy.
Super Bowl Sunday is supposed to be all about football. Touchdowns, jaw-dropping plays, and the sweet sound of fans losing their minds. It felt more like a pop culture circus with a little sprinkle of political theatre and a giant side of WTF. The Eagles may have flown their way to victory over the Kansas City Chiefs, but the true spectacle took place off the field. Well, mostly. First, let's talk about US President Donald Trump's salute during the national anthem. Now, typically, we associate salute with military personnel, but leave it to Trump to make us all question everything we thought we knew about tradition. He became the first ever sitting president to attend a Super Bowl, despite many saying it would politicize the sport, and joining him was his daughter, Ivanka Trump. Now, many former presidents like Barack Obama, George W. Bush, and Joe Biden opted to stay out of the Super Bowl while in office. But Trump decided to change that pattern, setting history. And it wasn't just his attendance that sparked controversy. As John Batiste belted out the Star-Spangled Banner, President Trump was caught on camera saluting the flag like he was leading the charge in a war zone. Cue the Twitter after the salute. Does he even know what this means? One user asked. Isn't he supposed to be commander-in-chief? Other quipped. But he is the president of the United States, and nothing says I'm the boss like an uninvited salute. But President Trump wasn't the only one making waves. Enter Taylor Swift, the queen of pop, and the unofficial mascot of You Can't Please Everyone. There she was on the Jumbotron just trying to support her boyfriend Travis Kelce, but the crowd exploded into a chorus of cheers, followed by boos. Taylor, being Taylor, handled it like a pro. She threw a side-eye that could melt steel and flashed a smile so cool she might as well have dropped the mic. Sure, everyone loves her, but she also knows how to handle the haters, especially when they are cheering for someone else as well. And of course, Kendrick Lamar couldn't resist adding his own drama to the mix. During his halftime show, Lamar went full savage mode and took direct shots at rapper Drake. This happened in front of millions of viewers. Why? Because Kendrick is not like us. With a wink and a nod to the camera, Kendrick dropped a line from his Grammy-winning track Not Like Us, and then he casually referenced rapper Drake's ongoing legal battles. And just when fans thought it wouldn't get spicier, Kendrick's performance included video clips of two of Drake's exes, Serena Williams and Zah. Talk about a mic drop moment. The internet was set ablaze and Drake was probably somewhere plotting his next move. We won't be surprised if it involves the word lawsuit. But wait, there's more. During the halftime show, one person decided to go rogue. He unfurled a Sudanese-Palestinian flag on the field. Naturally, the NFL went into damage control mode by announcing that the flag wasn't part of the planned performance, and then banned the person from attending any NFL events for lifetime. So was the Super Bowl 2025 actually about football? Not so much. It was more of a reality TV spectacle with some football tossed in for good measure. From President Trump's historic attendance, to Taylor Swift's ability to win over or annoy millions of fans, and Kendrick Lamar throwing serious shade at Drake, whom Kendrick calls colleague turned colonizer. This was a Super Bowl where everything except the game took center stage.
That's Firstpost America for this Monday. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios here in Washington. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global South. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with South Africa, which is locked in a diplomatic spat with the United States. After freezing aid over the alleged land confiscations, President Donald Trump has offered South Africa's white population a resettlement offer in the United States. However, white South Africans have turned down Trump's offer. Donald Trump has signed an executive order to cut nearly $440 million of financial assistance to South Africa. The order cites disapproval of South Africa's land policy and its genocide case at the International Court of Justice against Washington's ally, Israel. Not just this, it also provides for resettlement in the U.S. of Afrikaners in South Africa as refugees, who it says are victims of unjust racial discrimination. Afrikaners are mostly white descendants of early Dutch and French settlers who own most of the country's farmland. However, even the pro-Afrikaner groups, which lobbied Trump's previous administration on their cause, have rejected Trump's offer and have said they do not want to move.
We have to state categorically, we don't want to move elsewhere. We are not going to ask our children now to move to another country. The fact is, our ancestors worked hard to make sure that we as a people are formed down the southern tip of Africa. We're not going to disrespect that. We also have the interests of future generations in mind. We also have to make sure that our culture is transferred to future generations.
We may disagree with the ANC, but we love the country. As in any community, there are individuals who wish to immigrate, but the repatriation of Afrikaners as refugees is not a solution for us. We want to build a future in South Africa.
Trump's move to sanction South Africa, a key U.S. trading partner in Africa, came after he and his South African-born advisor Elon Musk have accused Pretoria's black leadership of having an anti-white stance. At the center of the row is South Africa's recently signed land expropriation law that allows the government to seize land without compensation under some circumstances. White minority in South Africa own more than 70% of the land, though the government says the land will not be forcefully expropriated. The Trump administration has accused it of conducting human rights violations. But the portrayal of the white minority as a downtrodden group that needed to be saved has surprised most South Africans. Many within the community say that they are not facing any issue which would want them to leave their country.
If you haven't got any problems here, why would you want to go? Hasn't been any really bad taking over of land. The people are carrying on like normal. And, what are you going to do over there? Are they going to pay for the equipment and the seed and the land and the ground? And how are you going to pay it off? You're going to start right from scratch again? I wouldn't.
Meanwhile, the South African government, led by President Cyril Ramaphosa, has called it ironic that Trump's executive order makes provisions for refugee status in the U.S., for a group in South Africa that remains among the most economically privileged. It has accused the US President Trump of amplifying misinformation. Amid the row of land seizure, the US is also boycotting the G20 foreign ministerial meet in Johannesburg this month. Secretary of State Marco Rubio has called South Africa's G20 agenda anti-American. Ramaphosa responded to US aid cuts and G20 snub by warning the US against bullying South Africa. He also said that he will be sending out envoys to the capitals of various nations across the world to promote Pretoria's G20 agenda. While the row escalates, will white South Africans' response calm Trump down, or will his anti-Pretoria policies continue? Now, for more on this, we have with us Sayanda Sishiwigzil, a political commentator and journalist joining us live from Johannesburg. Thank you for being with us, Sayanda.
Thank you, Addison, and good afternoon to all of the Firstpost listeners.
Ayanda, what are the key reasons behind white South Africans, Afrikaners in particular, rejecting Donald Trump's offer of resettlement in the US, despite his claims of addressing discrimination?
As you said so eloquently in your intro, people here are comfortable. White people own 70% of the land. Economically, they are owning most and in control of most of the economy in this country. White people in this country enjoy 8% unemployment, which means the majority of white people are employed. If you look at commercial farming, most commercial farms are actually owned by who? By the white minority in this country. This is because of the history of apartheid that we had, where ownership was transferred from Black people to the white minority, which meant that the majority of Black people could not own land, we could not own property, nor could we farm on that property without that land being owned by somebody who was white. This has resulted in a lot of businesses, especially mines, being owned by the white minority. This is why we see them actually economically comfortable. So I would not think that majority of white people would want to leave the comforts of living in suburbia, the comforts of living close to the economy. If you look at where Black people currently stay right now, we do not enjoy the same housing as our counterparts do. We actually live on the fringes of historically what was called townships, which still exist to this day. We do not have access to 70% of the land. We are actually 32.19% unemployment in this country. And if you look at the actual figures of that, when we look at those who are not in education or in employment or in training, that number shoots up to 47%. So almost half of this country is unemployed. And if you look at the statistics, majority of those people are Black.
And Ayanda, how is the US cutting funding to South Africa in response to this land expropriation law to impact the country's economy and its diplomatic relations?
It definitely does impact the diplomatic relations. But I think that there is something that has to be said here, and that's our relations with the United States were going to be impacted well before Donald Trump entered as in his second term. If you remember, we took Israel, which is the ally to the United States, to the International Court of Justice for genocide. And as it currently stands right now, the International Court of Justice has legally said that what has been going on in Gaza is actually a genocide, which means that Israel is actually responsible for a genocide, and its allies, those who are allied to Israel, are therefore complicit in a genocide. This is a retaliation of us taking Israel and its allies to the ICJ. Further that as well, I think that this response to the Expropriation Act is also a result of the lobbying that has taken place by the minority rights-based groups such as AfriForum, where even years before Donald Trump has even entered into a second term of presidency, as far back as 2017 and 2018, we have seen lobby groups go to the United States to spread misinformation and disinformation about the laws that we have in this country, and also exaggerating certain certain issues such as farm murders without actually paying particular attention to the fact that statistically only 1% of these murders happen on farms. And of those people who are killed, it is majority Black people, citing the recent farm murder that happened where 2 Black women passed away, and they are and those who were allegedly part of that murder are now on trial. And so we are seeing a misrepresentation of information that has taken place, which has then resulted in the misinformation and disinformation campaign. And now when we have these right-wing senators such as Mark Rubio, who has a very strong relationship, by the way, and has met with AfriForum, as well as senators such as Senator Ted Cruz as well, who has met with minority rights-based organizations such as AfriForum, has actually said some of the rhetoric that has been spread and the misinformation and disinformation, and quite frankly the lies that have been told about the Expropriation Act as well, that has been repeated throughout the years by these right-wing leaders who are now in powerful positions in the United States. So I'm not surprised that this is actually happening. What is shocking to me is now the turnaround that has come from these minority-based organizations saying that they want people to stay, saying that no, actually they are not spreading misinformation, when the result of their misinformation and disinformation is exactly this: the cutting of funds from PEPFAR and USAID, and the devastating results that is going to have for us. We will be fine here and we will be covered because, as you know, PEPFAR only makes up 17% of the health budget, which means that, you know, other NGOs, they will suffer, but salaries and that will be paid for. But other countries, such as Uganda, that rely very heavily on USAID when it comes to the manufacture of ARVs and antiretrovirals and contraception, they will be the ones that suffer the most.
Right. Ayanda, thank you very much. It's always great to have you on the show. Thank you for your valued insights and analysis on the latest there.
Thank you.
And now let us turn our focus to the latest from the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo. A summit took place over the weekend in Tanzania. Leaders from the Eastern and Southern Africa met in the city of Dar es Salaam to address the crisis where rebels have threatened to overthrow the Congolese government. Now, the leaders at the summit have urged DRC and Rwanda to agree to an immediate and unconditional ceasefire within 5 days. In a statement, the summit, which brought Rwandan President Paul Kagame and his Congolese counterpart Felix Tshisekedi together for the first time since the conflict began in January, called for the army chiefs from both the blocs to meet within 5 days and provide a technical direction on the ceasefire. The summit, which also brought together leaders from the East African Community and 16-member Southern African Development Community, also called for an opening of humanitarian corridors to evacuate the dead and injured, as well as called for the withdrawal of the uninvited foreign armed groups from the Congolese territory.
Summit directed resumption of direct negotiations and dialogue with all state and non-state parties, military and non-military, including the M23, and under the framework of the Luanda-Nairobi process. The EAC and SADC chiefs of defense forces to meet within 5 days and provide technical direction on immediate and unconditional ceasefire and cessation of hostilities, B, provision of humanitarian assistance, including repatriation of the deceased and evacuation of the injured, C, develop a securitization plan for Goma and surrounding areas.
Now, the first ever summit of both the blocs in Tanzania additionally also called for the DRC's president to negotiate with the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels directly. Kinshasa has repeatedly refused to talk directly with the rebels. Kenya's President William Ruto, who is also the chair of the EAC bloc, in his opening remarks said that dialogue was not a sign of weakness and that it was necessary at this point.
Excellencies, I am confident that you agree with me that dialogue is not a sign of weakness. It is a testament to our collective wisdom and strength, both as leaders and as communities. It shows our capacity to articulate issues patiently and clearly, listen to each other, consult comprehensively with a common goal in mind and negotiate patiently until we reach a better outcome than the bitter results of bloodshed.
However, locals in Bukavu, which is the capital of South Kivu province, is in the M23 sites, expressed their doubts on whether a lasting peace could be achieved following the peace summit in Tanzania.
At the level of Dar es Salaam, there will be no solution. I am convinced that there won't be, given that he himself hasn't left. He had to confront directly with Paul Kagame, the Rwandan president, because he is the real enemy of the DRC. The Congolese who are at the level of North Kivu, those who are in South Kivu fighting, are just pawns, but the real enemy of our country is really Rwanda.
The doubts come after the M23 rebels began advancing in the South Kivu province after making gains in the neighboring North Kivu province and declaring a unilateral ceasefire following the capture of Goma city. Now, M23, which is made up of ethnic Tutsis, say they are fighting for the minority rights. But Kinshasa has said that the Rwanda-backed rebels are seeking control of the eastern region's vast mineral wealth. Now, as the summit was underway in Dar es Salaam on Saturday, reports suggest that fighting was ongoing around 60 kilometers from South Kivu's capital of Bukavu. However, by Sunday, the front line was calm around the city after calls for truce were made at the summit. For now, the M23 rebels have made advances toward the town of Kavumu, which hosts the province's airport and is 30 kilometers short of Bukavu. Now, earlier, the rebels, along with their Rwandan allies, seized the South Kivu mining town of Naibibwe, as well as North Kivu's capital of Goma. They have also vowed to march toward DRC's capital of Kinshasa. Several attempts in the past at mediating peace between the M23 rebels, which have tried to shore up public support in recent days, and the DRC, which has accused Rwandan of military backing the rebels, have failed. Many ceasefires have also collapsed in recent years. But will the two warring sides agree to a ceasefire in the time limit set by the joint summit in Tanzania? We will keep you posted on that. And shifting our attention to North Africa, where Libya has recovered more bodies of migrants trying to reach Europe from mass graves. Now, authorities in Libya have uncovered nearly 50 bodies from 2 mass graves in the North African country's southeastern desert. The authorities say that 1 mass grave was found on Friday in a farm in the southeastern city of Kufra. It contained 19 bodies. And a second mass grave with at least 30 bodies was also found in the same city after authorities raided a human trafficking center and freed 76 migrants who had been detained and tortured. Images on social media and visuals from the scene showed police officers and medics digging in the sand and recovering the dead bodies that were wrapped in blankets. Now, the Al Abreen charity, which helps migrants in eastern and southern Libya, said that some were apparently shot and killed before being buried. Authorities have also said that they have arrested 3 people, a Libyan and 2 foreigners, on suspicion of detaining and torturing migrants, as well as depriving them of their freedom. They have further noted that the search was still on for more bodies, and forensic tests were being conducted to check the cause of deaths. Now, the mass graves of migrants are not uncommon in Libya, which is a dominant transit point for migrants from Africa and West Asia who want to reach Europe. Last year, authorities unearthed the bodies of at least 65 migrants in a town some 350 kilometers south of the capital of Tripoli. Now, Libya has been plunged into chaos after a NATO-backed uprising toppled and killed the longtime dictator Muammar Gaddafi in 2011. The oil-rich North African country has since been split between the United Nations recognized government of Abdulhamid Dbeibah in Tripoli and a rival authority in the east, which is backed by the military strongman Khalifa Haftar in Benghazi. Human traffickers have taken advantage of this instability for more than a decade. They have smuggled migrants across Libya's borders with 6 nations, including Chad, Niger, Sudan, Egypt, Algeria, and Tunisia. Once at the coast, they pack desperate migrants into ill-equipped rubber boats and other vessels for risky voyages on the central Mediterranean sea route. In recent years, rights groups and UN agencies have documented the systematic abuse of migrants in Libya, including forced labor, rapes, and torture. Additionally, they have also documented efforts by traffickers to extort money from the families of migrants. Last month, the Libyan authorities reportedly arrested 2 people accused of torturing and detaining 263 irregular migrants to extort ransom in the eastern part of the country. Now, the prosecution said at the time that the migrants had been detained to force their families to pay $17,000 in exchange for the release of the Somali migrants and to pay $10,000 in exchange for the release of the Eritrean migrants. However, Libya has also come under fire for its treatment of the migrants who are returned. The UN and rights groups have said that those who have been intercepted and returned to Libya, including women and children, are held in government-run detention centers where they suffer from torture, rape, and extortion. But despite the treatment being meted out from both sides, migrants are still choosing to go through Libya in the hope of a better life in Europe and the West. Now, while some make it to the other side after a risky journey, while others fail to reach their dreamland. Now, you must have heard that a lack of exercise can speed up your journey to the graveyard. But have you ever heard of a graveyard becoming the perfect spot for exercise? Well, that's what's happening in Zimbabwe's capital of Harare, where elderly people are performing high-intensity cardio in the middle of a cemetery surrounded by graves. With a lack of fitness facilities in Harare's neighborhoods, the graveyard has become the perfect spot for many to get in shape and fight deadly diseases. Our next report brings you the details.
In Zimbabwe's capital, Harare, a fitness club is keeping senior citizens fit. It's called the Commandos Fitness Club, but its setting is a bit unusual. The club is right in the middle of a cemetery where elderly people are fighting deadly diseases, surrounded by rows of graves. What could be a haunted place for many has turned into a spot of high energy as fitness enthusiasts regularly perform long sessions of squats, lunges and stretches to upbeat sounds. If you're wondering if dancing at the graveyard is part of some kind of satanic ritual, that's not the case. But Zimbabwe's elderly are dancing amid the graves not because they want to, but out of necessity. Zimbabwe's capital has limited fitness facilities such as gyms in neighborhoods, but that hasn't stopped Zimbabweans from being healthy. They are now exercising wherever they can, and for some, a graveyard is a perfect spot. Their logic is simple. It reminds them of where exactly they do not want to end up at if they don't exercise.
We are here for our daily exercises routine. The people lying here are resting, but the way I see it, some of them were laid to rest before their time. Some died because of diseases like diabetes due to lack of exercises. They lived a life of just eating and not exercising, and most of them died early. I just don't want to join them yet. That means I have to do the hard work here.
Don't hold any doubts if a graveyard gym is a feasible idea, because for the members of the fitness club, it's working remarkably. Many are seeing positive results which have helped them control diseases like diabetes and allowed them to get in shape.
I weighed 86 kilograms and struggled to stand up or breathe, even to walk in my house. But ever since I started exercising, my body feels lighter, and I can walk long distances. Now I'm down to 76 kilograms and I feel good.
The dedication of Harare's old-age people comes with a wider problem of growing chronic diseases in Zimbabwe and also the whole of Africa. Diseases like heart problems, high blood pressure and diabetes are on the rise in the continent. Zimbabwe's Ministry of Health and Childcare says the diseases currently account for about 40% of deaths annually. They are also becoming more widespread among younger people, and experts blame the lack of exercise and bad lifestyle choices.
People are just glued to their televisions, people are glued to their phones, their laptops. By so doing, they forget that exercising is of paramount importance in their life.
Zimbabwe is taking the rise of chronic diseases seriously. This year, the government introduced a 0.5% tax on sales of junk food, including donuts, tacos, pizza, hot dogs, shawarma, fries, chicken and burgers to encourage healthier dietary choices. While the government tries to combat unhealthiness, the Commandos crew are doing their best to fight their way to fitness. If they can beat the laziness and lack of infrastructure to come and perform exercise daily at a cemetery, then what's your excuse?
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, namaskar. This is Firstpost, and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. Welcome to this special edition of Vantage. No prizes for guessing where we are. Behind me is one of the most recognizable structures in the world, the Eiffel Tower in Paris. No time to take in the view though. A, because it's freezing and we can barely stand here, and B, because today was a busy day in the French capital. It was the moving day of the Global AI Summit. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi addressed the gathering. He spoke about the opportunities and risks linked to artificial intelligence. We'll bring you the key highlights of his address. Also on the show, what makes the India-France relationship so special? Is it just the bromance between the two leaders, or is there more to it? Plus a special report on Marseille, a French port town in the southern part of the country. That is where Prime Minister Modi is heading next, and we will tell you why. Also bring you a list of our proposals for the AI Summit, what we think world leaders should have focused on. Also stay tuned for a ground report from Paris. We explored India's UPI payments across the city. Over in the US, Elon Musk is trying to buy OpenAI, and Donald Trump is asking American companies to pay bribes abroad.
We need to invest in AI-driven future.
It's day 2 of the Artificial Intelligence Summit, and clearly the moving day here. We've seen a steady stream of leaders and CEOs coming in. They're here for a lofty mission to shape the future of artificial intelligence. As we've said, India and France are co-chairing this year. So Prime Minister Modi and President Macron walked in together. Also in the building were a number of stakeholders like Google CEO Sundar Pichai, OpenAI CEO Sam Altman, leaders of the European Union, US Vice President J.D. Vance and China's Vice Premier. Modi and Macron interacted briefly with some of them. After that, it was time for remarks. Prime Minister Modi laid out India's AI vision. He talked about regulation and trust. But he also flagged the risks, like the inherent bias in AI models and the need for sustainable AI training. Prime Minister Modi also said India stands ready to host the next AI summit. Listen to this.
Friend, loss of jobs is AI's most feared disruption. But history has shown that work does not disappear due to technology. Its nature changes and new types of jobs are created. There is a need for collective global efforts to establish governance and standards that uphold our shared values, address risks, and build trust. Governance is also about ensuring access to all, especially in the global south. It is where the capabilities are most lacking.
We'll talk more about the summit, but for now let's focus on the duo of the hour. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Emmanuel Macron. Their bromance is undeniable. We saw proof of that yesterday. The Indian Prime Minister arrived in the evening. He got a ceremonial welcome at the airport. Later in the night, he was hosted at the presidential Elysee Palace. Macron greeted Modi on the red carpet. They exchanged handshakes and warm hugs. After that, they headed inside for dinner. Vice President J.D. Vance, US Vice President Vance, was also there. This was Modi's first interaction with Trump's deputy. Take a look at this.
And after that, we'll go together for the dinner.
It's a beautiful place.
Thank you for being here.
It's great to be here.
Somebody wants to.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. So nice to see you.
Great victory.
Yes.
And that was all yesterday. Today, the focus turned to the AI summit. Both Modi and Macron spoke to the gathering. The Indian Prime Minister has one more engagement left in Paris, a meeting with top CEOs. After that, he will leave for Marseille. He's got a number of events lined up there, including the all-important bilateral. This is Modi's sixth trip as Prime Minister to France. And under President Macron, their engagement has only increased. They met 3 times in 2024 alone. This time, we are expecting some key deals to be signed on defense sales, on nuclear energy, and on bilateral trade. We're talking about a very expansive relationship. Defense is a key pillar of that. France is the second biggest arms supplier to India. From 2019 to 2023, they made up 33% of India's arms imports, which is just 3% less than Russia. Together, India and France have led multiple global campaigns, like the International Solar Alliance in 2015 and this Artificial Intelligence Summit today. On Sunday, we asked President Macron point blank, which country do you see as your most important partner in Asia? Listen to his response. Which country is France's most important partner in Asia?
Je dirais l'Inde.
India.
If we asked Prime Minister Modi the same question, he would probably say France. Now the question is, what makes this equation tick? Why are India and France so close? We can break it down into 4 main factors. Number 1 is worldview. France has always believed in a multipolar world, just like India has. They may be part of alliances like NATO, but they chart their own path. Look at what happened in 1966. France pulled out of NATO's military command structure. Why? Because the leadership wanted an independent policy for France. And even today that holds true. Both Macron and Modi speak about strategic autonomy. That is also why France supports India's permanent membership in the UN Security Council. That is also why Macron does not speak on India's domestic issues, something that other European powers regularly do. So that is one important factor, their shared worldview. Factor number 2 is the defense ties. If you exchange weapons, you have to play nice because defense trade binds a relationship. You're selling lethal weaponry to another nation. You must help in repairs and maintenance. You must also share technology sometimes. It creates a lasting bond built on trust and respect, something that normal trade cannot do. Factor number 3 is personal diplomacy. French leaders deserve a lot of credit here. In 1998, when India tested a nuclear bomb, most Western nations condemned it. They also imposed sanctions on India. But the French leadership did not do that. French presidents have also traveled extensively to India. 6 times they have been chief guests at our Republic Day. the latest being President Macron in 2024, it shows personal investment in India, something that Indian prime ministers have also reciprocated. And finally, the fourth factor, the alignment of interests. Unlike other European countries, France is an Indo-Pacific power. They have an island called Reunion in the Indian Ocean. They also have overseas territories in the Pacific, like New Caledonia and French Polynesia. So France shares India's concerns about the Indo-Pacific, not as a matter of principle, but as a result of physical presence in the region. All these factors make this a special partnership. In geopolitics, there is nothing called a perfect relationship, though. But India and France have come pretty close. So Prime Minister Modi has a packed schedule in Paris. But he's all set to take this hustle out of the capital and into one of France's most bustling cities. He's traveling to Marseille tonight. This is a historic city in the south of France, and the Indian Prime Minister has a number of events lined up there, starting with the crucial bilateral talks with President Macron, followed by a visit to a war cemetery to pay tribute to Indian soldiers who fought in World War I, after which he will also inaugurate India's second diplomatic mission in France. Now, these are all major diplomatic moves, but there's more here than meets the eye, because Marseille is a strategic gateway for India, for technology, for trade, for energy, and for the economy. Our next report tells you why Marseille matters.
This is Marseille, located in the south of France, on the Mediterranean coast. This is the oldest city in the country. It's the crossing point between mainland France and the sea. For the Greek settlers who founded the port city around 600 BC, this was the land they stepped on when they arrived. And tonight, that's where India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be. After a packed schedule in Paris, Prime Minister Modi has a number of events lined up in Marseille, starting with the all-important bilateral between the two premiers. Talks on innovation, defense, nuclear energy, and bilateral trade seem to be on the cards for PM Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron. On Wednesday, the two leaders will visit the Marseillaise War Cemetery. You see, Marseille was the base of the Indian troops in France during the First World War. The Marseillaise War Cemetery has an Indian memorial to honor the fallen soldiers. And that's where the two leaders will pay tribute to the sacrifices made by Indian soldiers. Following this, they will inaugurate a new Indian consulate in Marseille. And this is a major diplomatic move for a number of reasons. This will be the first Indian consulate in France, and India's second diplomatic mission in the country after the embassy in Paris. This is important for practical reasons, because the consulate will cater to the growing Indian diaspora in France. It will improve efficiency by reducing the need for journeys to the French capital for consular work, and provide assistance to Indian businesses increasing their footprint in France. This move is crucial for strategic reasons as well. It's a symbol of New Delhi's expanding global diplomatic presence, and another sign of strengthened bilateral ties with France. Post the inauguration of the consulate, the two leaders will visit the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, or ITER, close to Marseille. This is a major fusion technology project. It aims to create energy through a fusion process, and India is an active participant in the project. But coming back to Marseille, why does a trip to the port city matter? Because this historic city is of strategic importance to France and by proxy, India. Marseille is one of France's busiest cities. Each day, cruise ships dock here. Masses of freight flow into the city from here. The dock spills tourists into the city, and fishing fleets go about their day feeding France right from here. This city is a reminder of Marseille's global past as a trade hub, and this is rooted in its present. This is the biggest port in France, and the third biggest in the Mediterranean. Plus, Marseille's location makes it a key gateway for trade between India and France. In fact, it's one of the entry points for the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, which has been billed a passage of possibilities. It envisages vast road, rail and shipping networks, connecting India's west coast to Europe and the US via West Asia. The aim is to boost integration among global players, to enhance supply chains, and this promises economic and security gains. So talks on the corridor are high on the agenda for India. What's more, Marseille is also a strategic telecommunications connection hub. It is not only a gateway for trade, but also links submarine cables from Europe to Africa, West Asia, and Asia. These cables carry 99% of the world's data traffic. Traditionally, ties between India and France have remained in the realm of defense or security. But as they expand into crucial areas of tech innovation, renewable energy, and supply chain partnership, Marseille remains key to Prime Minister Modi's visit to France and New Delhi's growing diplomatic footprint.
Meanwhile, the AI summit has been rocked by politics, which I guess was to be expected. More than 100 countries are participating. All of them have AI ambitions, so forging a consensus was always going to be hard. Even harder than the last two summits. In 2023 and 2024, the US was leading the AI revolution. This time, there are more players though. You've got DeepSeek from China, you've got Mistral from Europe. Even India wants an AI model within the next 10 months. So clearly, different priorities. And all eyes are on the joint statement. Which countries will sign on and which countries will not? Well, two big names are off the table, the US and the UK. Both President Trump and Prime Minister Keir Starmer are not here in Paris, and that in itself is a message to France. Apparently, the US had issues with the draft statement. It talks about sustainable and green AI, and that is something that Trump is not a fan of. You see, America is home to 33% of all data centers in the world. They are key to building AI models, but most of these centers run on oil and gas. Their emissions are off the chart. Globally, data centers produce 2.5 billion metric tons of carbon dioxide, which is equal to Russia's total emissions every year. So Macron is pushing for green AI. He wants nuclear or renewable energy to power data centers, and Donald Trump opposes this. As for the UK, their problem is not clear yet. Reports say they're simply following Trump's lead. French President Macron, though, is not backing down. He took a swipe at Trump yesterday. He said Trump may want to drill, baby, drill, but he wants to plug, baby, plug. Listen to this.
Last year, we exported 90 terawatt hour, 90, which means we can localize a lot of data centers on top of what we need in terms of electricity for our own companies, our own households. So it's very important in this world where I have a good friend in the other part of the ocean saying, drill, baby, drill. Here, there is no need to drill. It's just plug, baby, plug. Electricity is available. You can plug, it's ready.
And what about India? Prime Minister Modi is co-chairing the summit. So what are India's priorities? Broadly speaking, there are three areas: equity, inclusiveness, and ethics. India wants to speak for the global south because right now no one is doing that. AI is being developed, used, and deployed mostly in the West, and India wants to change that. It wants to ensure global south countries benefit from this new technology. Even France shares this goal, which is why Macron invited Modi to co-chair the summit. He sees the value in global south nations. But here's the problem. How many of these ideas will make it to the joint statement? Probably very few. So we've drawn up a list of proposals, things we believe should be a priority here in Paris. Number one, do not walk away from regulation. I know it's attractive right now. China and America are racing ahead in the AI game, so no one wants to be left behind. Therefore, no one wants regulation. But in the long run, this is going to be dangerous. We need binding checks on AI companies and models. Reports say the joint statement will not address that. Instead, it will pledge an open, multi-stakeholder approach, which experts call meaningless. Reports also say that the statement will drop warnings on AI in cybersecurity and disinformation. Again, these are non-negotiable. Which brings us to priority number two, green AI. You've got many tactics to choose from. You could mandate 100% green energy in upcoming data centers. You could ban building of oil-run centers. You could also set a deadline to phase out fossil fuels. You could cap energy use at data centers. One version of this should be adopted, a version that is acceptable to all nations. And I know that President Macron is pushing for nuclear energy, and it's certainly better than fossil fuels, but it's not practical for every country at the moment. Nuclear energy has its own set of dangers, so we need to be mindful of that. Next is priority number 3, focus on real-world applications. For example, healthcare. AI models can be trained on health data. They can detect and even predict diseases based on symptoms. They may catch something that your doctor misses. So AI can revolutionize healthcare. We know that. We are not saying replace doctors with AI models. We are saying integrate and use AI to boost the doctor's productivity. This will especially be useful in poorer countries which lack adequate number of doctors. And then we have the 4th priority, democratizing AI. Right now, a handful of AI companies are calling the shots. Your Googles, Metas, and OpenAIs of the world. It's almost like an AI oligarchy. And it's heading the same way as social media. Now, we need to ensure that that does not happen. We need startups and smaller innovators to come forward. How do you do that? By forcing governments to take on big roles. We can take ideas from different countries. For example, China's focus on open source models. It has prompted other firms to take note. Even OpenAI is now making an open source model. From India, we can take the sharing approach. In India, the government is setting up a common computing facility. It is open to all developers, to all startups. The government has also created a public data set. Again, accessible to developers. So we need to draw ideas from different places. We must make the AI landscape more competitive and more inclusive. And that brings us to the final priority that we are pitching. Create a forum to share AI data sets and strategies. If not, certain areas will lag behind. Take Africa, for example. African nations rank at the bottom of AI readiness tables. Only a tiny fraction of African data is used to train AI models. To correct this, we need global cooperation. We need a place to share national data sets. And these are just the 5 priorities that we wanted to highlight today. Frankly, the most important one is political. We need to view these AI summits differently. Yes, there is geopolitics involved, but if we focus too much on the geopolitics, we will miss out on the actual benefits. After all, isn't that the point of technology? To better human lives. These summits need to put humans at the center of their agenda, not politics or tech races. Our next story is about a clash in the tech world. 2 tech tycoons are butting heads again. It's round 247 of Elon Musk versus Sam Altman. The world's richest man versus the artificial intelligence golden boy. This time, Musk has made a bid, a $97.4 billion bid to buy OpenAI, or rather the non-profit entity that technically controls Sam Altman's for-profit business. And it's a smart move. I'll get into why in a moment, but first, let's look at the reaction from Sam Altman. He has rejected the offer, and then he took a swipe at Elon Musk. Sam Altman offered to buy Twitter from Musk for $9.74 billion, which is a tenth of what Musk is offering for OpenAI, and less than a quarter of what Musk paid for Twitter back in 2022. So it's basically an insult. Sam Altman is suggesting that Musk has driven Twitter's value to the ground. And how did Musk respond to this slight? With one word, swindler. But the petty insults did not end there. Musk later put up this video with the caption, Scam Altman. Legendary wordplay, no doubt. I'm certain that preschoolers everywhere are in awe of the Tesla man. But childish name-calling aside, the video shows Sam Altman at a US Senate hearing. This is from back in 2023, May 2023. Altman is heard saying that he barely makes any money and he has no equity in OpenAI. It was a gotcha moment for Elon Musk, except that it wasn't. Altman really does not hold equity in OpenAI, not directly, despite being the face of artificial intelligence. During that same hearing, a US senator told Sam Altman to get a lawyer because even the senator believed that Altman deserves a cut. So Musk posting that video is strange. He basically wants to show that Sam Altman is not some penniless pauper that he's a liar who's looking to make a massive profit by changing OpenAI into a for-profit company, and Musk is the selfless billionaire angel who will stop him. Musk actually issued the following statement. He said, and I'm quoting, "It is time for OpenAI to return to the open source, safety-focused force for good that it once was. We will make sure that happens." Yes, it is as absurd as it sounds. Elon Musk thinks that someone should not be allowed to profit from their work. The richest man in history wants a rival to be a quote-unquote force for good instead of a for-profit company. You can't really make this up. It's also hard to believe because Musk allegedly wanted to make OpenAI for profit himself. Back in 2017, 2018, remember, Elon Musk co-founded OpenAI in 2015, but he parted ways 3 years later, apparently because he was not going to be given control of the company. So perhaps it's best not to take the Savior Act too seriously, and instead look at what Musk is actually trying to do here, because he's made a smart move. Musk gathered a consortium of investors led by his own AI startup, xAI. The group has made a $97.4 billion acquisition bid, not for Sam Altman's for-profit entity, but for the parent company, which is the non-profit called OpenAI Inc. Now, this complicates things for Sam Altman. He wanted to spin off his for-profit business. The parent company would have had a stake in it. It wouldn't be cut off completely, but it would have a smaller share of the pie. Now, Musk is offering to buy that parent company, and that too for $97.4 billion, which means Sam Altman will have to match or exceed that offer. He will have to offer his non-profit parent company a larger slice of the pie. Let me explain with an example. During the last funding round, OpenAI was valued at $157 billion. So to match the offer from Musk, Sam Altman would have to give the non-profit 98 out of $157 billion, effectively 2/3 of the new for-profit entity, just to match the offer. And that would mean that he's effectively ceding control. And you see how this derails his plan. Sam Altman was gearing up for a new funding round led by the SoftBank Group. It was set to increase OpenAI's valuation to $300 billion, and SoftBank is not doing it for free, of course. They want a cut too. Now they know that they'll have to share most of the pie with a non-profit. Will SoftBank still be keen to fund Sam Altman? This is the significance of Elon Musk's offer. He may have potentially scuppered Altman's for-profit plan. Let's see how Sam Altman recovers from this. Now let's shift our focus to West Asia, to the situation in Gaza. The ceasefire in Gaza is on the verge of collapse. Yesterday, Hamas decided to delay the release of Israeli hostages. It said that Israel was violating the terms of the ceasefire by killing Palestinians and withholding aid. Israel responded by saying that Hamas was violating the ceasefire by delaying the release of hostages. Israel has ordered its military to prepare for, and I'm quoting, any possible scenario in Gaza. It's already a powder keg. One wrong move could set off another round of fighting, and this is when US President Donald Trump decided to wade in. He said Hamas should release all the remaining Israeli hostages by midday Saturday, or Israel should cancel the ceasefire, and I'm quoting again, let hell break out. Our next report has the details.
It hasn't even been a month since the Gaza ceasefire came into effect. But it's already on the verge of crumbling. Yesterday, Hamas said it would delay the release of the next batch of Israeli hostages. The spokesperson for Hamas's armed wing made the statement. He said that the captives will remain in place until the occupying entity complies with past obligations and compensates retroactively. Hamas still holds dozens of Israeli hostages, people that it captured on October 7, 2023. It has released 21 Israelis so far, since the truce came into effect on January 19th. Hamas was scheduled to release 3 more this Saturday, but the group said it is delaying their release because of Israeli violations of the truce deal. A number of Palestinians have been killed even after the ceasefire came into effect. Reports say that a child was shot dead just yesterday. There have been multiple incidents of Israeli forces still killing Gazans sporadically. Hamas also says that Israel is slowing down the humanitarian aid that is meant to enter Gaza. The group is using this as a justification to delay the release of the 3 hostages on Saturday. But they reportedly said that the door remains open. They will go ahead with the release of the 3 hostages if Israel complies with its obligations under the ceasefire deal. Israel, on the other hand, has called Hamas's delay an outright violation of the ceasefire. Their defense minister, Israel Katz, has mobilized the military. He has put the IDF on the highest level of alert and told them to prepare for any possible scenario. It's a tense situation. The hostage release is at risk. More Palestinian lives are also on the line. At this delicate juncture, the cooler heads need to prevail. However, US President Donald Trump seems to have had enough. He's tired of waiting.
Well, I would say this, and I'm going to let that be because that's Israel's decision, but as far as I'm concerned, if all of the hostages aren't returned by Saturday at 12 o'clock, I think it's an appropriate time. I would say cancel it and all bets are off and let hell break out. I'd say they ought to be returned by 12 o'clock on Saturday, and if they're not returned, all of them, not in drips and drabs, not 2 and 1 and 3 and 4 and 2. Saturday at 12 o'clock, and after that, I would say all hell is going to break out.
It looks like Trump is urging Israel to issue an ultimatum. He says that they shouldn't wait around anymore. They shouldn't accept the hostage release in batches. Trump wants Israel to demand the release of all the hostages at once, or let hell break out. Trump was quick to clarify that this was his personal opinion, not Israel's stance.
I'm speaking for myself. Israel can override it, but from myself, Saturday at 12 o'clock, and if they're not here, all hell is going to break out.
What happens when it hits 12 noon on Saturday? What happens to any hostages still in Gaza? Will they be sacrificed just to teach Hamas a lesson? It hasn't even been a month since the truce came about. The guns still haven't fallen silent completely. Are Trump and Israel really willing to go back so soon? Or should more time be given for diplomacy to prevail?
Always take 2 things when you leave home: your phone and your wallet. That's what we have been hearing for years, but in India, even if you forget your wallet, it's mostly fine because your phone has UPI. India's homegrown digital payment system. Almost every Indian uses UPI nowadays. You take out your phone, you scan the QR code, and you transfer the money. India logs around 440 million UPI transactions every day. And guess what? You can use it in France too. France is the first European country to adopt UPI, so we decided to see how it works. Where in Paris can you use UPI? Take a look. Picture this. You've just landed in Paris. You're excited to see the Eiffel Tower. But first, you need tickets. So there are 2 options. You either search for a money exchange counter, fumbling for some cash, or you use your card, getting hit by foreign transaction fees. Sounds like a lot of trouble. But not anymore. Because now, for the first time ever, you can simply pull out your phone, scan a QR code, and pay using the good old UPI, just like you would back home in India. And I'm about to try it out myself. So let's buy a ticket to go and see the Eiffel Tower. The process is quite simple. I have my Eiffel Tower ticket portal open here, and there is a UPI QR code right on the screen. All I have to do is open my banking app, scan it, and just like that, I have bought a ticket to see this iconic symbol of Paris. No forex, no card fees, and no additional charges. UPI, we know, has become a part of daily life in India, but it does feel a bit surreal to be using it here. France is the first European country to adopt UPI, India's Unified Payments Interface Service. The deal was initially signed in 2022. It was between the NPCI, the National Payments Corporation of India, and Lyra, France's fast and secure online payment system. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi talked about it during his 2023 visit to France.
फ्रांस में भारत के यूपीआई के उपयोग को लेकर भी समझौता हो गया है। अब मैं तो समझौता करके चला जाऊंगा, आगे बढ़ाने का काम आपका है। साथियों, आने वाले दिनों में इसकी शुरुआत आईफेल टावर से की जाएगी।
In February 2024, the service went live, with the Eiffel Tower being the first merchant. The choice makes perfect sense. The Eiffel Tower is the world's most visited monument. It welcomes 6 to 7 million visitors every year. Indians make up the second largest group of international visitors. With UPI, things have become a lot easier for them. And it's not just the Eiffel Tower. UPI is now accepted at Galeries Lafayette, one of the biggest shopping destinations in Paris. Again, picture this. You walk into your favorite store, pick up a bag or a dress, and pay using UPI. No card, no cash, just a simple scan. This is not just about convenience. It's a massive leap for India-France relations. The adoption of UPI shows the confidence France has in India's digital ecosystem. It's also a huge moment for the fintech sector back home. It proves their technology is good enough to be adopted anywhere in the world. And it's not just stopping with France. More and more European countries want to adopt UPI. Years ago, Western tech was seen as the gold standard, but India has come leaps and bounds in the last decade. Digital finance is one area where India can rival and perhaps outperform Western technology. As of today, 7 foreign countries use the UPI system. For Indian travelers, this is all about convenience, but for other countries, especially in the global south, this is a template. UPI can help them bridge the financial divide, just like it did in India. Meanwhile, back home, India has been on a bit of a spending spree. India's central bank, to be specific, that's the RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, it has been splurging on gold. The RBI reportedly bought 72.6 metric tons of gold. This was in the calendar year 2024. The Reserve Bank of India increased India's existing gold stockpile from about 803 tons to over 876 tons of gold. What stands out here is not just the quantity, it's also the accelerated pace of acquisition. The RBI bought about 18 tons of gold in 2023, 18 tons, and then 72 tons in 2024. That means the gold purchases went up 4-fold. The obvious question then is why? Why is India hoarding so much gold? What does the RBI plan to do with all that bullion? An MP, a member of parliament, asked Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman this question in Parliament. He basically asked if there was some hidden reason for this, for why they're buying so much gold. Perhaps de-dollarization. Is that the reason? Now, for those of you who don't know, de-dollarization is the act of moving away from the US dollar for international trade. For the most part, everyone trades in the dollar. We pay for most imports via USD. And this has been the global norm since 1944. And this gives the US dollar a lot of power and influence. Whenever the dollar's value changes, it affects the balance of trade everywhere in the world. If the dollar's value goes up, imports become more expensive. Even when the trade does not involve the US, imports become expensive. So to insulate bilateral trade from dollar shocks, some countries have been looking at local currency agreements, cutting the US dollar out of the picture altogether. And that is de-dollarization in a nutshell. Now, coming back to the Indian MP's question, he effectively asked if India was planning to settle trade payments in gold instead of US dollars. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman shot this idea down. She said the RBI's gold hoarding did not have anything to do with de-dollarization. Instead, it was to diversify Indian reserves. Again, let's try to understand this. Most international trade takes place in US dollars, like we just said. So every country keeps a stash to settle bills. This is known as a foreign exchange reserve or forex reserve. Now, most of this reserve is made up of US dollars. But you know what they say about putting all your eggs in one basket? It's not smart to have your entire reserve made up of USD, which is why the RBI keeps multiple foreign currencies. They also have the euro, the British pound, the Japanese yen, you name it. The Indian Central Bank has it. The RBI keeps all of them in varying quantities to ensure that it has a diverse portfolio. And gold is part of this balanced portfolio as well. And this has come in very handy lately. Think about the turmoil in the currency markets. Every time US President Donald Trump talks about tariffs, the value of the dollar increases, but almost all other currencies crash. Their value changes are not exactly proportional. So the RBI's overall currency portfolio loses value, and it would be worse if it weren't for the gold. Gold is considered a safe haven. So whenever there is instability in the market, people start buying gold. This is true for the currency market as well. And amid all of this, Trump tariff turmoil, people are investing in gold. So the yellow metal's value keeps rising. Since the Reserve Bank of India is hoarding gold, it has managed to keep the value of its forex reserves stable despite all the volatility in the currency markets. And that is part of the reason why India is upping the gold intake. It makes sense to have a safe haven investment. Now, the RBI began buying gold aggressively in 2017, and it really leaned on the metal back in 2021 amid all the Wuhan virus chaos. Last year's gold purchase was still less than in 2021. But it's in keeping with the trend. When the world seems chaotic, the RBI goes for gold. And with Donald Trump in the White House, chaos is always around the corner. Raids, arrests, deportation flights. And no, I'm not talking about the United States. This story is about the UK, which seems to have taken a leaf out of US President Donald Trump's book. A UK-wide deportation blitz is underway. The government is cracking down on illegal immigrants. There are widespread raids and arrests at warehouses, car washes, vape shops and restaurants. In fact, it was a record-breaking January for the immigrant enforcement there. They raided 828 premises, including an Indian restaurant, where 7 people were arrested and 4 were detained. What does this mean for the country and the illegal immigrants there? Why are they being deported in droves now, and how many Indians are living in the UK illegally? Our next report tells you.
Illegal immigrants being taken off a bus, made to climb the stairs of a plane with hands chained to the waist, all set to be deported to their country of origin. No, this video is not from the United States. In a first, it has been posted by the UK government in a declaration of the so-called UK-wide blitz. That's what it's being called. Because in classic Trump fashion, with raids, arrests and deportations, the Labour Party is doubling down to curb illegal immigration and cracking down on illegal migrants in Britain. In fact, this drive broke records in January. The immigration enforcement teams reportedly raided 828 premises, including warehouses, car washes, vape shops, nail bars and restaurants, which includes an Indian restaurant where 7 people were arrested and 4 were detained. Overall, the raid saw a 48% rise compared to previous January, and they led to 609 arrests, marking a 73% increase from the previous year. And while the drive has been amped up in recent weeks, it has been underway for some time now. The Starmer government has returned nearly 19,000 migrants living illegally in the United Kingdom to their countries of origin in Africa, Asia, Europe and South America. This includes as many as 118 Indians who were deported last year, second only to Albanians. And this number is not surprising. After all, nearly 745,000 illegal migrants are currently in the United Kingdom, out of which around 100,000 are Indians. But what's behind the sudden boost in taking action against illegal immigrants? According to the Home Secretary,
for far too long, employers have been able to take on and exploit illegal migrants, and too many people have been able to arrive and work illegally with no enforcement action ever taken.
But experts claim that there's more to the story. The Starmer government is under intense scrutiny over its efforts, or the lack thereof, to secure the British border from illegal immigration. And now they seem to be actively working on it. But critics have slammed the government over this, calling these performative tactics, because the timing of the crackdown moves is crucial. This week, the Labour Party's Border Security, Asylum and Immigration Bill is set to be discussed in Parliament. The goal is to quote-unquote smash the criminal gangs because it will grant law enforcement additional powers to take action against organised crime gangs, which include seizing mobile phones from people who enter the country illegally. But critics call it a rash move via a weak bill that won't stop the boats, followed by a hasty crackdown with deportations. But maybe Starmer doesn't care as long as it helps with desperate image building in desperate times.
So this is really a philosophy of getting everybody together.
Let's turn to America now, where President Donald Trump has signed another executive order. And don't worry, he has not renamed the Atlantic Ocean this time. He is making American companies great again. How? By allowing them to bribe foreign officials. I know it sounds confusing, so let me explain this. The US adopted an anti-corruption law in 1977. This law bars American companies from giving bribes to foreign officials. If they are caught, they face punishment like penalties and even jail time. But President Trump has halted the enforcement of that law. He wants it to be reviewed. Why? To make American firms competitive abroad. Listen to this first.
It means that if an American goes over to a foreign country and starts doing business over there legally, legitimately, or otherwise, it's almost a guaranteed investigation, indictment, and nobody wants to do business with the Americans because of it. Nobody wants to do business. They say, look, we can deal with China. They can do whatever they want. We can deal with Russia. We can deal with anybody, and we have a normal life. You deal with America, the FBI gets over there.
Now, let me explain the logic. Trump says bribery is a common practice. Firms across the world are already doing it, but American companies are not doing it. As a result, they are losing out on key contracts. That is Trump's excuse. He says if everyone is doing it, why not America? And it may seem like a fair question to ask, but let's also look at the fine print. Bribery is banned in virtually every country. But that is domestic bribery. When you pay off officials within your borders, that is banned. But what if you pay off foreign officials? On that, there is no consensus. The UK and the European Union have banned it. On paper, China has also, they've got a law against it. And what about India? An effort was made to ban foreign bribery in 2011, but the bill was shot down. So even today, India has not banned foreign bribery. Some legal experts say that it is part of the existing laws on bribery, but there is no explicit mention of it. So Trump's move is not unprecedented. A lot of countries do the same. Most of these laws date back to the 1970s and 1980s. Globalization was picking up speed. Companies were becoming multinationals. And when they went abroad, they encountered corruption. Like Trump said, it was quite common. Firms would often bill bribes as business expenses. That is what defense firm Lockheed did. They set aside $24 million in bribe money. The goal was to win deals in Japan, the Netherlands, and Italy. Gulf Oil paid $4.2 million in bribes, mostly to officials in Latin America. As these cases came to light, the US decided to act, and they enforced the 1977 FCPA, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, FCPA. Back then, US companies cheered the move. They now had a valid reason to refuse bribes. They could simply blame the US government. It was sort of understood that US firms would not pay you off. Still, some cases did emerge. In 2022, a McKinsey partner admitted to violating this law. It was part of the corruption scandal in South Africa, the one involving Jacob Zuma. Last year, defense firm Raytheon also settled a case. They were accused of bribing officials in Qatar. So they paid $950 million to resolve it. Even non-US firms can be targeted. For example, if they employ a US national to commit the bribery, or if they have listed on US exchanges, or if they have raised money in America, then this law will apply to non-US companies as well. Just ask Airbus. It's a company based here in France. Airbus paid $3.9 billion in penalties in the year 2020. So the law was quite exhaustive and effective. Then why is Donald Trump weakening it? Well, he dropped a hint in his remarks. He's doing it because of China. Chinese companies are securing contracts around the world. They're also notorious for corruption. Look at this study of the Belt and Road Initiative. Around 35% projects are mired in corruption or legal violations. We've seen accusations in Southeast Asia, in Africa, and in Latin America. Like I said, China has banned foreign bribes, but like all Chinese laws, it is subject to political will. If Xi Jinping wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, he may prosecute you. If not, he will ignore it. So Trump's plan is to level the playing field. And it's frankly a race to the bottom. You see, it is one thing to not have a law on foreign bribes. It is entirely different to repeal an existing one, because such a move sends a clear message to US companies. If you need to bribe to stay competitive, do it. Don't worry about the repercussions. So this move may not make American companies great again, but it will make bribes mainstream. For our last story tonight, let's talk about the beating heart of our planet, the Earth's inner core. True to its name, this is the deepest or the innermost layer of our planet. It is about 70% the size of the moon, and it is a hot, solid ball of metal. But apparently, it is not perfectly solid. That's what a new study says. It has found that the inner core is changing in shape. Over the past 2 decades, its outer boundary has deformed. So what's behind this shape shifting? How does it affect us? And what are some of the other mysteries surrounding this remote ball inside our planet? Here's a report.
This is the most remote and one of the most mysterious places of our planet, the Earth's inner core. It is the innermost layer of the Earth, surrounded by a liquid metal outer core. It's a solid ball of metal. But apparently, it's not as much of a solid as scientists initially thought, because a new study is out. It says that the inner core has noticeably changed in shape, and this change has happened gradually over the past 2 decades. This inner core is likened to a ball, but slowly its edges or outer wall has been deformed. The surface is far from uniform now. Its height goes up by 100 meters or more in certain places. The question is, why is this happening? Scientists say that the answer is a logical one. It's because of the molten outer core of the Earth. The deformities are happening on the boundary of the inner and outer core. So, where the solid inner core touches the extremely hot liquid metal outer core, the shape of the inner core changes. Kind of like what happens when you bring a rubber ball close to the fire. The high temperature changes the ball's shape. That's exactly what's happening inside our planet. And it is fascinating, and this is true to the inner core's nature. You see, every few years it presents us with a fascinating change. For instance, we know that the core spins, but some time ago, scientists realized that it spins independent of the Earth. So, irrespective of the rate at which the Earth rotates, the pace of the core's spin keeps changing. A few decades ago, research found that the inner core was spinning faster than the rest of the planet, but in recent years, it started spinning slowly. Then it started going in reverse, and now it seems to be changing shape, which so far is the most intriguing. The inner core is the beating heart of our planet, quite literally. It produces a magnetic field. This protects life on Earth. It stops the world from burning up in the sun's radiation. Without it, the Earth would die. It would become barren like Mars, which lost its magnetic field billions of years ago. Sure, humans want to reach Mars, but we certainly don't want our planet to become anything like it. So scientists wonder if the changing core will harm this magnetic field on Earth. But even if it does, like most major geological changes, this transformation will be billions of years away. If and when it happens, it would most certainly mean the end of life on Earth. But fear not. By the time our planet reaches that stage, it will already have been swallowed by the sun. Who would have thought that an expanding red giant would be our silver lining?
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In India, billionaire Mukesh Ambani takes the holy dip at Mahakumbh along with his family. In Guatemala, at least 55 people die after a bus plunges off a bridge. In Malaysia, millions of Hindu pilgrims celebrate the Thaipusam festival. And finally, we are taking you back in history. On this day in 1990, Nelson Mandela was released from prison. He walked out a free man after 27 years. Nelson Mandela was an anti-apartheid activist who later served as the first president of South Africa. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Mr. de Klerk, a man of integrity.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. We begin in the United States, where the Trump administration has now deported 2 flights of illegal migrants to Venezuela. Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro has in fact accepted the deportations after the flights landed in the country late last night. Now, according to ICE officials, the deportees include several criminals and gangsters and members of the dangerous Tren cartel.
This is the first action taken there at the El Paso airport in Texas. There, 2 planes from our flagship airline, powerful Conviasa airline, have landed at an airport in the United States of America, have picked up almost 190 compatriots, and they are flying at this hour.
Meanwhile, Venezuela's Interior Minister confirmed that the deportation flights did in fact have some gang members on it.
95 migrants per flight. That story that all of them have criminal charges is a lie. Very few have them. They are going to go through migration, we'll have a medical checkup, we'll interview them to know how they were treated over there. You heard they left their families behind back there, they were separated. Today, we are trying to reunite them. They love Venezuela. They are happy and they are going to eat arepas.
Now, the Trump administration said that it will prioritize deporting illegal migrants affiliated with violent criminal gangs like Mexico's Sinaloa cartel and Venezuela's Tren de Aragua. In fact, ICE and DEA officials arrested a gang leader from the Venezuelan cartel in New York City just yesterday. Meanwhile, the Maduro regime has agreed to cooperate with the United States to take back anyone who is affiliated with criminal gangs.
Los aviones de Conviasa han llegado.
Conviasa reached the United States, and we have taken a favorable, positive step. I repeat this, every step must help us take another step. This way, I tell our migrants over there, your homeland awaits you with love, so you can bring back the experiences and lessons you've learned out in the world.
Los espera con amor.
Now, there are more than 7 million Venezuelan migrants who left their country in recent years and are believed to be living in the United States. The Trump administration, however, says that more than half of those Venezuelans are living in the country illegally and plans to deport all of them this year. Meanwhile, Maduro is willing to work with the Trump administration to take back all the deportees in hopes of seeing reduced sanctions on his country and especially its oil exports. However, President Donald Trump refuses to recognize Maduro as the legitimate leader of Venezuela, and it remains to be seen whether Maduro's willingness to accept more deportees will change President Donald Trump's outlook. And staying with the cartels, the United States has significantly increased its surveillance of Mexican drug cartels, not just at the southern border, but even deep inside Mexico. The Pentagon has confirmed that the U.S. military flew at least 18 intel-gathering sorties using spy planes near Mexico in the last 2 weeks. The deployment of the spy aircraft and increased recon activity shows how the Trump administration is using the military at the southern border and beyond. At least 11 of the recent flights were conducted by the U.S. Navy's P-8 aircraft, which is popularly known as the submarine hunter for its superior radar systems that can track underwater activity. Meanwhile, the other flights were undertaken by the U-2 spy plane, which optimizes it in gathering high-quality images from extremely high altitudes. The flight paths released by the Pentagon revealed that these aircraft flew frequently along the U.S.-Mexico border from airfields in California, Arizona, and Texas, with one mission going deep into the Baja Peninsula. Now, according to a CNN report, current and retired military officials have never seen the U-2 being used for tracking cartel activity in Mexico. And on the ground, the U.S. Marines continue to strengthen the border wall with fencing as migrant crossings in the United States has dropped by nearly 80%.
I'm coming with my 2 children. I'm coming with a friend and her son, and it's always been the 5 of us. The group is just the 5 of us. We are already taking papers out of here to be able to look for work, to be able to enroll children in school. And we are here waiting for the process, to find something to rent, a fixed apartment for us. And here we go. We're going to find a way to organize ourselves around here for a while.
Meanwhile, Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has urged the United States to work with the Mexican military to fight the drug cartels.
Una parte importante que ellos tienen que hacer en su propio país.
There is an important part that they must play in their country. What's the final distribution on the streets? Aren't there cartels there? Or organized crime? We collaborate, coordinate, we meet and work together. But we will always defend our sovereignty. So there's an important part they must play there, a very important part. And then there's the Attorney General's memo. It's a general decree with references, but it's not very understandable. We must wait and see how it will translate. All agents of any U.S. agency must have a permit from Mexico to be in Mexico. This is processed through the Security Cabinet, and there must be a joint coordination, collaboration, and shared information. This happens in any country in the world. So it's part of the coordination process. We coordinate and collaborate, but as I've said, they must act in their own country too.
Con menciones.
Now, the deployment of military spy planes is a first, and it remains to be seen what other measures the Trump administration will implement as it cracks down on Mexican drug cartels and violent gangs at the southern border. And staying in the United States, President Donald Trump has brought a new twist in the world of beverages. And it's not about what's inside the cup, but this time his target is a quote-unquote ridiculous situation affecting his daily life: paper straws. On Monday, President Trump signed an executive order rolling back a Biden-era policy aimed at phasing out single-use plastics from federal operations.
We're going back to plastic straws. These things don't work. I've had them many times, and on occasion they break, they explode. If something's hot, they don't last very long, like a matter of minutes, sometimes a matter of seconds. It's a ridiculous situation. So we're going back to plastic straws. I think it's okay. And I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean.
Now, this isn't President Trump's first battle against the bendy villains. In fact, during his 2020 re-election campaign, his team sold Trump-branded reusable plastic straws for $15 a pack, claiming that liberal paper straws simply don't work. But while President Trump's crusade might seem like a quirky personal preference, the environmental stakes are quite severe. In fact, the world churns out a staggering 460 million metric tons of plastic every single year, and less than 10% of this gets recycled. The rest finds its way into landfills, rivers, and oceans, with experts estimating that 1 truckload of plastic is dumped in the sea every single minute. And plastic straws alone make up about 40% of single-use plastics, with over 390 million used daily in the United States alone.
The environmental impact of plastic straws versus paper straws is entirely unclear. This has cost both the government and private industry an absolute ton of money and left consumers all over the country wildly dissatisfied with their straws. So we're asking aspects of the federal government, federal departments and agencies to look at their existing procurement processes, and we're asking your Domestic Policy Council to look holistically at this issue to address it, and it really is something that affects ordinary Americans in their everyday lives.
Now, President Trump, however, remains unfazed, and MAGA supporters across the country are in fact weighing in, declaring they prefer plastic over the paper straws.
I would honestly prefer the plastic one over a paper straw, to be honest. I mean, I know it's definitely worse for the environment. I wish there was a different way. But, I mean, the paper ones are always soggy, so it's a little difficult, but, you know.
But now, as the United States pivots back to plastic, questions loom large, and states like California, Oregon, and New Jersey have already put restrictions on plastic straw use. And globally, nations continue to grapple with the ballooning plastic crisis, struggling to find common ground as President Donald Trump brings them back into his life and ours. And now, moving to Europe, Germany stands at a political crossroads with just a few days left before the national election. The far-right AfD party has steadily polled second for over a year, with growing support from young men. A recent survey shows 26% of the men hold a positive view of the party, compared to just 11% of women. And as immigration and cultural shifts dominate discussions, the far-right party's narrative is being embraced by many young men. So what does this mean for Germany's future? Our next report explores.
On a cold, foggy February night, Germany stands at a critical juncture. With just 2 weeks until the national election, the winds of political change are swirling. Because for more than a year, the far-right Alternative für Deutschland, or the AfD party, has held the second spot in national polls. And its growing support among young men signals a political transformation that for sure is hard to ignore. Concerns over immigration have also become a rallying point. Incidents involving asylum seekers have fueled unease, pushing security and border control to the forefront of political discussions.
I
was in shock. I could not comprehend it. I am still shocked. I am shocking because I am taking children myself quite often to public playgrounds, here and elsewhere. I have no words. I am shocked. You hear this happening in other places, but now in your own city. And I do not understand. It is known these guys, not only him but others in Magdeburg, they are psychological ill or whatever. Why is nobody doing anything in time? Do these things always have to happen first?
And acting on it, the AfD has seized the moment, channeling anxiety into a narrative of national protection.
We need order and discipline in this country again. We need proper law enforcement. And we must not tolerate people who commit criminal offenses here, who come from abroad, to be allowed to stay here. We will deport them. We will do it.
But Germany's painful past adds a layer of complexity. Once seen as untouchably extreme, far-right ideology is now blent into mainstream conversations. For younger generations who did not experience the weight of history firsthand, the AfD has become just another political player.
Many of my friends don't even know who they want to vote for yet. And like myself, I don't quite know what I want to choose either. I would like to help them with the election-o-mat and hope that it will make it much easier for them to make their decisions.
Social media platforms like TikTok amplify this normalization, with party influencers gathering massive followings. And their slick content bypasses traditional media, drawing young voters into the fold.
And I am against this denigration of the opposition. And that's why I'm trying to talk to these people to see whether it might be possible to show them on camera. Hey, it works. You can talk to people with different opinions, whether they vote Green Left or AfD.
A Pew research in 2024 also shows a widening gender divide in political views. According to the survey, around 1 in 5 Germans, which is 19% of the voters, see AfD favorably. But a large majority, that is 79% of the voters, have a negative opinion of the party. Now, among the eligible voters, at least 26% of men also have more positive views of AfD than 11% of women. And the share of men holding this opinion has risen 10 points since 2022. Because while young women focus on defending rights and equality, many young men feel alienated by these themes.
Especially here in Sonneberg, there is quite a lot of support for the far right, and so it's important to me to just be here, to show we exist, and that even though far right voices are stronger, we will not be suppressed.
Germany isn't alone. Across Europe, from France to Poland, far-right parties are capturing the imagination of disillusioned youth. In a climate of political uncertainty, young voters are gravitating towards radical alternatives, hoping for a shake-up in the status quo. In classrooms and public spaces, the tension is palpable. Educators report troubling comments from students, questioning historical truths and expressing regressive views on gender rights. So despite attempts to isolate the AfD, cracks are forming. And as Germany braces for the upcoming election, uncertainty lingers. Will the far right chart a new and unsettling course for the nation? The fog of February night offers no clear answers, only questions that loom larger than ever.
And our final story today is all about the rapper Ye, formerly known as Kanye West. The artist has tested Elon Musk's patience and succeeded. The ex-owner, who famously champions free speech, finally hit the kill switch on Ye's account after the rapper's latest rampage, which included anti-Semitic, misogynistic, and racist remarks. Now, Ye, never one to shy away from controversy or, in fact, reality, had been using X as his personal chaos chamber, praising Hitler, declaring himself a Nazi, and peddling conspiracy theories. Our final report takes you inside the chaos of Kanye.
Just when you thought Kanye West or Ye had run out of ideas to out Kanye himself, he goes and does this. After a whirlwind of unhinged rants, anti-Semitic diatribes, And a fashion choice that would make even the worst dressed lists shudder, Ye has officially logged off from social media platform X. But not before turning the microblogging site into his own personal therapy session. One so chaotic that even Elon Musk, the patron saint of internet mayhem, had to pull the plug. The real chaos began online, where Ye embarked on yet another rant marathon. This time declaring himself a Nazi and praising Hitler. Because he never misses a chance to turn bad press into business opportunities. He also dropped a $20 Yeezy t-shirt featuring a swastika. And because no Kanye West scandal is complete with just one layer of ridiculousness, he ran a Super Bowl ad, a very expensive, very mysterious clip directing viewers to his website, which, surprise, was selling nothing but his Nazi merch. Now, let's be clear, getting banned from Elon Musk's X is no small feat. This is a man who welcomes controversy like it's an exclusive club with bottle service. But even he had to put his foot down when Ye turned his platform into a full-blown hate speech fest. Probably sensing his impending doom, Ye posted a farewell note. He dramatically thanked Elon Musk for letting him vent. The rapper called his X rants cathartic and compared the whole experience to an ayahuasca trip, which is frankly an insult to hallucinogens everywhere. For the unversed, ayahuasca is a psychedelic drink. Musk, however, was not feeling sentimental. He confirmed that the rapper's account had been removed for violating X's rules. Musk slapped Kanye's account with an NSFW label, which in Musk speak basically means too crazy even for me. A remarkable achievement, really. Before being digitally escorted out of the building, Ye made sure to squeeze in one last controversy. He reignited his beef with Taylor Swift, losing his mind over the fact that she was singing along to Kendrick Lamar's Not Like Us during the Super Bowl halftime show. He tweeted, and I quote, "Why are we letting Taylor Swift be seen on TV singing a song about taking a black man down? Kendrick is being used by these white people and Jews, and so am I." Oh, and in case that wasn't enough, Ye demanded that US President Donald Trump step in and help free rapper Sean Diddy Combs, who's currently facing sex trafficking and racketeering charges. Because when Kanye West spirals, he really spirals. With X officially Ye free, you'd think the world could take a deep breath. But let's be real, Kanye West is like a recurring nightmare that just won't end. His parting gift to the world? The announcement that he's setting up a Discord channel, presumably so that he can continue sharing his thoughts without the inconvenience of consequences.
That's First Post America for this Tuesday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on South Africa. The newly signed land seizure law, which has triggered tensions with the United States, has now been challenged at a court by a party in the country's ruling government coalition. South Africa's second largest party, the Democratic Alliance, or the DA, which is also a coalition member with President Cyril Ramaphosa's African National Congress, has filed a court case against the controversial Land Expropriation Act. The law allows the government to seize farmland without any compensation under some circumstances. The DA has firmly rejected the law, calling it unconstitutional and undemocratic. It says no government should be given such sweeping powers to expropriate property without compensation. The party is a strong advocate of white rights and was once a rival of Ramaphosa's ANC. However, it joined the government last year after the ANC lost its parliamentary majority for the first time in 30 years. Despite joining hands, the two parties remain divided on foreign and internal matters, and land reforms is a key issue dividing the Ramaphosa government. Last month, President Ramaphosa signed a bill into law that allows the government to seize land without paying compensation. Even 30 years after the end of racial apartheid system, white South Africans own over 70% of farmland, despite their population being about 8%. On the other hand, only 4% of privately held land is owned by black South Africans, who make up nearly 80% of the country's 60 million residents. President Ramaphosa has repeatedly clarified that the law will not allow any forceful seizures. And no land has been confiscated yet. But the law has invoked anger and criticism all the way to the United States of America. US President Donald Trump has frozen foreign aid to South Africa, alleging that land is being confiscated already. He has called the law a violation of human rights. Not just this, he has also offered to resettle South African farmers and their families as refugees in the United States. However, most of the leading groups advocating white rights in South Africa have turned down Trump's offer. Apart from Trump, the U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio and Trump appointee and tech billionaire Elon Musk have also attacked South Africa. Rubio is boycotting a G20 meet in Johannesburg this month, while Elon Musk, who was born in South Africa, has called the land seizure law openly racist. In the past, he accused South African government of doing too little to stop what he has referred to as a genocide against white farmers. Meanwhile, President Ramaphosa says the U.S. president's actions were based on a campaign of misinformation and propaganda to misrepresent South Africa. He said he will send envoys to the various countries to explain the government's recent policy changes, including the Expropriation Act. And as the land reforms row escalates, it has deeply divided South Africa. Former President Jacob Zuma's MK party has also formally laid treason charges against the pro-white organization AfriForum, accusing it of lobbying foreign powers to act against South Africa's sovereignty and economic interests. Is South Africa's land law really anti-white? And how will the country overcome the difficulties it has triggered internally and to its foreign relations? Now, to discuss further, we have with us Ruth Hall, a professor at the Institute for Poverty and Land and Agrarian Studies at the University of the Western Cape. She is joining us live from Cape Town. Thank you for being with us, Professor.
Thank you.
Now, the US president has criticized South Africa's land seizure law as being anti-white. How valid are these claims, and how does this narrative impact South Africa's international relations?
Thanks for the opportunity. Firstly, this is based on fake news. It's very unfortunate that the head of state of the United States would promote such a misrepresentation. We have a democratic constitution in South Africa that confirms that there are property rights in this country, but also the state has a responsibility to redistribute rights to land, including to Black South Africans who were dispossessed through apartheid. So in South Africa, we do not have a blanket rule against any kind of expropriation. In fact, our constitution says that our government can expropriate. Let's just be very clear. South Africa is not alone in this. Most democratic governments around the world have a right of eminent domain, where the state may acquire property without the consent of the owner for a variety of public purposes or in the public interest. The United States itself has this right of eminent domain. So what we're seeing here is that a law that does not allow seizure or confiscation of land, but expropriation through a legal process with recourse to the courts. That law was passed by a democratic government. It's in line with our constitution. It was promulgated by Parliament just about last year in March, and it's now been signed into law by the president. It is his duty to sign into law a legal constitutional law passed by our Parliament. So I think that what we're seeing here is that certain groups interpret this as being racial. It is not racial. There is no mention of race in this law at all.
Right, and Professor, the DA has taken the Expropriation Act, the land seizure law, effectively to court, and they have been calling it unconstitutional. What are the key legal arguments in their challenge, and what implications could a court ruling against the law have on the government and the South African land reform policy?
Okay. Well, firstly, I think that we must be clear that the law itself allows a minister to take a decision to expropriate property, and that decision has to go through a very particular set of legal and administrative steps. There are 7 very long steps that will take about between 6 to 12 months, with opportunities for the property owner to object, respond, for anyone else affected to participate in a consultation process. The matter can be referred to a court. Now, what many of the critics of the Act are saying is that in this process, you will have a state versus a private citizen, and that it cannot be that there is an administrative process. It should always be decided by the courts, they are arguing. There are very few cases in which there might be no compensation, and the Act specifically sets out these very particular situations where the land has been abandoned, where it's held purely for speculation, where it is the product of corrupt or criminal activities, or where it's owned by an organ of state and not used for its proper purpose. So these are very exceptional cases. What is not allowed under the Act is that, for instance, a productive farm could be taken without compensation. The interesting thing here is, in fact, the organization representing white commercial farmers has not joined this legal challenge. They're happy to sit back and wait and don't object in principle to expropriation. So I think that what we've got here is actually a lot of people who are most likely to be directly affected, not calling foul over this law. But a number of interest groups have decided to really up the ante and make this into an international political football. It's clearly playing into a moment where geopolitically, there is a lot of reason for Donald Trump to be putting pressure on South Africa. And I think that it's a concern for the whole world when power is used internationally in this fashion.
Yeah, and on that, what could the implications, the wider ripple effects be, given that the Democratic Alliance is a part of the ruling coalition of the GNU? How will this change or play out in the political landscape in South Africa today?
Yes, you're correct. Effectively, we are into an era of coalition politics, which is quite new for South Africa. And the African National Congress cannot make up its 50% majority without the Democratic Alliance. But further than that, I think we must be clear that that the Democratic Alliance, even though it's a smaller party, needs to be in government to be able to deliver something to its voter base. I don't think that many analysts right now are expecting this to be a factor that would bring down our coalition. So that's not what is expected. I think the fallout is much more significant in terms of our international relations. Let's be clear that this is not in isolation. It is in a context where President Trump has criticized South Africa's referral of a case against the State of Israel to the International Criminal Court of Justice.
Yeah.
So this is direct retaliation for that, for our alliance with the BRICS countries, and for being perceived to be disloyal to the US in international affairs. And far more significant, a fear among white farmers in South Africa. They're not so much worried about expropriation. The much bigger immediate fear is that President Trump may remove South Africa from our preferential trade agreement with the US, that, like other African countries, gives us cheaper access into American markets. So this would bring a massive economic disadvantage to South Africans, including those who are exporting food to the US. So I think it's not correct to interpret this as being President Trump standing in alignment with white commercial farmers. This is about playing a geopolitical game and asking South Africa to step in line with the US.
Absolutely. Professor, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. It was great to chat with you and your analysis and your interpretation of this. Very much appreciated.
Thank you so much.
And shifting our focus from South Africa, India is hosting Asia's largest air show and aviation exhibition this week. A number of aircraft and military equipment made in India are on display to boost defense exports. Delegations from at least 30 countries are participating in the air show. And among them are some delegations from African countries who are aiming to improve their military capabilities and defense partnership with India. On the sideline of the air show, India's defense minister has been holding bilateral meetings with the delegations from African nations, including Algeria, Tanzania, Zambia, and South Sudan. With the Algerian delegation, India held discussions on how to boost defense engagement. Now, deliberations were also held on the possibility of signing terms of reference for a joint commission in the military field to reap the benefits of an agreement signed between New Delhi and Algiers in November last year. With the Tanzanian delegation, India held discussions over counter-terrorism. Both sides also deliberated over increasing bilateral cooperation in areas such as dockyard development and shipbuilding. With the Zambian delegation, India held talks over ways to improve capacity building and UN peacekeeping operations in the African country. Now, both sides also agreed to finalize a term of reference for institutionalizing a joint defense cooperation committee. And with the South Sudanese delegation, India has discussed how to enhance training exchanges. Both the countries also agreed to expand relations through industry partnerships, while expediting efforts for a memorandum of understanding to strengthen defense partnerships. Now, the discussions with African delegations at the air show, called Aero India, come at a time when India is looking to enhance its defense footprint in the continent, which has also been importing weapons from Russia, the United States, China, Turkey, and Europe. It also entails the country's aim to counter the growing Chinese ambitions in the region.
My firm belief that the evolving global security scenario demands innovative approaches and stronger partnerships. India's engagements in the global stage exemplifies our commitment to fostering security and growth for all.
For now, India has been exporting only small arms and ammunition, offshore patrol vessels, helicopters, as well as armoured personnel carriers to African nations at a cheaper cost. The main African importers of Indian-made defense supplies have been the Seychelles, Mauritius, and Mozambique. African nations such as the DRC and Nigeria have also expressed interest in buying the Tejas fighter jet from India. And as of 2023, the defense exports to Africa reportedly reached a share of 15% of India's total exports. Additionally, beyond defense exports, India has also increased the number of defense advisors at its embassies across Africa recently to promote defense exports and interests in the continent. It has also signed an agreement with Morocco to locally produce wheeled armored platforms in the country. Moreover, India has also been providing training to African nations at its premier military institutes and has also held several military exercises, especially in the maritime domain, to enhance cooperation and trust. Apart from military partnerships, India has also been involved economically in the continent and is supporting the African ambitions of economic development and growth. So, as Africa denounces the West and its expensive military equipment, India is emerging as a new partner to turn to in order to fulfill their needs. And now turning our attention to the Central African Republic. The country has just launched a meme coin, or a cryptocurrency, similar to what US President Donald Trump launched just ahead of his inauguration last month. Announced by the country's president, Faustin Archange Touadera, on social media, the launch of the meme coin, known as the $CAR, aims to raise the country's profile as it is one of the poorest in the world. In a post on social media platform X, Touadera said that the meme coin was an experiment that was designed to show how something as simple as a meme could unite people, support national development, and put the country on the world stage in a unique way.
In 2022, Central African Republic has made history by becoming the second country in the world to adopt Bitcoin as legal currency. This decision demonstrated our commitment towards innovation, making US one of the pioneers in the adoption of blockchain technology and the opportunities it offers that the Central African Republic has always believed in the power and the importance of a strong community. Based on this belief and as a symbol of unity, I am proud to announce the launch of the official meme coin of the Central African Republic.
Touadera also shared a video of a high school which he said had been deteriorating rapidly, and added that the meme coin would help support its rebuilding and furnishing, as well as give students a chance for a better future. Now, subsequently, he said that the launch of the meme coin was a success in the Central African Republic, which is the second country after El Salvador to adopt the cryptocurrency Bitcoin as legal tender. However, his post on successful launch came as the coin's value reportedly plunged nearly 90% after its launch, raising fears that it could be potentially a scam. So what is a meme coin, and why has the Central African Republic launched it? Now, meme coins are a type of cryptocurrency. They are inspired by internet memes and trends, often started as jokes or cultural phenomenon. But they can quickly amass large following. Meme coins are usually highly volatile, meaning they see extensive price fluctuations, and are often seen as a purely speculative asset. Some of the most famous meme coins across the world include the Dogecoin, Shiba Inu, Pepe, among others. Now, despite its rich reserves of gold and diamonds, the Central African Republic has been deeply impoverished. It has been undeveloped and has been gripped by rebel violence for years. It had previously bought in the Sango coin, which was described as a national digital currency, after the country adopted cryptocurrency as legal tender in 2022. However, the initiative was not as successful as planned. A new meme coin means the country is able to integrate digital innovation into national development and to improve its economic prospects. And for this, it may have taken inspiration from US President Donald Trump. The US president launched a meme coin known as the Dollar Trump last month, just before he took office for a second time. It quickly surged and reached a peak of over $14.5 billion in overall market value. However, despite this example, the Central African Republic's launch has sparked skepticism and suspicion among investors. Within hours of the launch, deepfake allegations, website suspensions, and questionable domain registrations began casting doubts on the experimental project. But even as the government has doused the fire of suspicion among investors, the coin's value continues to slump as per specialist sites. Will this experimental project help to uplift the Central African Republic out of poverty? Or will it be a failure like the country's previous cryptocurrency initiative? Only time will tell. If you are a chocolate lover, our next story is for you. Ghana, which is the world's second largest cocoa producer, is celebrating the National Chocolate Week. The annual celebration, which will culminate on Valentine's Day, has some exciting events lined up. From cocoa quizzes to exhibitions and a massive chocolate feast. Not just this, all of the major hospitality services among the nation are offering special chocolate-based dishes on their menus and are handing out complimentary chocolate treats. Watch our next report to know more about Ghana's chocolatey Valentine's Week.
The Valentine Week in Ghana has just turned chocolatey. The West African country is celebrating the National Chocolate Week until the 14th of February. It's a celebration to highlight the unique cocoa products of Ghana, which is the world's second largest cocoa producer. It also aims to turn Ghana into a dream destination for any cocoa-based tourism. The event originally began in 2005 as a single-day celebration called the National Chocolate Day. It repositioned Valentine's Day as a celebration of cocoa's benefits. However, since 2021, this single-day event has been expanded into a week-long program with nationwide activities. This annual celebration is a partnership between the Ghana Tourism Authority, Ghana Cocoa Board, and the Cocoa Processing Company. This year's theme is Eat Chocolate, Stay Healthy and Grow Ghana, with a sub-theme of Chocolate for All, Taste, Share and Care. A lot of exciting activities are lined up throughout the week, including church visits, cocoa quiz competitions, exhibitions, and it all culminates in a street float and chocolate feast coinciding with Valentine's Day. To promote the celebrations, hotels, guest houses and other hospitality services have joined in. They are incorporating chocolate and cocoa-based products as part of their menus while offering special chocolate-themed dishes and desserts. On February 14th, all hospitality services and airlines are encouraged to distribute complimentary chocolates as a symbol of love and care. Meanwhile, the general public is also encouraged to eat more chocolate and consume more natural cocoa to strengthen their bodies. The annual Chocolate Week is a massive effort to boost the domestic consumption of Ghanaian chocolate and other cocoa-based products. Cocoa plays a big role in Ghana's economy. The country is the world's second largest cocoa producer. It contributed up to 7% of the country's GDP last year. While the country exports a lot of its cocoa, the local consumption has also increased from 0.45 kilograms to 1 kilogram within the past 7 years, as per officials. The Ghana government has pressed on the importance of increasing domestic cocoa consumption to maximize the sector's value. As part of efforts to promote cocoa products, President John Mahama has directed the Cocoa Board to ensure that the country increases its export of processed cocoa products rather than the raw cocoa beans. So, while Ghana's homegrown chocolate gets a boost, the country is turning into a chocolate paradise.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time tomorrow. Thank you for watching and goodbye.
everyone, welcome to this special edition of Vantage. We are in Paris, tracking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit. He was in Marseille today with President Emmanuel Macron. They had a packed schedule with bilateral and business meetings, but the action will soon be shifting from here. Because as we speak, Prime Minister Modi is flying to the United States of America. That's right, Donald Trump is hosting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi tomorrow. It comes merely 3 weeks after his inauguration as US President. So what's on the agenda for the meeting? Can Modi and Trump rekindle their bromance? We'll tell you what to expect. Also on the show, what are the key takeaways from the Paris AI Summit? Is India looking for a nuclear partnership with France? What did Elon Musk say in his first press conference as Trump's advisor? Why is Trump saying that Ukraine could become Russian one day? And what is China's answer to Elon Musk's Starlink? It's been a busy couple of days here, but the action is now shifting away from Paris to Washington, D.C. That's where Prime Minister Narendra Modi is heading. He will be hosted by the US President Donald Trump. And this is a very significant trip because it's happening in quick time. Trump took charge on the 20th of January this year, and today is February 12th. Such early trips are usually reserved for American allies like the UK or Japan or Israel. So by hosting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, Donald Trump is sending a message that he prioritizes his ties with India. And it's the same for Modi. He has overseen a pivot in India-US ties. Historically, New Delhi has been suspicious of America, but Prime Minister Modi shed that sentiment. In 2016, he addressed the US Congress. He said India and the US have overcome the hesitations of history. So you've got two leaders eager to improve ties, eager to bring India and the US together. Now the question is, what can they get done? First, let's look at what is lined up. Prime Minister Modi will land in Washington on Wednesday evening. He's meeting with Donald Trump the next day on Thursday. After that, both leaders will have a private dinner at the White House. And leading up to this, Modi has 5 meetings. Reports say Elon Musk could be one of them. He's a key advisor to President Trump. He's also eyeing business opportunities in India, both for Tesla and for Starlink. Of course, all the focus will be on the Trump meeting. It's coming at a very sensitive time. President Donald Trump has praised Prime Minister Modi on many platforms, but he's also criticized India's high tariffs. Plus, his deportations have triggered a row in India. The opposition is up in arms over it. They say the US is mistreating Indian nationals. All of this forms the background to the Modi-Trump talks. So what should we expect? What are the issues that they will discuss? Before starting the trip, Modi released a statement. He highlighted 5 main issues: technology, trade, defense, energy, and supply resilience. Beyond this, there is also the issue of migration, both legal and illegal. India has said that it is ready to take back illegal Indian migrants, and that plays well for Trump at home. But Modi will be looking to get a concession in return in the form of H-1B visas. Indians are the biggest beneficiaries of this visa, but there is confusion about its future. Some Trump allies want to ban it. Others, like Elon Musk, want to continue it. Modi will be looking to get some clarity on Trump's position. He may also push for more H-1B visas. Right now, the visas are capped. Only a certain number can be issued every year. If Trump raises that cap, Indians would benefit. So that's one issue, migration. But the most contentious one will be trade. Donald Trump has not imposed tariffs on India yet, but New Delhi will be concerned. Around 18% of our exports go to the US. It is India's largest export market. If President Trump imposes tariffs, it will hurt Indian producers. In fact, it could already be happening. Trump recently announced 25% tariffs on all aluminium and steel imports. And this was not targeted at India, but we will feel the pinch. Reports say the tariffs threaten $1 billion worth of Indian exports. So Prime Minister Modi's mission is clear. He will look to strike a deal with Donald Trump, a sort of mini trade deal. The hope is to exempt India from the tariffs or at least get waivers on certain industries. But why would Trump agree to it? Well, he is a deal maker after all. So what is India offering in return? Mainly two things. One, India is revising its tariff rates, and we saw that in the recent union budget. The average tariff rate has been cut from 13 to 11%. Taxes on luxury cars and bikes have also been cut. Reports say India is planning rate cuts in a dozen sectors like electronics, medical goods and chemicals. The idea is to show Trump that changes are being made, that India hears his concerns. So that is the first thing that New Delhi is doing. The second is buying more US goods. Indian firms are eyeing gas supplies from America. Talks are underway right now. The hope is to strike long-term supply deals. India is also eyeing US defense supplies. There is talk of buying American combat vehicles and possibly a deal on fighter jet engines. Again, this will delight Trump. He loves it when countries buy American goods. If you add all this up, one thing becomes clear. India has done its homework. It is offering concessions to strike a deal with Trump. But will it be enough to sway him? Maybe we can count on a third factor to do some magic. Their bromance. Despite the tough talks that await the two leaders, the Modi-Trump bromance is undeniable. Prime Minister Modi has worked with 3 different US presidents. He's had great equations with all of them, but his chemistry with Donald Trump really stands out because the two leaders share an affinity. They know that fostering personal bonds can underpin stronger bilateral ties, and we've seen it in action several times. Together, they have attended rallies fit for rock stars. And even on conversations of trade and tariffs, Trump has called Prime Minister Modi a quote-unquote tough guy. So there is mutual respect, there is eagerness to boost ties. Our next report tells you more.
India and the United States. These are two of the world's largest democracies, and over time they have become more closely aligned, whether geopolitically or economically. And now Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be the 4th leader to meet US President Donald Trump since he took office about 3 weeks ago. And this sends a clear message that the US prioritizes ties with India and that Trump prioritizes Modi. Both the leaders enjoyed warm relations during Trump's first term. In June 2017, Modi became the first foreign leader to have dinner with Trump at the White House. In September 2019, they arrived together for a public rally in Houston. The Prime Minister was welcomed by a cheering crowd of more than 50,000 people, and the two leaders showered each other with praise at the Howdy Modi rally. The following February, it was Modi's turn to invite Trump, and the US leader addressed more than 100,000 people in the city of Ahmedabad. The Namaste Trump rally was held at the world's largest cricket stadium. And this is where the US president said, "America loves India."
The United States and India are committed to working together.
Now, over the years, punctuated by warm hugs, shared laughs and rallies fit for rock stars, the two leaders have sat down for tough talks as well, especially on trade and tariffs. But it's undeniable that there is willingness to work together. PM Modi is more than willing to go along with Trump's muscle flexing while knowing how to get what India wants out of the relationship. It's a quality that Trump seems to appreciate as well. Last year, even before he took office for the second time, Trump called Modi the nicest human being who can also be a total killer. And during his presidential campaign trail, despite criticizing India over trade, he called Modi a fantastic man.
So when India, which is a very big abuser, he happens to be coming to meet me next week, and Modi, he's fantastic man.
And following Trump's re-election, PM Modi congratulated him, looking forward to renewing collaboration to further strengthen the India-US ties. And this speaks volumes. The two leaders share a lot in common. They know what they want, they respect each other, they are willing to work together, they have chemistry. And they know that strengthening personal bonds can boost bilateral ties. And now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is on his way to Washington to do just that.
The dust is settling on the Paris AI Summit, so it's a good time to take stock. What did leaders achieve with this gathering? Has it made artificial intelligence better and safer? We've highlighted 5 takeaways for you. Number 1, nobody wants to regulate AI. Those already ahead want to stay ahead, and those behind want to catch up. The result? No one is talking about guardrails. They want to unleash AI with minimal checks. And we saw that with US Vice President J.D. Vance. He said regulation could kill AI.
We believe that excessive regulation of the AI sector could kill a transformative industry just as it's taking off. And we'll make every effort to encourage pro-growth AI policies. And I like to see that deregulatory flavor making its way into a lot of the conversations this conference.
Even Europe agrees. We spoke to President Macron on Sunday. He said innovation must come first and regulation should follow. He wants to cut back Europe's tech guardrails. The idea is to attract more AI players, but the downside is quite obvious. The joint statement in Paris has 6 priorities. Only one of them is even loosely linked to regulation. It says AI must be safe and ethical. Which brings us to the second takeaway. Political divisions are clear. That's why the US did not sign the joint statement. 58 countries signed on, but the US and its ally, the UK, did not. The US says it did not like the talk about inclusive and sustainable AI. Donald Trump wants to power data centers with fossil fuels, so sustainable won't cut it. And the UK says the deal is not substantive enough, that it doesn't go far enough. Now, we agree with that. This agreement is nowhere near enough, but that's no reason to reject it. If you cannot agree to the bare minimum, how can we move forward? Next is takeaway number 3. India's AI vision takes center stage. Prime Minister Modi laid out certain priorities like ensuring AI access to global South nations, upskilling to prevent job losses, and eliminating AI bias. Listen to what he said.
We must develop open source systems that enhance trust and transparency. We must build quality data sets free from biases. We must democratize technology and create people-centric applications. We must address concerns related to cybersecurity, disinformation, and deepfakes.
India brought a new perspective to the summit, one that went beyond the geopolitics. We will also host the next global summit on AI. India will be the host, so clearly India is taking on a bigger role here. It wants to shape AI's future, which brings us to takeaway number 4. Europe joins the AI race. Initially, their approach was different. The European Union was happy regulating AI, not building it themselves. In 2023, they began drawing up an AI safety law. And last year, they implemented it. It was billed as the world's first AI law. But now the EU has 4 more. They have promised to relax the rules and cut through red tape. Their goal is to have a European AI model.
Too often, I hear that Europe is late to the race, while the United States or China have already gotten ahead. I disagree, because the AI race is far from being over. Truth is, we're only at the beginning. The frontier is constantly moving. Global leadership is still up for grabs. And behind the frontier lies the whole world of AI adoption.
And finally, the 5th takeaway, no roadmap for upskilling and jobs. This is one of the biggest fears regarding AI, that it will eliminate jobs, but the summit failed to address it. The joint statement says an observatory will be set up. It will basically analyze the impact of AI on jobs. The idea is to decide how education and training should evolve. Now, simply put, it's a wait-and-watch approach. And again, it's nowhere near enough. We are looking for concrete proposals and enforceable guidelines. Instead, what did we get? A lot of vague commitments. Just consider the portion on sustainable AI. President Macron spoke a lot about it. But listen to what the joint statement says. Our discussion led to sharing knowledge to foster investments in sustainable AI systems, to fostering international discussions on AI and the environment, to creating an observatory of the effects of AI on energy. In simpler words, he's saying we discussed it. That's the AI Summit's outcome on sustainability. Even tech companies are outraged. They're calling it a missed opportunity, and we agree. AI is advancing at an alarming rate. Experts say we could have human-like AI before 2030. If that timeline holds, we are simply not ready for it. You could have super AI systems with no guardrails in place. That is the path we are on right now. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in Marseille today. He went down to the Mediterranean port city with French President Emmanuel Macron. They visited a war cemetery and paid tribute to Indian soldiers who fought and died during World War I. They also jointly inaugurated a new Indian consulate in Marseille. Prime Minister Modi also paid tribute to an Indian freedom fighter, Vinayak Damodar Savarkar. Savarkar is said to have attempted a daring escape from British custody in Marseille. And even though the attempt failed, Prime Minister Modi hailed the attempt. After all of this, Macron and Modi took a short trip to a research facility nearby, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, or ITER. This is a mega project dedicated to researching nuclear fusion technology. India is one of the nations participating in this project, which makes sense, looking at New Delhi's growing nuclear ambitions. India and France signed a declaration of intent today to establish a partnership on advanced and small modular nuclear reactors. Our next report takes a closer look at India's nuclear push.
On the 1st of February, India threw down the gauntlet. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman was delivering the annual budget, and she made the following note.
Development of at least 100 gigawatt of nuclear energy by 2047 is essential for our energy transition efforts.
The Indian government sees nuclear energy as the future. It wants to increase the nuclear slice of India's energy pie to 100 gigawatts within the next 22 years. While 22 years is a lot of time, India is also starting almost from scratch. The country's current nuclear power generation capacity is at about 8.2 gigawatts. That's just 1.8% of India's power capacity. So there's still some time to go for the 100 gigawatt target. And that is why New Delhi is already on the move. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was in France over the last few days. The main purpose of his visit was the AI summit in Paris. But he took care of other business on the sidelines as well. Prime Minister Modi was in the southern city of Marseille today. He inaugurated a new Indian consulate along with French President Emmanuel Macron. Then the two leaders made a declaration of intent to establish a partnership on advanced modular reactors and small modular reactors. They were referring to nuclear reactors for civil power generation. Basically, India is hoping to buy modular reactors from France. Small modular reactors generate up to 300 megawatts of power. They can start much smaller, generating as little as 10 megawatts. But anything under 300 megawatts is a small modular reactor, or SMR. An advanced modular reactor is a subset of the SMR. It uses a different cooling technology, but the principle remains the same. These modular reactors are smaller and quicker to build than conventional nuclear power plants. They're cheaper too, because their parts are prefabricated and usually assembled on site. So the modular reactors will allow India to hit the ground running and get a head start in the race for 100 gigawatts of nuclear energy by 2047. However, for now, India has just signed a declaration of intent with France. It isn't a done deal yet, likely because of a legal hurdle. Finance Minister Sitharaman had spoken about this during her budget speech.
For an active partnership with the private sector towards this goal, amendments to the Atomic Energy Act and the Civil Liability for Nuclear Damage Act will be taken up.
India plans to rework its laws on nuclear accident liabilities. The existing law is considered harsh by global standards. so it has kept investments away. A final nuclear reactor deal with France is unlikely before India amends its liability law. But after it happens, the sky is the limit for India's nuclear ambitions.
Donald Trump took over the US presidency about 3 weeks ago. Yes, that's it. It may feel longer because he's been so busy and making so many headlines. He's been issuing executive orders like there is no tomorrow. One new policy after another. A lot of his orders have appended things, especially domestically in the US. Trump has been looking at downsizing the US government, and he has put one man in charge of this mission, the world's richest man, Elon Musk. The Tesla CEO is in charge of DOGE, which stands for Department of Government Efficiency, which is a misleading name because DOGE is not an official US government agency. It's a temporary office in place until Trump and Musk manage to quote-unquote trim all the fat, as they put it. But this throws up some ethical questions. How can a temp worker like Elon Musk have so much power? Is he really allowed to fire US government employees or even access their personal data? Where is the oversight? American courts are trying to come up with some answers, but in the meantime, Trump is busy empowering Musk and DOGE. The US president signed another executive order yesterday, directing the heads of federal agencies to consult with DOGE. At the same time, Trump brought Musk to the Oval Office. He gave his quote-unquote first buddy a press debut. And Elon Musk was not alone. He brought one of his children along, the one with a strange name. For convenience, we'll call him X. Most people do anyway. X is number 7 of the 12 children Musk has fathered. He will turn 5 in a few months. So tiny child in tow, wearing a black MAGA cap. The world's richest man addressed the press.
At a high level, if you say what is the goal of DOGE, and I think a significant part of the presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, X, we would have to, if you it's all right. I tell you, gravitas can be difficult sometimes.
Musk went on to talk about his work at DOGE, like the federal firing spree.
There are good people who are in the federal bureaucracy, but you can't have an autonomous federal bureaucracy. You have to have one that is responsive to the people. That's the whole point of a democracy. And if you looked at if you looked at the founders today and said, what do you think of the way things have turned out? Well, we have this unelected, fourth unconstitutional branch of government, which is the bureaucracy, which has, in a lot of ways, currently more power than any elected representative.
That last part is quite ironic. Do you think Musk has more or less power than any elected representative today? Did Elon Musk win an election? Or did he just bankroll one and then latch on? Pot calling the kettle black indeed. Anyway, moving on.
Mr. Musk, the White House says that you will identify and excuse yourself from any conflicts of interest that you may have. Does that mean that you are in effect policing yourself? What are the checks and balances that are in place to ensure that there is accountability and transparency?
Well, we actually are trying to be as transparent as possible. In fact, we post our actions to the DOGE handle on X and to the DOGE website.
People checked that claim. It turns out the DOGE website had no information on it. Not when Musk said this anyway. And the Twitter posts are ambiguous at best. DOGE also does not list out the people it employs or specifies its exact actions. But Musk says he's trying to be as transparent as possible. Right. The reporters also called him out on this. Musk seems to be spreading misinformation here. He agrees with the false claim that the US spent $50 million on condoms for Gaza, which is false. They were for Mozambique, to prevent the spread of HIV and AIDS. When asked about the lie, this is what Musk said.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect and should be corrected. So nobody's going to bat 1,000. I mean, we will make mistakes, but we'll act quickly to correct any mistakes. But if it went to Mozambique instead of Gaza, I'm like, okay, that's not as bad, but still, why are we doing that?
Again, the US was doing that to prevent the spread of AIDS. Did he misread Mozambique for Gaza when he claimed that it was the tip of the iceberg? Or did he not bother to verify the claim at all? This is the person who will decide the fates of thousands of US government employees. So good luck to them, because this presser has confirmed one thing: Musk and Trump will not be backing down. Let's turn to Ukraine now, which is nervously watching Donald Trump. The US president has made his intention clear. He wants to end the war. The only question is how? What sort of deal does Trump have in mind? He dropped an alarming hint this week. He suggested that Ukraine could become part of Russia one day. Let me quote from what Trump said. Ukraine may make a deal, or they may not make a deal. They may be Russian someday, or they may not be Russian someday. Russia is probably jumping with joy, but Zelensky will be scared. His goal is to break free from Russia's grasp, to chart his own foreign policy. But his biggest ally says, you could become Russian one day. It is a nightmare for President Zelensky. It is also a sneak peek into President Trump's mind. He clearly does not see expansionism as wrong, whether it's buying Greenland, or taking over the Panama Canal, or occupying Gaza, or letting Ukraine become Russian territory. Not only are these suggestions nonsensical, they are dangerous. And it's coming at a very sensitive time. Vice President J.D. Vance is in Europe right now. He will be attending the Munich Security Conference this week, and there he will meet President Zelensky of Ukraine. Kiev would have been hoping for encouraging signs, but after Trump's remarks, who knows? You see, Zelensky has been trying very hard to win Trump over. Last month, he almost cracked the code. If you want Trump's help, you must give him something in return, and Zelensky chose Ukraine's mineral wealth. The country has trillions of dollars in rare earth minerals, so Zelensky decided to offer them to Donald Trump, and he repeated that offer this week.
We're talking not only about security, but also about money. Valuable natural resources where we can offer our partners possibilities that didn't exist before to invest in them. For us, it will create jobs. For American companies, it will create profits.
Well, that seems to be Zelensky's plan A: sell resources for Trump's support. For a while, it seemed like he took the bait. But these latest remarks will worry Kiev. Zelensky's plan B is negotiation. He wants security guarantees before ending the war. He wants to ensure that Russia will not attack again. And who will give that guarantee? Europe may be willing to, but Zelensky is not happy with that. He says America must give the security guarantees. If not, they're not real. Well, first of all, ouch. Europe has waxed eloquent about protecting Ukraine from Russia, but Zelensky says you can't do it alone. I'm sure that hurt. And secondly, will America give those guarantees? It seems unlikely at the moment. Guarantees may involve putting boots on the ground, but Trump's defense chief has rejected the idea.
Would you be open to sending U.S. troops into Ukraine to track weapons shipments?
We are not sending U.S. troops to Ukraine.
Zelensky also has a plan C, a land swap. Ukraine holds Russian territory in Kursk. They occupied it in last year's surprise counterattack. Zelensky wants to swap it for Russian-occupied parts of Ukraine, but Moscow has already rejected that. And it's obvious why. Russia controls around 20% of Ukraine's land. Kiev controls a tiny slice of Kursk. Less than 0.003% of Russian land. That's what they have. I'm afraid the numbers simply don't add up. But all of this reveals Zelensky's desperation, his offer to sell national resources, his plea for US guarantees, his offer to swap occupied lands. All of this reeks of desperation. And Russia senses this. Today they launched a drone attack on the Ukrainian capital. 1 person was killed and 4 were injured. It shows that Putin is on the offensive. Plus, he knows how to handle Donald Trump. This week, Putin released an American school teacher held in Russia. Trump welcomed him to the White House. He flaunted him like some sort of prize. It's the type of thing that President Trump loves, which is why Putin offered it. Reports also say that Trump has spoken directly to Putin. Similar reports had emerged after his election win, but both sides refused to admit it. And they're doing the same thing again. No confirmation of a direct phone call between Putin and Trump. All this cloak and dagger stuff makes you wonder, what exactly is Trump's plan for Ukraine? Will he force Kiev to surrender? Will he defend them in exchange for rare earths? Or will he simply abandon them? From the looks of it, there isn't a plan. Trump is just winging the whole thing. His envoy is slated to visit Ukraine later this week. Perhaps that will give us some insights. Now let's turn our attention to China. After dethroning the US in the artificial intelligence race, Beijing is taking on Elon Musk's Starlink. In case you haven't heard of it yet, Starlink is a satellite internet service. Actually, scratch that. It is a satellite internet pioneer. And it is a global market heavyweight. For months, Beijing has been trying to break America's dominance in this market, and now it has debuted the answer to Starlink. China has launched the Long March 8A. This is a carrier rocket. It can send satellites to space. It can launch big batches of satellites to the low Earth orbit. And this is where Musk's Starlink has an oversized presence. So what does this launch mean for the satellite internet race? Can Beijing catch up to Starlink? And why is this a priority for the country? Our next report tells you.
A new Chinese rocket has taken off on its debut mission. The first Long March 8A rocket has been launched from Hainan, the island province in the South China Sea. It has transported a group of satellites to space and marked a major step in Beijing's efforts to catch up with Elon Musk here on Earth. You see, Musk owns Starlink. This is a US-based satellite internet pioneer, and it's a market heavyweight. And by proxy, it has helped the United States maintain dominance in this market as well. So, unsurprisingly, China has been pushing to enter the space. And now they have taken a major step towards it with the launch of Long March 8A. This is a carrier rocket. It is about 50 meters tall, and it has a liftoff weight of 371 metric tons. It is a modified version of the medium-lift Long March 8 rocket, which began flights in 2020. This carrier is designed to send up bigger batches of satellites in one launch. It has the payload capacity of 7 tons, and it allows Beijing to send larger clusters of the spacecraft to Earth's lower orbits, which is exactly where Musk's Starlink has an outsized presence. Basically, this one rocket can help China deploy large numbers of satellites right where it hurts the US to boost the country's speed-based internet networks. And this looks a lot like the artificial intelligence race, where China is trying to beat the US at its own game and disrupt the market. But can it work with internet satellites? Well, both yes and no. Yes, China is catching up quickly. Over the past few years, the government has poured significant resources to close the gap. Now, several Chinese outfits are racing amongst each other to launch mega constellations into space. These are large pools of satellites that work together to deliver broadband internet access, and they are being launched to fulfill the country's internet ambitions. But in all likelihood, it will be a while before China comes out on top, if at all, because the competition is tough. The low Earth orbit, or the LEO, is a crucial space to get ahead in the internet race. So far, SpaceX has sent more than 7,000 Starlink satellites there. Plus, there are other US companies in the orbit, including Amazon, which expects to initiate its own satellite network soon with Project Kuiper. But that aside, compared to Starlink, China has been slow in building its LEO constellations. As per reports, this will be the year when China looks to match Starlink's numbers. So the world can expect more Chinese satellites to be blasted into space than usual. But Beijing being Beijing is often more talk than action. So only time will tell if China has an answer to America's Starlink. But until then, one thing is certain. As the geopolitical rivalry between the two nations heats up, Beijing is determined to keep pace with Washington, whether it's on this planet or outside it.
What comes to mind when I say Denmark? Some of you may think about Danish Vikings or Danish pastries. The business-focused ones may think about Ozempic, the weight loss drug made by Danish pharma giant Novo Nordisk. Well, whatever your first thought, perhaps you'll want to add satire to the list. Because some Danes have had a brilliant idea, a tongue-in-cheek way to counter Donald Trump. You may know about Denmark's Trump problem. The US president wants to buy some Danish territory, namely Greenland. though that might not remain its name for very long because the US wants to change the name too. They want to call it Red, White and Blue Land, and I'm not even joking here. A US congressman called Buddy Carter introduced a bill yesterday. It is called the Red, White and Blue Land Act of 2025. It empowers President Trump to enter negotiations to acquire Greenland and also rename it. About a month ago, a different US congressman introduced this bill, the Make Greenland Great Again Act. It also empowered Trump to begin negotiations to buy Greenland. The new bill goes one step further with the abhorrent name change. It's almost as if Trump's party members are in a contest to see who can bow lower to please the US president. But that's US domestic politics. Over here, we are concerned with the Danes. How are they choosing to respond to Trump's takeover bid? Well, the Danes have decided to make a counteroffer. Instead of selling Greenland, they want to buy the US state of California. They want to make California great again. At least I think that's how you say it. I'm not sure about the Danish characters in the name. Anyway, you're looking at a crowdfunding website, denmarkification.com. Over 200,000 people have joined the campaign to raise $1 trillion to buy California from Donald Trump. Now, before some of you take this too seriously, I must remind you, this is a satirical website. Make sure to read the fine print before you pledge. That being said, let's take a closer look. The site lists out all the reasons why buying California makes sense for Denmark. The first is sunshine, as opposed to the usual Danish weather. Next is tech bros. The site says they are what every democracy needs. Then you have avocado toast, Disneyland, and of course, to protect the free world. And that last reason, to protect the free world, is lifted verbatim from Donald Trump. It's his justification for wanting Greenland. The Danes do not stop here. They list out the reasons why Trump might actually sell California. And top of the list is his well-documented enmity with the state. Go through the site and the jibes don't stop. Then there's the last part about Danish values. Rule of law, universal health care, and fact-based politics might apply. I'm sure a lot of Americans wouldn't mind universal health care. I won't comment on the other things. The petition ends with, sign now and let's make new Denmark a reality. Now, of course, all this is satire. It is ridiculous. But that perfectly sums up this entire situation as well. The US president wants to buy Greenland from Denmark without really caring about what Greenlanders want. This is the year 2025. How is that any less ridiculous than this Danish petition to buy California? The satire serves to highlight the absurdity of imperialism in the modern age. However, considering the laws American congressmen are trying to pass, they might already be up to their necks in absurdity right now. Our next story tonight has the makings of a blockbuster movie. It is about the mafia in Sicily. This is one of the most powerful mafia clans in Italy. To give you context, it is the inspiration behind the Godfather series. Now, in recent years, the mafia has been on a massive recruitment drive, recruiting a new generation of foot soldiers and teaching them the mafia honor code. Also trying to recreate its once powerful ruling council. But Italy has just thwarted these attempts. More than 1,200 officers have raided the clan. They have arrested at least 160 mobsters. This is the biggest crackdown against Sicilian mafia in decades, and it is a major blow to the country's criminal top bosses. But will this be enough to solve Italy's mafia problem? Our next report tells you.
I'm going to make him an offer he can't refuse.
Sicily's notorious mafia, the inspiration for the Godfather movies. For about half a century, they have held a grip on local towns and cities. They have terrorized the Italian public, making big profits from drug trafficking and illegal gambling, and extorting businesses for protection money. Since a fierce clampdown by the state in the 1990s, the Sicilian mafia is no longer the force it once was, but it's trying to regain its lost glory. Veteran mafia bosses have been making moves lately. They've been trying to recreate their once powerful Godfather-style ruling council. recruiting a new generation of foot soldiers, and ironically, urging them to watch The Godfather to learn the trade. These insights come after a 2-year-long investigation held by the Italian police. They wiretapped the mafia families, and this week they launched a series of raids. More than 1,200 officers targeted mafia clans operating in and around the Sicilian capital, Palermo, which remains in the grip of the Cosa Nostra clans. This is one of Italy's wealthiest and most powerful mafia, and the police have launched their biggest operation against them in decades. They have issued warrants against 183 people and arrested at least 160 members of the Cosa Nostra for crimes including mafia-style criminal association, attempted murder, extortion, drug trafficking and illegal gambling.
I want to say that this morning's operation follows other significant actions that demonstrate both the vitality of the criminal organization and the resilience and ability of the state to respond.
Italy's Prime Minister, Giorgia Meloni, has hailed the operation. She says that this confirms the state's constant commitment to the fight against organized crime. But that's not all. You see, Italian organized crime functions through a multifaceted web. And there are 3 big players: the Cosa Nostra from Sicily, Camorra from Campania, and 'Ndrangheta from Calabria, and many of these mobsters work together. So the anti-mafia blitz is a major step towards dismantling one of these mafia clans. It has dealt a blow to the Italian mafia in general, and more importantly, it provides insight into how they operate.
2 key points emerged from all this work. The first is that the mafia organization is absolutely active, conducting business and, above all, seeking to rebuild the army it needs to regain the power it once had. The second point is that those who have been imprisoned return to their criminal activities once they are released.
Mafia clans in Italy have an impressive ability to regenerate. Put them in jail and they smuggle tiny mobile phones into their cells to continue their business. Focus on halting drug trafficking, which is a significant source of the mafia income, and the clans diversify. They force traders to use their products, like taking control of distributing seafood to restaurants in Sicily. Or keep track of their movements, and they change their behavior to survive. They resolve disputes among themselves to avoid attracting attention. So despite numerous arrests over the years, the Sicilian mobsters have managed to have a wide network of informants. They have been successful in attracting a large number of youngsters, and they have retained the mafia honor code of membership until death. So while the crackdown by the Sicilian police was massive, it may not be enough to detangle the mafia web once and for all. But it certainly brings the authorities one step closer to finally being able to say, leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Our last story tonight is about another war that is afoot in Italy. But this one is not about mafia crime lords. It is about a fight between a TikTok influencer and Italian ski resorts. You see, about 2 weeks ago, an influencer posted about a ski resort on TikTok and her post went viral, and soon chaos erupted at the resort. About 10,000 day trippers visited the slope on the same day, causing traffic snarls and inducing emergency crowd control measures. And the TikTok star was blamed for it. So now she is taking revenge, and she has urged her 2 million TikTok followers to invade is the word she used, another ski resort nearby. Turns out this is not a unique story after all. Our next report tells you how tourist destinations are bearing the brunt of social media fandom.
It all started at Roccaraso. This is one of Italy's most popular skiing destinations, and 2 weeks ago it went viral. All thanks to this influencer. She's a TikTok star and she uploaded posts on social media about bumper snowfalls at the skiing destination. So the tour companies caught on. They organized cheap tour buses for people to enjoy the scenic mountains, and matters soon snowballed. The ski resort was flooded with about 10,000 day trippers, extreme traffic snarls, chaotic scenes on the slopes, and bad behavior, including barbecuing on the mountains and leaving trash there. Then came the onslaught of complaints from residents and some visitors. Emergency crowd control measures were deployed, and the influencer was blamed for the kerfuffle. But the snowstorm hasn't blown over yet. She wasn't going to take this accusation lying down, so she set out to ski again. She said that she could get paid for giving resorts free publicity, and then she escalated the matter by urging her 2 million followers to invade another skiing destination. She told them to head to Ovindoli, a small ski town in central Italy. It was an open challenge, so preempting the onslaught, authorities stepped in, police was deployed, buses were turned away, and the army was kept on standby. It sounds a bit much, but this is part of a growing trend. Over-tourism, fueled by TikTok and selfies, has become the enemy of small destinations. And they are forcing one nation after another to take harsh measures. We saw this with Japan recently. In Otaru, a small picturesque port city, over-tourism has wreaked havoc. So the city has stepped up measures. It has hired bouncers to control crowds. Security guards have been deployed to police selfie-taking tourists. And this isn't the first time Japan has taken unusual measures to manage visitors. In Kawagujiko, where tourists come in droves to click the perfect shot of Mount Fuji, local officials have cracked down on over-tourism. Last year, they built a large black screen to cover the view. Around the same time, Austrian residents did something similar. They became fed up with visitors making videos against the backdrop of Hallstatt. This is a mountain town that's said to have inspired Disney's animated film Frozen. This town has gone viral on social media. So, over 1 million tourists descend on the destination to click selfies and make videos. But the residents got so frustrated, they put up a fence blocking the view. It was later removed after outrage on social media. Guidebooks and travel magazines are no longer the only authority on destinations to visit. Social media dictates itineraries now. Tourists flock to Instagram-worthy destinations. They do TikTok dances against the backdrop of historic attractions. But beyond the aesthetics, this is what the behind-the-scenes looks like. Tourist stampedes, traffic jams, misbehavior, harm to the environment, to the local communities, and even the tourists themselves. So while tourism continues to boom, it's time tourists themselves make some room for traveling with responsibility.
And now it is time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In the US, as Trump and Elon Musk defend the federal restructuring, Musk's 4-year-old son offers a welcome distraction. In Russia, authorities rescued nearly 140 fishermen stranded on floating ice. In Italy, lava meets snow as Mount Etna erupts. And finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1996, Yasser Arafat took office as the first Palestinian president. He was seen as a towering figure for Palestinian statehood. The long-standing leader died in 2004. We are leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
What's your response to that criticism?
The presidency is to restore democracy. This may seem like, well, aren't we in a democracy? Well, if you don't have a feedback loop, okay, We'd have to, if you, it's all right.
This is X.
Bang for the buck, I would say it was not very good. And there was far too much of what USAID was doing was influencing elections.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to First Post America. I'm Eric Ham, and we're live in the snowy nation's capital of Washington, D.C. We begin in the United States, where President Donald Trump met Jordan's King Abdullah at the White House on Tuesday. The commander-in-chief once again talked about his plan for the U.S. to take over the Gaza Strip, insisting that other countries in the Middle East should house displaced Palestinians.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. President, you were saying that Palestinians will live somewhere else safe. Where exactly do you want them to live?
Well, it's not where I want them to live. It's going to be where we ultimately choose as a group. And I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Jordan. I believe we'll have a parcel of land in Egypt. We may have someplace else, but I think when we finish our talks, we'll have a place where they're going to live very happily and very safely.
Speaking to reporters in the Oval Office alongside Ademar King Abdullah, President Trump claimed his plan would create jobs across the devastated Gaza Strip.
We're not going to buy anything. We're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it. And we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site. And we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things.
And Mr. President, take it under what authority? It is sovereign territory.
Under the U.S. authority.
Meanwhile, Jordan's king, who mostly sat silent, continued to avoid supporting the president's stance. Jordan, which has previously rejected Trump's idea as a breach of international law, said his country would take in 2,000 sick Palestinian children. Now, notably, Jordan already has 2 million Palestinian refugees and its population of 11 million.
King Abdullah, what do you think about the U.S. taking over the Gaza Strip? Do you want to see the U.S. own the Gaza Strip?
Well, I think, as I said earlier, the president is looking at Egypt coming to present their plan. As I said, we will be in Saudi Arabia to discuss how we can work with the president and with the United States. So I think let's wait until the Egyptians can come and present to the president and not get ahead of ourselves.
And is there a parcel of land in Jordan that you're willing to have Palestinians?
Well, I think what we said, I have to look at the best interests of my country. I think the president is very happy that we do this thing with 2,000 children as quickly as possible.
President Trump, however, appeared to be unmoved as he reiterated his expectation of Jordan and Egypt resettling millions of Palestinians.
No, I think we'll do something. I don't have to threaten with money. We contribute a lot of money to Jordan and to Egypt, by the way, a lot, to both. But I don't have to threaten that. I think we're above that. I do believe we're above that.
President Trump's exchange with Jordan's King Abdullah comes a week after he triggered global condemnation by unveiling his Gaza takeover plan. And Egypt has roundly rejected the idea of resettling Palestinians, and other Arab nations largely aligned with this position. Meanwhile, Jordan has been sandwiched between President Trump's pause of billions of dollars of aid and the sensitivity about Palestinians' right to return to Gaza. And staying in the United States, a bizarre bill has been introduced in Congress to allow the United States to acquire Greenland and rename it Red, White, and Blueland. The bill was presented by Republican lawmaker Earl Buddy Carter from Georgia, and it seeks to authorize President Donald Trump to buy the autonomous Danish territory. Now announcing the bill, Carter said he wants his negotiator-in-chief to ink the monumental deal with the world's largest island.
America is back and will soon be bigger than ever with the addition of red, white, and blue land. President Trump has correctly identified the purchase of what is now Greenland as a national security priority, and we will proudly welcome its people to join the freest nation to ever exist when our negotiator-in-chief inks this monumental deal.
Now, the bill will not only allow Greenland's purchase, but also require the federal government to rename it on official maps and documents. Meanwhile, Denmark's politicians have criticized the bill, calling it absurd and out of touch with reality.
There is clearly a need for more adults in the room when the U.S. administration formulates foreign policy. If these people can't see how absurd they appear, they are out of touch with reality. Greenland is not for sale. And the only thing the U.S. achieves with this behavior is alienating one of its most loyal and reliable allies in Europe. The U.S. doesn't grow stronger by losing such an ally, only weaker and more irrelevant to the world.
And it's not just politicians, but citizens in Denmark are also clapping back at President Trump's idea with their own twist. More than 200,000 Danes have signed a satirical petition to buy California, America's most prosperous state. And the petition that aims to crowdfund $1 trillion for the purchase features the perks of acquiring the U.S. state with the slogan, "Make California Great Again." The mockery website also says President Trump isn't California's biggest fan, as he regularly feuds with its governor, Gavin Newsom. Now, Donald Trump began floating the idea of acquiring Greenland during his first term and has been fixated on it since his re-election.
We need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran. I mean, people have been talking about it for a long time. You have approximately 45,000 people there. People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security. That's for the free world. I'm talking about protecting the free world. You look at, you don't even need binoculars. You look outside, you have China ships all over the place. You have Russian ships all over the place. We're not letting that happen. We're not letting it happen. And if Denmark wants to get to a conclusion, but nobody knows if they even have any right, title, or interest. The people are going to probably vote for independence or to come into the United States. But if they did do that, then I would tariff Denmark at a very high level.
Now, both Greenland and Denmark's leaders have repeatedly rejected President Trump's proposal, saying the mineral-rich territory is not up for sale. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi met Vice President J.D. Vance and his family during the AI Action Summit in Paris. This was Prime Minister Modi's first meeting with the new Trump administration. And as Modi congratulated Vance on his election victory and later joined his family to celebrate their son Vivek's birthday. Amid the celebrations, the two leaders also discussed key issues, including India's interest in U.S. nuclear technology. Still, as the Indian leader prepares to visit Washington, it remains to be seen how President Trump and Prime Minister Modi will strengthen the India-U.S. partnership. Our next report has more.
Paris, the city of lights, had another reason to shine this week. The AI Action Summit, co-chaired by Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and French President Emmanuel Macron, brought together world leaders to shape the future of artificial intelligence. But amidst the discussion on technology, a different kind of connection was unfolding, one of warmth, friendship and celebration. On Monday evening, inside the grand halls of the Elysee Palace, Prime Minister Modi met US Vice President J.D. Vance for the first time since the new Trump administration took office. And as cameras flashed, Prime Minister Modi extended his hand with a broad smile. "Congratulations, great victory," he said. It was a moment of camaraderie, a symbol of the strong ties between India and the United States.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. So nice to see you. Great victory. Yes. Yes.
But the real magic happened the next day. In a setting far from the usual diplomatic formalities, Prime Minister Modi met Vance again, this time with his wife Usha and their young sons Ewan and Vivek. It wasn't just a political meeting, it was a family gathering. And as fate would have it, it was also Vance's son Vivek's birthday. With the ease of a leader who connects effortlessly, Prime Minister Modi joined in the little boy's celebrations. The US Vice President later took to social media, calling the Indian leader gracious and kind, and sharing how much his children loved the thoughtful presents. Even Prime Minister Modi, alongside a few heartwarming pictures, took to X and wrote, "Had a wonderful meeting with US VP J.D. Vance and his family. Delighted to join them in celebrating the joyous birthday of their son, Vivek." This wasn't just diplomacy, it was a moment of genuine connection. However, behind the warmth of personal interactions, serious discussions were taking place. With Usha Vance in attendance, Prime Minister Modi and J.D. Vance spoke about India's interest in diversifying its energy resources. And the White House later confirmed that the Indian leader expressed keen interest in US nuclear technology, a step towards strengthening India's energy security. As the AI summit ended, Prime Minister Modi, in a defining statement, confirmed India would be happy to host the next AI summit. It was more than an invitation. It was a testament to India's rising leadership in the digital world.
भारत और फ्रांस के इंडस्ट्री लीडर्स, आप सबको नमस्कार, बॉन्जूर। इस रूम में मैं एक अद्भुत ऊर्जा, उत्साह और डायनेमिज्म को महसूस कर रहा हूं। ये केवल एक सामान्य बिजनेस इवेंट नहीं है, कनेक्शंस नहीं बना रहे हैं। आप सब भारत फ्रांस स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप को भी मजबूती दे रहे हैं। मैं आप सबको कहता हूं कि भारत में आने का यही समय है, सही समय है। भारत की प्रगति में सभी की प्रगति जुड़ी है। मैं आप सभी को भारत की विकास यात्रा से जुड़ने के लिए आमंत्रित करता हूं। जब फ्रांस की फिनेस और भारत का स्केल मिलेगा, जब भारत का पेस और फ्रांस का प्रिसिजन मिलेगा, जब फ्रांस की टेक्नोलॉजी और भारत का टैलेंट मिलेगा, तो सिर्फ बिजनेस लैंडस्केप ही नहीं, ग्लोबल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन होगा। एक बार फिर अपना कीमती समय निकालकर यहां आने के लिए आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं।
And now, as Prime Minister Modi prepares to head to Washington for his much-anticipated meeting with President Donald Trump, the stage is set for yet another historic conversation. The agenda is packed: trade, defense, technology and global security. But if Paris was any indication, Prime Minister Modi showed that diplomacy isn't just about handshakes and official statements. Sometimes it's about partnerships, personal connections, and shared dreams of making both nations stronger.
And corporate America is shedding its diversity promises faster than you can say DEI. From Wall Street boardrooms to Silicon Valley campuses, companies are scrambling to align with President Donald Trump's anti-diversity crusade. The policies, which were once celebrated as steps toward inclusion, are vanishing overnight, replaced by silence or compliance. Goldman Sachs, Deloitte, Google, Meta, Amazon, the list keeps growing and the message is clear. Diversity is out. But as companies bow to political pressure, what does this mean for the future of workplace equality? Our next story has more.
Donald Trump isn't in the boardroom, but you would be forgiven for thinking otherwise. From Wall Street to Silicon Valley, corporate giants are scrambling to rewrite policies and sidestep diversity efforts, all in a bid to stay in the president's good graces. First up, Goldman Sachs and Deloitte. These aren't small players. These are the titans of banking and consulting, and even they are retreating under the weight of Trump's anti-DEI, which is diversity, equity, and inclusion offensive. Remember Goldman's bold 2020 pledge? The bank swore it wouldn't take a company public unless it had at least one diverse board member. But 5 years later, in 2025, this is history. Blaming a court decision that struck down Nasdaq's diversity disclosure rules, Goldman has quietly pulled the plug.
As a result of legal developments related to board diversity requirements, we ended our formal board diversity policy. We continue to believe that successful boards benefit from diverse backgrounds and perspectives, and we will encourage them to take this approach.
On the other hand, Deloitte followed with a stealthier yet equally dramatic shift. The consultancy giant ordered at least 15,000 staff working on government contracts to scrub pronouns from their email signatures by February 7.
This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female.
But here's where it gets darker. Trump's executive orders now demand that federal employees report colleagues who continue DEI efforts in disguise. And failure to do so, expect adverse consequences. While private companies aren't legally bound by these orders, Trump has nudged the U.S. Attorney General to find ways to make them stick in the private sector too.
We want the most competent people. We don't care what race they are. We want the most competent people, especially in those positions. And you're talking about extremely complex things. And if they don't have a great brain, a great power of the brain, they're not going to be very good at what they do, and bad things will happen.
And the ripple effect is growing. ISS, the influential shareholder advisory firm, announced it will no longer recommend voting against U.S. companies that lack gender or ethnic diversity on their boards, meaning we don't want to upset the Trump camp.
In light of these developments, ISS will indefinitely halt consideration of certain diversity factors in making vote recommendations, and will no longer consider the gender and racial and/or ethnic diversity of a company's board when making vote recommendations with respect to the election or re-election of directors at U.S. companies.
But this isn't just a Wall Street story. The tech world, those same companies that once championed inclusion, is quietly falling in line. Google, for instance, has been busy. After donating $1 million to Trump's 2025 inauguration, the tech giant began dismantling its diversity hiring goals. But the changes didn't stop at HR. Google Maps recently renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America for US users, following one of Trump's first executive orders.
For the first time in history, flying over the recently renamed Gulf of America. Please enjoy the flight, and we are now about to head westbound to Super Bowl 59.
While Mexican users still see Gulf of Mexico, the rest of the world gets a compromise label: Gulf of Mexico, and in brackets, Gulf of America. Google Calendar has also taken a hit. Users noticed that cultural observances like Pride Month, Black History Month, and Indigenous Peoples Month vanished from the default settings. Google claims this was a scalability issue, saying it now differs to public holiday databases like timeanddate.com.
Some years ago, the calendar team started manually adding a broader set of cultural moments in a wide number of countries around the world. We got feedback that some other events and countries were missing, and maintaining hundreds of moments manually and consistently globally wasn't scalable or sustainable. So in mid-2024, we returned to showing only public holidays and national observances from timeanddate.com globally.
But users aren't buying it. Dear Google, stop sucking up to Trump, one person wrote on a support forum, and that sentiment is spreading. Meanwhile, Meta and Amazon are pulling back too. Meta scrapped DEI programs tied to hiring, training, and supplier selection. And Amazon, in a memo to employees, announced it was winding down outdated representation and inclusion programs. Though it's a coordinated retreat, the message is loud and clear. DEI is out. Corporate compliance with Trump's anti-diversity agenda is in. But as more companies bow to the pressure, one can't help but wonder what's next, and how far will they go? The answer might be just around the corner, but one thing is for sure, this isn't the end. It's just the beginning.
And today we end in Ukraine, where President Volodymyr Zelensky gave an interview with British media house The Guardian, where he stressed NATO's role in the region. President Zelensky said Ukraine's security guarantee would be incomplete without the United States. And he further added that the Trump administration should meet Ukrainian officials before a meeting between President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin is finalized. Now, the White House and the Kremlin have been holding discussions on when the two leaders could possibly meet. And with the interaction expected soon, President Zelensky has offered a resolution to the conflict, which includes a land swap deal.
We will swap one territory for another. I don't know, we will see. But all our territories are important. There is no priority.
President Zelensky has offered to exchange the territory his troops hold in Russia's Kursk region in exchange for Ukrainian territory that has been captured by Russian forces since the war first began back in 2022. On Monday, President Donald Trump spoke to Fox News, where he said Ukraine could someday be Russian, a sentiment that was received well in Moscow, but sparked fury in Kyiv. President Trump also stressed striking a rare earth minerals deal with Ukraine as part of the truce agreement.
You talked with Zelensky this week, sir?
Yeah, probably.
By telephone, what's your message?
He wants to make a deal. Let's see. We'll see. We're dealing with him, and I think they both want to make a deal, but we'll have to see. It's got to be done.
What is Zelensky?
Would have never happened if I were president. This would never have happened. Millions of people are dead. Kellogg going to Ukraine this week, sir, or soon? Yeah, he is. Keith Kellogg. General Kellogg is an excellent guy, and he's spending time doing various things. We have numerous people working on numerous different problems. You know, when I left office, wasn't long ago, a little more than 4 years ago, we had no wars, we didn't have problems. Now we got the whole world is blowing up, but we'll put out the fire.
In addition, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said he is against deploying U.S. troops to Ukraine, whether a ceasefire is achieved or not.
The European continent deserves to be free from any aggression, but it ought be those in the neighborhood investing the most in that collective, individual and collective defense. That's common sense, as the president talks a lot about. Common sense is you defend your neighborhood and the Americans will come alongside you in helping in that defense. If and when that happens, and I believe it will, because of President Trump, most NATO countries are already close to 2%. We believe that needs to be higher. The president has said 5%. I think he's right.
Now, President Zelensky's land swap offer is a monumental shift in Kyiv's stance on territorial concessions. However, it is well known that Ukraine ceding territory to Putin has long been a part of President Donald Trump's plan, who often claimed that he would end the war on day one of taking office. Now, despite the flurry of talks and concessions, the roadmap to an eventual peace agreement remains murky and elusive. What is clear, if Donald Trump is the master negotiator he's always touted, those skills and more will sorely be needed to find an end to the nearly 4-year war. That's First Post America for this Wednesday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with Egypt. After South Africa, it seems Egypt is the next African nation which is butting heads with the United States. US President Donald Trump has pressed on his Gaza takeover plans and has threatened aid cuts for refusal to settle Palestinians. The Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi has reportedly postponed an upcoming trip to the United States. Al-Sisi was slated to visit Washington on the 18th of February, but reports citing Egyptian sources say the plan is now on hold. This comes as earlier in the week, Trump said that he could suspend aid to Jordan and Egypt unless they agreed to accept Gazans after the United States takes control of the war-torn Strip. Even after facing huge backlash over the proposal, Trump reiterated his plans as he met Jordan's King Abdullah at the White House on Tuesday.
Buy anything, we're going to have it, and we're going to keep it, and we're going to make sure that there's going to be peace, and there's not going to be any problem, and nobody's going to question it, and we're going to run it very properly, and eventually we'll have economic development at a very large scale, maybe the largest scale on that site, and we'll have lots of good things built there, including hotels and office buildings and housing and other things.
Jordan's King Abdullah has previously firmly rejected any moves by the US to annex land and displace Palestinians. But after his face-to-face meeting with Trump, he avoided answering questions about his previous stance. He instead said he is waiting for an Egyptian proposal on Gaza, signaling the importance of Cairo in the whole issue. Now, after these remarks, the Egyptian Foreign Ministry issued a statement. It mentions Cairo's plans to present a comprehensive vision for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. This plan will ensure Palestinians remain on their land. It also added that Egypt hopes to cooperate with the Trump administration on the matter, with the goal of reaching a fair settlement of the Palestinian cause. But with the reports of President al-Sisi subbing his Washington visit, will that happen? The Egyptian president is seen to be someone on the good side of Donald Trump. He is seen as someone that Trump has gotten along with. Sisi was also among the first world leaders to congratulate Trump, even before the final results of the US elections were officially declared. But now, senior Egyptian officials say that relations with Washington are the most strained in 3 decades, due to Trump's calls to displace Gazans. The issue of Palestine is one matter which also unites the people of Egypt and their government. Many Egyptians have downplayed Trump's aid cut threat and have overwhelmingly condemned the idea of Gazans' relocation to their country. How will the Trump administration respond to the backlash over their plan for Gaza? And how will it impact US-Egypt ties and the crisis in West Asia and North Africa? But does President El-Sisi have a plan, or will he continue to avoid meeting Trump? Now, to discuss this further, we have with us Mu'tamar Amin, a lecturer at the British University in Egypt. He is joining us live from Cairo. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, how significant is Egypt's opposition to the proposed US plan to relocate Palestinians from Gaza to Egypt and Jordan in shaping the current tensions between Cairo and Washington?
It is actually very significant. You see, the threat of transferring the Palestinians outside of Gaza was in the imagination of the political analysts since the beginning of the war, but people kept denying it until it actually transformed into an imminent threat. This have made the Egyptian establishment, the Egyptian people, and the whole region, in fact, in a state of alert that something like that would never happen on our watch. Basically, the Egyptian position is not narrowed down to the presidency or the army or the establishment or the people. It is a unanimous Arab position, and it goes against everything that people think and believe about. I mean, in the past, since the beginning of the Arab-Israeli conflict, back in 1948, it took the Arabs something like 21 years or 20 years until they accepted the idea of coexistence. It seems now that the idea of coexistence is not accepted on the other side. And this is why, just to mention that will transfer the Palestinians outside of Gaza and the West Bank is actually raising a lot of red flags.
Right. And what implications could the indefinite postponement of President El-Sisi's visit have on Egypt-US relations, particularly in terms of security cooperation and military aid?
It is, okay, the relation is transforming at the moment into a state of tension, which is unprecedented. We have never seen this tension before. Even if you look back during the Iraq War in 2003, the Gulf War in 1991, whatever you would like to go back to, there was not this level of tension between the two countries. And it is significant because President Sisi decided not to go, postponed it until further notice. And we are waiting to see what will happen on a daily basis. You see, the press release coming and the press conferences coming from Washington on a daily basis is of escalating nature. And this is not helping. And I think it will turn into something significant.
And given Egypt's critical role in the regional stability, how might this diplomatic standoff affect broader Middle Eastern geopolitics, especially Cairo's relations with Israel and, of course, neighboring Arab countries?
At the moment, we are still in the narrative of trying to keep things calm, not to escalate further than that. But on Saturday, I don't know if the ceasefire really ends on Saturday, then we have a problem. So number one, Egypt have invited the Arab countries to come for the Arab summit in the end of Feb. We have also invited the foreign ministers of the Islamic countries for an emergency summit on end of Feb. So there is a significant gathering which is taking place in Egypt towards the end of Feb. These together is showing that there is a unanimous sound coming out or voice coming out from the region saying these kind of plans will not work, that the American narrative of like, we will put the Gazans outside for a little while and then we will bring them back, or might not bringing them back after rebuilding the Riviera in Gaza. This is not going to happen on anybody's watch. And I'm afraid we are reaching a point where it will be zero-sum game.
Right. Thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued insights.
Thank you for having me, Alison.
And from North Africa, let's move towards central part of the continent, where fighting has once again erupted in the eastern part of the DRC. This after nearly 3 days of a lull. Now, the Rwandan-backed M23 rebels have attacked the DRC army's positions in the South Kivu province. This is just days after leaders from East and Southern African blocs called on their army chiefs to propose a plan for implementing an immediate and unconditional ceasefire by Thursday between the M23 rebels and Kinshasa. Now, clashes and heavy shelling took place near the village of Ihusi, which is about 70 kilometers from South Kivu's provincial capital of Bukavu. It's also about 40 kilometers from the province's strategic military airport in Kavumu, which is the Congolese army uses to transport reinforcements and equipment to the region. The rebels have also threatened to advance toward the provincial capital of Bukavu. Earlier, they had paused their march towards South Kivu's capital after declaring a unilateral ceasefire. But in a post on social media platform X on Tuesday, a spokesperson for the Congo River Alliance, that also includes the M23, threatened that if crimes against their compatriots persist in the city, they would take full responsibility to eradicate the threat and protect their people. Meanwhile, despite calls by the joint summit in Tanzania to hold direct talks with the M23, President Tshisekedi's ruling party, the Union for Democracy and Social Progress, or the UDPS, has said that Kinshasa would not engage directly with the M23 rebels, whose latest offensive has killed thousands and driven hundreds out of their homes. Now, the M23, which is made up of mostly ethnic Tutsis, has in recent months swiftly seized swathes of territory in the mineral-rich eastern DRC after taking up arms once again in late 2021. They began advancing in the South Kivu province after taking control of Goma, the capital of neighboring North Kivu province, at the end of last month. The armed group, which has vowed to oust President Felix Tshisekedi, has since also captured Nyabibwe, which is a mining town in South Kivu, and is just short of entering the provincial capital of Bukavu. Now, control over Bukavu would give full control of Lake Kivu to the M23 rebels and Rwandan troops. The city has been preparing for an M23 offensive for several days. Schools, shops and banks have been shuttered, and residents have begun fleeing the city, fearing an imminent attack. However, the Burundian soldiers, who are reportedly 10,000 in number and are in the eastern DRC to support Kinshasa, have allegedly tried to stop the M23's advances toward Bukavu. Moreover, these latest clashes come at a time when almost 300 Congolese soldiers are being put on trial in a military court in Bukavu for charges including rape, murder, and looting. The United Nations has reported that mass violations, including summary executions, gang rape, and sexual slavery, have taken place since the M23 advances began in the eastern DRC in January. The UN has also said that Rwanda-backed rebels have forcibly closed settlement camps, leading to the displacement of more than 110,000 people in recent days. Now, this has worsened the humanitarian crisis in the region, where cases of cholera are also increasing. So as the deadline for the ceasefire given by the joint summit in Tanzania approaches, all eyes will be on whether Kinshasa agrees to sit with the M23 at the negotiating table and end the crisis, which is also likely to overshadow an African Union summit in Ethiopia this week, or let the offensive in the eastern part of the country continue. And now shifting our focus to South Sudan, which has been riddled with internal conflicts and problems. Now the country's president, Salvo, has fired his 2 vice presidents, as well as the nation's spy chief and several other ministers. In the latest reshuffle of senior officials in the government that was formed after a peace deal in 2018, Kerr has sacked James Eager, a veteran politician and general who had been the vice president since 2013, and Hussein Abdelbagi, an opposition figure who was in the position since 2020. Additionally, the president fired Akek Tong, who had been the head of national security for only 4 months. Now, the dismissals were announced in a series of presidential decrees read on the state broadcaster, where no reason was given for the drastic and abrupt move. The decree also announced that President Kerr had appointed Benjamin Bomel, a close advisor and ally who was sanctioned by the US in 2017 for alleged corruption, to replace one of the vice presidents. Now, experts believe Kerr's latest move to shake up the country's corridors of power is aimed at consolidating his power within the ruling party, ahead of the long-delayed elections which are expected to be held next year. Moreover, this is not the first time that the president has reshuffled the officials and appointed allies. Nearly 2 months ago, President Kerr fired the head of the country's military as well as the police chief. Now, this was after there were alleged disquiet within the army ranks, and he also fired the central bank's governor. In October last year, President Kerr dismissed his National Security Service head. In August of 2022, Kerr removed the finance minister and another central bank governor from their posts. Now, the latest move to fire the vice presidents and the spy chief comes at a time when speculations have reportedly grown in South Sudan that Kerr, who is 73 years old, may be preparing for an exit soon owing to health concerns. Bomel is allegedly seen as the president's first choice to succeed him if he is forced to quit, and this is despite the fact that South Sudan has 4 more vice presidents, some of whom are opposition leaders. To give some context, President Kerr and his rival, First Vice President Riek Machar, had united in the government under a 2018 peace deal that had ended a 5-year civil war with other opposition figures holding key posts. Now, national elections have since been delayed twice as disagreements between Kerr and Machar have complicated the implementation of the peace process. Furthermore, South Sudan remains in the grip of a humanitarian crisis because of sporadic violence, food insecurity, poor healthcare, and extreme weather. And its economy has also been depressed since the civil war that erupted in 2013. Amidst all of this chaos, there has also been rumors of a foiled coup attempt against the president of the East African country. So this has raised the question, was this abrupt reshuffling of the vice presidents and spy chief a move to replace critics and strengthen position in the government? Or is President Kerr really looking at his succession plan ahead of the 2026 elections? And for our last story, we are talking again about the Trump trouble for Africa. US President Donald Trump has sparked a bitter feud within Southern Africa. He has cut all funding to South Africa, alleging that its government is confiscating land of white farmers. Not just this, he has also offered white South Africans a resettlement offer in the United States. The offer has caught everybody off guard. It has led to South Africans across all races mocking Trump's idea, with some calling it straight out of the president's fantasy. Watch our next report to see some such reactions to Trump's South Africa proposal.
It hasn't been a month since Donald Trump took charge as the new US president. But his first few days in office have been enough to send shockwaves around the world. From sweeping aid cuts to tariff wars, thousands of deportations, and some baffling takeover plans.
With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America.
The US president seemed to have gone frenzied against all odds. He has picked a bone with quite a few countries, and a major one with South Africa. Trump has cut all funding to South Africa and has accused the Ramaphosa government of doing some terrible things. As per Trump, South Africa is confiscating land and is treating certain classes very badly. The reasoning of his argument? It's the newly signed land seizure law by President Cyril Ramaphosa, which, as per the US president, is anti-white. The law allows the South African government to seize farmland without compensation only under some circumstances. White South Africans own over 70% of farmland in South Africa. Their population, just over 8%. But as per Trump, white South Africans are victims of human rights violations. But to punish the South African government, Trump didn't just stop at aid cuts. He also brought a plan to resettle white South Africans in the United States. And that's where everybody drew a line. Even white South Africans have rejected Trump's proposals. The groups who once urged Trump to take up their cause have also been caught a bit off guard. While for some other South Africans, Trump's odd proposals are straight out of a fantasy or illusion.
To me, I think it's either an illusion or a fantasy on Trump to obviously gain more momentum.
You see with Trump, there's a lot of things when it comes to Trump. I feel like Trump is just trying to scare people. I think he wants power.
Some say Donald Trump is on a mission to trap white South Africans. Some believe the man misleading Trump on South Africa is none other than his close ally and South Africa-born tech billionaire Elon Musk, who has for years slammed the Ramaphosa government over land reforms and even claimed that they have been a victim of genocide without any evidence.
So I think he's got the wrong end of the stick. And AfriForum and the Afrikaans community is not going to fall for that trap, you know.
Personally, I feel like Trump doesn't know anything about this. I feel like Elon Musk is pushing him behind to say there's something there, go look at it. Because why all of a sudden interest in SA after all these years?
Trump's proposals have also sparked reactions on social media. Some South African users have labelled Trump's ideas as lame, and some are calling them funny and ridiculous. And how could they not trigger memes? Trump's refugee proposals for Afrikaners have flooded social media with jokes and memes. These memes have given birth to a new term describing Afrikaners who may choose to be refugees in America as Amerikaners, and netizens just can't stop talking about them. So, while land reforms deeply divide South Africa, it seems Trump's reaction to it has done the unthinkable. It has united South Africans of all races to mock the US president's ideas and fantasies.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello and welcome to this special edition of Vantage. It's our final day here in Paris. We won't miss the biting cold, I can tell you, but we will miss the vibes. I know the AI summit flattered to deceive, but in Washington, something could be brewing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is there. He's all set to meet US President Donald Trump. We'll be tracking that meeting closely for you. So make sure you stay tuned to Firstpost. We're also taking a closer look at Prime Minister Modi's entourage. It includes National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Remember, US courts have summoned Doval in the Khalistan case. So why has he risked this trip? Has Donald Trump offered him protection? We'll discuss what we know. Also on the show, how India and America are adding new chapters to their relationship. This time, with defense and energy. What did Trump say to Putin in their first publicized phone call? How did J.D. Vance do on his diplomatic debut in Paris? Why U.S. anticipates an Israeli strike on Iran? What is Turkish President Erdogan doing in Pakistan? What is India's new tax bill? And why is it needed? Also a special report on Valentine's Day. Every foreign trip is important, but some have a different feel to it. The vibes, the expectations, the stakes, all of it feels different. And that's the case here. In Prime Minister Narendra Modi's trip to the United States of America, he reached Washington on Wednesday evening, but the weather was not so welcoming. The forecast said snow and sleet. Temperatures dipped to almost 2 degrees Celsius. Thankfully, the Indian community was around, even in the freezing cold. They gave him a warm welcome. Take a look. The Prime Minister is not staying at a hotel, he is staying at the Blair House. It is located right across the White House. It serves as the US President's official guest house. Only important guests are hosted there, like world leaders or royalty. A number of Indian Prime Ministers have stayed at the Blair House, including Prime Minister Modi back in 2014. Once he arrived there, his engagements began. The first meeting was with Tulsi Gabbard. She is Trump's Director of National Intelligence. It's a very important position in America. Even the CIA and the National Security Agency report to her. Gabbard was confirmed by the Senate on the same day, so Prime Minister Modi congratulated her. He also discussed India-US relations. Now, Tulsi Gabbard has been a strong advocate for closer ties. Despite her name, she does not have Indian heritage, but she is a practicing Hindu, and the meeting with Gabbard was just the start. Prime Minister Modi has a packed schedule today. He has around 6 bilateral meetings lined up. We don't have the details yet, but the Prime Minister is expected to meet the following people: Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, National Security Advisor Mike Waltz, and of course the big one, US President Donald Trump. The meetings will start in a short while from now, and the day will end with a private dinner at the White House. All eyes will be on the Trump bilateral. We are mainly looking for 2 outcomes. 1, can Modi and Trump rekindle their old bromance? And 2, can they strike a trade deal? A deal to avoid a tariff war. We'll probably have the answers by tomorrow, but for now, let's focus on Modi's team. Let me pull up that picture of him meeting Tulsi Gabbard. Now look who's sitting on the side. National Security Advisor Ajit Doval. Now you may wonder what's so special about that. Doesn't the NSA travel with the Prime Minister? Well, normally, yes, he does. But in September last year, he did not, and a lot of people attributed it to the Khalistan case. Now some quick background here. US officials are investigating an alleged assassination plot. The target? Khalistani separatist Gurpatwant Singh Pannu. US officials say that India tried to kill him. They've also named National Security Advisor Ajit Doval in this case, after which a New York court summoned him. Now, the summon was not officially served to Mr. Doval, but the move was hostile and frankly unnecessary, which could be why he skipped the last meeting in September. But this time, Ajit Doval is in Washington. The question is, what does this signal? Is America softening its position? It certainly seems like it. Remember, this Khalistan probe was ordered under Joe Biden. The summons were issued under Joe Biden, and Doval skipped the trip under Joe Biden. But under President Donald Trump, perhaps India feels more confident. I know this trip has a packed agenda. The focus will be on trade and defense. But we say Prime Minister Modi should get a word in on Khalistan as well. These terrorists have found a safe haven in America. Just look at Pannu. On Tuesday, he was inside the US Capitol. He claimed that he was giving so-called evidence of India's meddling abroad. As always, Pannu made a video of it, and frankly, he does not look like a Capitol visitor. He looks like one of those ghosts from Harry Potter, just weirdly lurking around. Take a look at this. Pannu says the US must arrest Ajit Doval. We say it's wishful thinking. Trump is keen on building ties with India. The only irritant seems to be tariffs at this point. If both sides work on that, this relationship will flourish. And if it does, India must capitalize on it. You have a president sympathetic to India's interests. You have strong India advocates in his cabinet. So now is the time to push on, to nudge America towards cracking down on Khalistanis. We should not miss this chance. We mentioned tariffs briefly. That is certainly a hiccup in the relationship, but overall the trajectory is good. India and the US are drawing closer to each other and they're adding new facets to their ties. Today we are focusing on two of them, two of the new facets. One is defense cooperation and the second is energy partnership. Let's look at defense first. Two deals are expected to be discussed by Modi and Trump. A deal for US combat vehicles and for jointly producing fighter jet engines. The jet engine deal was signed back in 2023, but progress has been slow. Plus, several deals are in the implementation stage, like the deal for drones. Last year, India agreed to buy 31 Predator drones. The total cost was $3.5 billion. But Prime Minister Modi and President Trump will take, both Prime Minister Modi and President Trump will take stock of these deals, perhaps try to speed things up. Because a number of US shipments are running late. In 2020, India bought Apache helicopters from Boeing. The first batch was expected by June 2024. But not a single one has been delivered so far. Same with jet engines. In 2021, India placed an order for 99 General Electric engines. Deliveries were supposed to start in 2023. Again, not a single one has arrived. Such delays are not a good look, especially in a budding defense relationship. You see, India has historically bought weapons from Russia, but recently we've been diversifying. New Delhi wants to produce more weapons at home, of course. It also wants to pursue other sellers like France, America, and Israel. Now, if you look at the numbers, you can see this pivot. From 2009 to 2013, the US made up just 8% of India's defense imports, 8%. Then from 2014 to 2018, it rose to 13%. But in the last 5 years, it has stagnated. The US is still stuck at 13%. And that's something that both leaders should look at. Because in the same time, France has gained a lot. They made up just 0.9% of India's defense imports from 2009 to 2013, 0.9%. And today, France makes up 33%. So what is it that Paris is doing that Washington is not? That's a question to look at. Equally important is India's defense exports. The US is the top market for Indian arms. It makes up 50% of all Indian defense exports. So the scope is immense, which brings us to the second facet, energy ties. India's petroleum minister has made it quite clear he wants to import more energy from the United States of America. Again, this is new. Most of our energy has come from West Asia and now Russia. The US is only the 5th largest supplier of oil. In the ongoing fiscal year, India imported oil worth $4 billion from America. That's 1.8% down from the year before. Then how can India and the US be energy partners? Well, thanks to LNG. That's liquefied natural gas. Right now, natural gas makes up just 6% of India's energy mix. The target is to take it up to 15% by 2030. And that means importing more. Reports say India's LNG imports could double by 2030. Enter America. The US is the world's largest LNG producer. Until recently, it was India's 3rd largest supplier, but last year the US overtook the UAE. It is now the 2nd largest LNG supplier, and more deals are being lined up. India's state-run energy firms are on the job, the likes of GAIL, Indian Oil and Bharat Petroleum. They're all negotiating with US suppliers. The goal is to sign a long-term LNG deal. Now, both these items are strategically important, energy and defense. They can transform bilateral ties. They can create a sort of strategic dependence, which in turn leads to closer ties. Of course, the risk is pretty obvious. You must be sure that you can trust the other side. Prime Minister Modi seems to have that trust in America. Let's see how this pivot plays out. US President Donald Trump has dropped a bomb. the metaphorical kind, thankfully, but it still managed to shake the world. Trump spoke to Russian President Vladimir Putin yesterday about finally ending the war in Ukraine. Trump held a press conference after that. Take a look at this first.
We had a very good talk with, people didn't really know what President Putin's thoughts were, but I think I can say with great confidence he wants to see it ended also. That's good. And we're going to work toward getting it ended and as fast as possible.
Trump says Putin is on board. He said the Russian president wants to end the war in the not-so-distant future. Trump said he mentioned the possibility of a ceasefire, and Putin seemed agreeable. Trump has formed a team to lead the negotiations. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, U.S. National Security Advisor Michael Waltz, and Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. You may have noticed something about this team. It doesn't have a single Ukrainian on it. No Europeans either, just Trump's men. And think about the call. Trump spoke to Putin one-on-one. It is only after that that Trump called Zelensky, effectively to tell him what had been discussed. Trump was asked about this. His response would probably have left Zelensky shaking in his boots.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
Why did you decide to provide support to Ukraine? Would you support Zelensky ceding territory or exchanging territory in any agreement to end the war?
Well, he's going to have to do what he has to do, but, you know, his poll numbers aren't particularly great, to put it mildly. He's got a country where, you know, it's been savaged and attacked.
Zelensky was most likely blindsided. The Ukrainian president met a member of Trump's staff yesterday, Trump's new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent. Zelensky was working out a deal to give the U.S. rare metals, rare earths, in exchange for security. This was Zelensky before his call with Trump.
Putin does not want to end the war. If Ukraine was in NATO, its army would be equal to Russia's.
And this was Zelensky after the call with Trump.
Very substantive negotiations with the United States of America. I had a good, in-depth conversation with President Trump, and I appreciate President's genuine interest in our shared opportunities and how we can bring true peace closer together. It was a long discussion. We discussed many details, including diplomatic, military, and economic matters. President Trump informed me of what Putin told him. We believe that America's strength, together with us and all our partners, is enough to pressure Russia and Putin into peace.
Zelensky tried to put up a brave face after his call with President Donald Trump, but as I said, he seems to have been blindsided. Zelensky started the day talking about joining NATO, about becoming a match for Putin on the battlefield. But Donald Trump shot all of that down.
Do you oppose NATO membership for Ukraine?
I don't think it's practical to have it, personally.
If the war were to end, he says he wants guarantees of security.
We'll see what that means.
So effectively, it looks like the US is dealing with Russia directly now, and Ukraine will just have to accept whatever it is offered. Trump is planning to meet Putin in person multiple times, apparently. Their first meeting will probably be in Saudi Arabia.
I think so. We think we're going to probably meet in Saudi Arabia, the first meeting. Hasn't been set, but not too distant future.
Will Zelensky be part of that meeting?
We both understand, you know, we know the Crown Prince, and I think it'd be a very good place to meet.
Now, Saudi Arabia is a largely neutral venue, unlike anywhere in Europe or China for that matter. So a Trump-Putin meeting in Saudi Arabia does make sense. Their meeting should take place soon. But the question is, will Zelensky get invited? Or will he just have to sign whatever is sent to him after the meeting? Overall, it seems that Trump may actually manage to end the war in Ukraine. Judging by his rhetoric, Zelensky will have to give up all his ambitions. He may have to cede land to Russia, drop his plans of joining NATO, and possibly even the European Union. And if that happens, it will mean that Putin gets everything that he wants with Trump's blessing. This week was very important for J.D. Vance. It was his big diplomatic debut, and I must say, Trump threw him into the deep end. First was the Global Summit on Artificial Intelligence. Vance had to spell out US AI policy. He also had to refuse signing on to the joint statement. His next assignment is in Munich, where he will attend a security conference. J.D. Vance will have to lay out Trump's approach to Europe, not to mention clarify his moves on Ukraine. These are tough missions for any politicians, but especially so for a novice like J.D. Vance. Trump literally picked him in the middle of his first ever term as senator. So he's virtually a beginner on foreign policy. So how did his debut go? Our next report tells you.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
James David Vance. That's what the JD stands for, James David. Not everyone knows this, because Vance isn't exactly very famous. Not yet, anyway. The US Vice President is usually in the shadow of his Commander-in-Chief, Donald Trump. But this week, Vance has been given a chance to step out of that shadow. Trump sent his VP to Europe, first to attend the AI summit in Paris, and then on to Munich in Germany for the annual Munich Security Conference, which begins tomorrow. Vance has been given a difficult task. He has to represent the Trump administration in Europe, while the continent is wary of Trump's every move. Vance has to reassure America's European allies, but also make sure to push Trump's America First agenda. It's an unenviable task, a trial by fire. But let's see how the US VP has performed so far, starting with the Paris AI Summit.
The United States of America is the leader in AI, and our administration plans to keep it that way. And let me be emphatic about this point. America wants to partner with all of you, and we want to embark on the AI revolution before us with a spirit of openness and collaboration. Many of our most productive tech companies are forced to deal with the EU's Digital Services Act and the massive regulations it created about taking down content and policing so-called misinformation.
J.D. Vance effectively said it all with those 3 points. America will be first, it wants to work with Europe, but Europe has to follow America's rules. Vance's speech was combative. He rejected all the talk about safety and regulation, and eventually he didn't sign the final joint statement. But he left the door open for future collaborations, on America's terms. All in all, he seems to have done what was expected of him. Outside the summit, he met a host of world leaders. India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi was among them. PM Modi had a few gifts for Vance's children, gifts that could reaffirm their ties to India. Remember, the VP's wife, Usha Vance, is of Indian descent, so their children have ties to the subcontinent. Prime Minister Modi seems to have considered this while giving them gifts. Vance also attended some less friendly meetings with European leadership.
We're going to talk a lot about, I'm sure, some trade issues, some economic issues, and the Trump administration has been very clear that we care a lot about Europe. We see a lot of economic relationship to build upon with Europe, and we also want to make sure that we're actually engaged in a security partnership that's good for both Europe and the United States. So,
again, he basically said that the US is open to collaboration, but it will be America first. It's a tough line to walk. And it'll be even tougher tomorrow at the Munich Security Conference. Vance will have to explain Donald Trump's latest move, his call with Vladimir Putin about ending the war in Ukraine. Trump seems to have left Europe out in the cold. He didn't consult with them. So Vance will have to explain that as well, which means his trial by fire isn't over yet.
Now let's look at West Asia. Turmoil could return to the area any day. The Gaza ceasefire was looking increasingly fragile, with Hamas initially saying it would delay the release of Israeli hostages. This prompted threats from both the US and Israel. But even as this crisis is unfolding, a new concern has popped up. A new US intelligence report which says that Israel plans to launch an attack against its arch nemesis, Iran. The report says that Israel wants to hit Iranian nuclear facilities, two in particular, in Fordo and Natanz. Now, these sites are located to the south of Iran's capital, Tehran. They're in the middle of the country. But Israel sees an opening. Now, you may remember what happened last October. Israeli forces attacked Tehran's military facilities and Iran's air defenses. This was a tit-for-tat attack. After Iran fired missiles at Israel, Israel was initially considering a strike on Iran's nuclear facilities back then as well. But former US President Joe Biden rejected that idea, so Israel had to opt for something else. They had to hit conventional military sites and air defenses instead, not Iran's nuclear sites. And the air defenses part is important here. It weakened Iran's shield against future attacks. It left the country more vulnerable to further strikes, including strikes on its nuclear facilities. And this is reportedly still the case. Iran is still vulnerable. Iran's air defenses are not back to their former levels. So Israel believes that the iron is hot, and it should use this opportunity to hit Iran's nuclear sites. There's another reason why Israel is thinking about this now. It's because Joe Biden has left office, and the new US president is Donald Trump. His support for Israel is well known, as is his opposition to Iran. During his first term, Donald Trump had applied what he called the maximum pressure policy towards Iran. And now he wants to do the same. Does this mean that Israel has Trump's support to target Iran's nuclear sites? Well, not really. Yes, Trump wants to prevent Iran from acquiring nuclear weapons, but he seems opposed to the idea of attacking Iran, at least for now. He wants to try talks first.
I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran.
Trump said all of this while standing right next to Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Clearly, he does not want to bomb Iran arbitrarily, not before trying to work out a deal. Netanyahu may have been taken aback because this is what he said next.
We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. And we're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon.
But when it comes to bombing Iran, Netanyahu and Trump do not see eye to eye. Reports say that Trump shot down Netanyahu's plan. He refused to launch a military attack on Iran, and this is what he said on social media, that he wants Iran to be a successful nation, and that reports about US and Israeli strikes were quote-unquote greatly exaggerated. Now let's look at the US intelligence reports again. They talk about Israeli strikes on Iran's nuclear facility. But the strikes would have to be supported by the US. America would have to help Israel with aerial refueling, with surveillance, and with reconnaissance. The reports do not talk about a solo Israeli strike. Also remember, Iran's nuclear sites are not sitting ducks. They are located underground, with their own defenses, of course. Israel would need a lot of additional support and firepower to destroy them. Without that, the strikes would be superficial. They would just set Iran back by weeks, maybe months, but they would also give Iran more reason to build nuclear weapons. So a solo Israeli strike may end up being an own goal. At least this is America's analysis. Some Israeli officials disagree with this. They think the US is not giving them enough credit. So will Israel really go ahead with its attack, even without Donald Trump's approval? Or will it wait for Trump to try and talk things out first? I guess we'll find out in the weeks to come. President Trump has been trying to downsize the US government, and he has made the world's richest man in charge of this mission. Elon Musk has taken a hacksaw to the federal bureaucracy, and he is taking it on one agency at a time. Now it is NASA's turn. This is America's space agency, and Elon Musk's DOGE is coming for it. That's the Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE. It plans to trim NASA's spending. Hundreds of NASA employees have already accepted Trump's buyout plan. So what does this mean for NASA's future? Are Trump's buyouts working? And what about the conflict of interest here? Considering that Musk's SpaceX has contracts worth about $15 billion with NASA. Our next report tells you.
President Donald Trump wants to trim all the fat in the US government, and he's put Elon Musk in charge of this mission. The world's richest man is heading DOGE, that's the Department of Government Efficiency, and it's trying to downsize the US government.
I'll tell him to go here, go there. He does it. He's got a very capable group of people. Very capable. They know what they're doing. They'll ask questions and they'll see immediately as somebody gets tongue-tied that they're either crooked or don't know what they're doing. We have very smart people going in. So I've instructed him go into education, go into military, go into other things as we go along. And they're finding massive amounts of fraud, abuse, waste, all of these things.
Musk has taken a hacksaw to the federal bureaucracy, one agency at a time. And now NASA is his next target. That's the US Space Agency. Its acting administrator, Janet Petro, has said that DOGE plans to examine NASA's spending. A small group of officials have already begun to examine NASA's various space mission programs, which make up the agency's roughly $24 billion annual budget. They are looking at NASA's payments and trying to slash them like they've done in other agencies. And that's not all. Petro also claims that hundreds of NASA employees have accepted a government buyout proposal. Yesterday, a federal judge lifted the pause on Trump's buyout program. As it closed to applicants, about 75,000 federal employees had accepted Trump's offer. That's about 3.3% of the federal government's 2.3 million workers and below the White House's projections of 5 to 10% of the workforce who were expected to accept the buyouts. Among these, hundreds of employees belong to NASA. And this comes ahead of Musk's cost-saving plans at the agency, which has been criticized heavily. Of course, there are the general ethical questions. Is Musk really allowed to fire US government employees? Why does a temporary worker have so much power? Simply because he reportedly bankrolled an election. Plus, there are privacy concerns. Why should Musk or DOGE members enjoy nearly unfettered access to data across federal agencies? Where is the oversight? So, there are a lot of unanswered questions. But what's worse is this. Experts say there is an extreme conflict of interest. SpaceX, which is owned by Musk, is NASA's largest private contractor. It has roughly $15 billion worth of contracts with the space agency. Now, Petro says that NASA has very strict conflict of interest policies. But maybe they are not strict enough. Because this is not just a violation of those policies, it also puts NASA's future at risk. Let's take their flagship space program, for instance, the Space Launch System, or SLS. SLS is supposed to take American astronauts back to the moon. Musk has called it outdated, over budget. He says thinking about the rocket makes him sad. What he prefers instead is a potential mission to Mars. So his involvement has thrown NASA's moon ambitions into uncertainty, and they can upend America's race with China, which has targeted a moon landing in 2030.
They've got the flag up now, and you can...
So NASA could be a turning point for Trump's restructuring mission. If his sidekick cancels the SLS, if he doesn't let it fly to the moon, it will be a telltale sign of just how powerful Musk has become and what else he can do that will be allowed to fly.
Now let's turn our attention to Indonesia. This is Southeast Asia's biggest economy. It is home to more than 100 million people under the age of 30. Basically, it has a young, tech-savvy population, yet Apple does not have an official store in this country. And last year, the company was dealt a bigger blow. Indonesia banned Apple iPhone 16 sales over lack of investment. So now the tech giant is trying to woo their government. It is taking steps to potentially make iPhones in Indonesia. But will this plan work? And is this the new template? Here is a report.
Apple is trying to woo Indonesia again. The tech giant is taking steps to potentially make iPhones in the Southeast Asian country, so that Indonesia lifts the ban on the company and ends the saga that began nearly 4 months ago. Here's some context. Indonesia is Southeast Asia's biggest economy. Plus, it has a young and tech-savvy population. More than 100 million Indonesians are under the age of 30. Meanwhile, Apple does not have a single official store in the country, so those who want to buy its products buy them from resale platforms. But in October last year, Apple found itself in a peculiar situation. Indonesia banned the iPhone 16 in the country. It prohibited the marketing and sale of the model that was being imported, because the company failed to meet the country's strict investment regulations, which require companies to source up to 40% of their device components locally. To reach that percentage, Apple needs to invest in Indonesia. It should source Indonesian materials to be used for iPhone components. Apple had initially committed to investing $100 million in local research and development facilities in the country. But those investments only reached $95 million. They fell short of reaching the target. So, Indonesia banned Apple. This came as a major blow to the company, which is battling falling sales in nearly all markets the world over. So, following the ban in Indonesia, Apple pledged an additional $10 million and a new factory in Bandung City, which would manufacture accessories and components for Apple devices. These efforts were still not enough to circumvent the ban. So now, Apple has gone 10 steps further. It has made a new investment commitment of $1 billion, alongside a local manufacturing facility specifically for Apple AirTag trackers. These are devices that help people keep track of objects, such as keys or backpacks. And Apple is inclined to manufacture them in Indonesia. According to reports, it is also in talks with supply chain partners in the country to set up iPhone assembly lines. If the move materializes, if Indonesia lifts the iPhone ban, it'll become the second country in Southeast Asia with iPhone manufacturing facilities after Vietnam. This would not only allow Apple to regain its lost market, it'll benefit Indonesia as well. When it comes to consumer electronics, iPhone supply chains are quite sophisticated. So the move will elevate Indonesia's tech manufacturing industry. It'll give the country an economic boost, obviously. It would help create jobs. And by the looks of it, these results aren't too far away. It seems like Indonesia has succeeded in setting a template for foreign manufacturing and investment, because apparently Tim Cook is willing to cave in to become the apple of Indonesia's eye.
Our next story is from Pakistan, South Asia's most fiscally unstable nation. Pakistan is hosting a very special guest today, a guest that their Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif considers a brother. No, the leader is not from China, not Saudi Arabia either. No, not the UAE. Okay, so Shehbaz Sharif has a lot of credit cards. I mean, brothers. But this one is very special, really. It's Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. Erdogan landed in Rawalpindi last night. He was greeted by Prime Minister Sharif and Pakistan's President Asif Ali Zardari. It was a grand welcome, and it continued today. There was a guard of honor, a ceremonial tree planting, a fighter jet salute with F-16s, and even a meeting with Pakistan's real leader, the Chief of Army Staff, General Asim Munir. But the thing that takes the cake might be this: a song prepared by the Pakistani government in praise of Erdogan. Priceless. You can't fake flattery like that. Islamabad must have been hoping for something truly game-changing in return. Once all the elaborate greetings were out of the way, Erdogan and Sharif got to business. They signed 24 agreements. They covered a range of sectors. Pakistan wants to increase bilateral trade with Turkey from the current 1 billion to 5. There are also reports of cooperation in Syria. You know that Bashar al-Assad's government fell last December thanks to Turkey-backed rebel groups. Turkey will be involved in rebuilding Syria, and Pakistan wants a slice of that business as well. And then we come to defense. Turkey is already Pakistan's second largest arms supplier. 11% of Pakistan's defense imports come from Turkey. They also have joint projects, including on warships and even stealth fighters. Pakistan and Turkey are collaborating on Turkish Khan fighter jets. They're set to build a joint factory for it. And of course, when it comes to Turkey and defense, there's always talk about drones. Pakistan already operates Turkish drones, both the Bayraktar TB2 and the Akinje. As you can see, Turkey-Pakistan military ties run deep, so don't be surprised if they get deeper. However, all this is annoying, if not bad news for India, because Erdogan is one of the few leaders who keeps trying to butt into the Kashmir issue. Most countries keep out of it. They recognize that Kashmir is a bilateral issue exclusively between India and Pakistan. Pakistan does not like this fact. It keeps trying to encourage world leaders to interfere, and Erdogan is one of the few that takes the bait every time. Shehbaz Sharif thanked Erdogan for this today, showering him with praise for his quote-unquote unwavering support after talking about Kashmir. Without batting an eyelid, Sharif moved on to talking about Pakistan fighting terrorism. You can't make this up, like I said. Sharif spoke about the menace of terrorism, lamenting all the lives lost. How can someone be so tone deaf? Pakistan keeps sponsoring terrorism in Kashmir. It is the reason for thousands of lives lost. But Shehbaz Sharif is calling Pakistan a victim of terrorism. The only reason it is a victim is because it bred those terrorists in the first place. Now, Islamabad is upset because it has lost control over its weapons. The hypocrisy is unbelievable, but sadly, it was to be expected. Erdogan is not going to correct Shehbaz Sharif. He has weapons to sell. And we know one thing. When the people are starving, Pakistan will always opt to buy weapons over wheat. Major changes are afoot back home. The government of India has introduced a new income tax bill. The current one is 6 decades old. So the finance minister is overhauling it. When she introduced the bill, protests broke out in parliament. A number of opposition MPs also walked out, but ultimately the bill was introduced with a voice vote. The next step is to review it. The bill has been sent to the parliamentary committee. The committee will now review and maybe suggest changes. After that, it can be passed into law. Now, I know there are obvious questions here. Why do we need a new income tax law? What was wrong with the old one? And will this affect your tax rates? Our next report has the answers.
Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman.
The Income Tax Act was originally enacted.
India is getting a new income tax law. The bill was introduced in Parliament today and is now heading to a special committee for review. Once passed, it will replace the existing law, the 6-decade-old Income Tax Act of 1961. Let's get the most pressing question out of the way first. Will your tax change? The answer is no. The recent union budget had introduced new tax rates and slabs. Income up to 12 lakh rupees is now tax-free. Those rates and tax slabs have been retained.
Slabs and rates.
Then what's the point of this new bill? To make the income tax code clear and concise. The existing law is quite bulky. It has 47 chapters and 819 sections. The new bill has 23 chapters and 536 sections, so it's significantly smaller. It's also a lot easier to read and understand. The sentences are much shorter. Complex legal jargon has been removed and more tables have been added for visual representation. Here's an example of that simplicity. The current law has a previous year and an assessment year. You make money in the previous year, say 2024 to 2025, but you pay in the assessment year, which is 2025 to 2026. Sounds a bit complicated, doesn't it? The new bill has removed the concept of assessment year, and previous year has been renamed. It is now simply tax year. Certain words have also been swapped out. The existing law has the word notwithstanding in a lot of places. That's being replaced with irrespective of anything. What's the idea behind this shorter, simpler tax code? A, it's easier for taxpayers to read and understand. And B, it makes tax litigation easier because there's no confusion about the clauses. Most experts have welcomed the move, but a few are not impressed. They admit the changes will improve readability, but they feel more should have been done. After all, this is a review after 64 long years. Nonetheless, it's a step in the right direction. If you pay taxes, there are a few changes that will interest you. Number 1, you will have more time to file updated returns. Let's say you made a mistake or forgot something in your filings. Right now, you have 2 years to update it. The new law will raise it to 4 years. Number 2, the bill has a taxpayer's charter. It lists out your rights and duties as a taxpayer. Number 3, explicit provisions for digital assets. Things like cryptocurrency have been defined as property, much like land, shares or jewelry. This is clearly a much-needed update to India's tax code. The rest is up to the Parliament. The MPs will convene again on March 10th. After that, the bill will be put to vote. If passed, the new tax law will come into effect on April 1st, 2026. So there's enough time for a full dissection.
Chocolates in heart-shaped boxes, bursting displays of red and pink bouquets, bright red teddy bears, local cinemas featuring Shah Rukh Khan and Hugh Grant, you guessed it. It is that time of the year again. It is Valentine's Day tomorrow, or in other words, a national holiday for the floral industry. After all, the flower business booms during the Valentine's week, and roses are the crown jewel of this industry. They're among the top-selling flowers worldwide. More than 250 million roses are produced for Valentine's Day alone. For one day, 250 million roses.
I think it's going to be a great year this year. Everyone's in a really good mood. I think there's a lot of love in the air.
Nearly 1 billion roses are on their way to the US ahead of the celebration. They are being imported to the country from mostly Colombia and Ecuador. There are more than 14 flights of flowers every day, 7 days a week, leading up to tomorrow.
Ecuadorian roses are exported to all continents, to really far places like the Russian Siberia, Australia.
This is the peak season for cargo movement, due to the Valentine's Day holiday. Our main trading partners, the United States and Europe, have the good habit of receiving many flowers these days. So capacity is doubled, airline operations are doubled, and also the production of the farms.
But elsewhere, it is not flowers, but flavors that are blossoming. I'm talking about Paris, here, famously known as the City of Love. This week, you will find couples flocking to the Eiffel Tower, shops stacked with teddy bears, and bridges laden with the locks of love. The city is widely deemed the authority on love. It has capitalized on this notion. It has innovated to keep up with this reputation, and now, amid concerns of floral waste after tomorrow, many shops here have given flowers a fresh twist. They're selling edible flowers.
Donc ça se mange. Ça se mange, je vais le montrer. Yes, you can eat it. Let me show you. That's it. A bit spicy, but not too strong.
Mais pas trop agressif. Which brings us to another Valentine's Day darling, chocolates. Cocoa prices have hit a record, and chocolate prices are up 20% compared to last year. If this leaves a bitter taste in your mouth, there are some alternatives, like the good old cards, because fun fact, around 1 billion Valentine's Day cards are exchanged every year the world over, making it the second largest card sending day after Christmas. Then, of course, there's jewelry, which accounts for nearly 30% of all the gifts purchased on Valentine's Day. Because no matter where you are, no matter which stage of relationship you're in, there is a market for you. And this is true even if you're not in a relationship. For many singles out there, a counter-culture movement is underway. The multi-billion-dollar wellness industry has jumped on the trend, where red roses are out, and self-care is in. There are hampers for personal wellness on Valentine's, and that is not all. In India, home delivery apps have a single mode as well. So you can get discounts on ice cream if you want to have a good cry, or exercise equipment if you want to seek revenge with a glow-up. And if you're in Canada, for $5, you can name a rat after your ex, and an owl will eat it for Valentine's Day. Brutal, isn't it? Not just the owl eating the rodent, but also the fact that Valentine's Day increasingly seems less about the magic of love and more about the magic of marketing. Whether you spend the day online, offline, single, or happily in a relationship, brands know that you will be spending money and they're counting on it. Because if there is money to be had, Cupid's arrow of consumerism rarely misses the mark. And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Saudi Arabia, a robot greets visitors at a tech show. In China, a robotic dog assists in street patrols during the Asian Winter Games. In Japan, a snowball fighting contest thrills visitors. And finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 1945, Nazi-occupied Budapest fell to the Russians during World War II. We're leaving you on that note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham and we're live in the nation's capital of Washington, D.C. And over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin in Australia, where 2 nurses in a Sydney hospital have been fired after they threatened to kill Israeli patients and refused to treat any Israelis that come in seeking help. The 2 nurses posted a video on TikTok with their message sparking outrage across the country, and Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has called the incident sickening and has ordered the federal authorities to investigate the threats.
It's very clear to me that these people have committed what are crimes, and they should face the full force of the law.
Those people subject to that investigation will not ever be working for New South Wales Health again. They are vile, disgusting and deranged individuals.
The names of both nurses have now been released by the New South Wales Health Ministry. Ahmad Rashid Nadir is a migrant from Afghanistan who became an Australian citizen 4 years ago, while Sarah Abu Ladeh was reportedly born in the country to immigrant parents. In the TikTok video, the 2 nurses were seen calling Palestine a country while laughing and joking about how they would kill any Israeli patients. The Australian government has even issued an apology to the Jewish community in the country.
Community, today I say not only am I sorry, but I can assure you this: the care that you get in our hospitals will continue to be first class. We will investigate this uphill and down dale. We will not just be looking at this incident per se, but we will also be obviously going through previous cases to make sure that that hospital has been working in a way that reflects those values around safety and care.
Now, anti-Semitism and attacks on the Jewish community have been on the rise in Australia since the start of the Israel-Hamas war and the destruction of Gaza. And since November of last year, there have been at least 7 attacks on the homes and schools of Jews, including the usage of bombs and incendiary devices. Australian police say these attacks have been carried out by migrants of other countries, particularly from Islamic nations. And following the rise of anti-Semitism, Australia recently passed a strict law imposing hefty penalties and even jail time on criminals.
We're strengthening the legislation today. We want people who are engaged in anti-Semitic activities to be caught, to be charged, and to be put in the clink. That's my priority.
Meanwhile, the Australian police has promised to investigate the recent incident swiftly and prosecute the 2 nurses for their anti-Semitic behavior. However, the actions of the 2 nurses have shocked the entire medical community, who are otherwise known for their apolitical stance and have taken an oath to save lives regardless of a person's identity. And now moving to the Middle East, U.S. intelligence suggests that Israel is likely planning a strike on Iran's nuclear program in the coming months. The preemptive attack could set back Tehran's program by weeks or months, while certainly escalating tensions in the region. Now, according to the Washington Post, Israel is expected to hit Iran's Fordow and Natanz nuclear sites by mid-year. This after Israel bombarded Iran last October, weakening its air defenses and exposing it to further attacks. Now the White House and the Israeli government have refused to comment on the intel report. However, a spokesperson for the U.S. National Security Council says President Donald Trump will not allow Iran to advance its nuclear program at any cost.
President Trump has made it clear. He will not permit Iran to get a nuclear weapon. While he prefers negotiating a resolution to America's long-standing issues with the Iranian regime peacefully, he will not wait indefinitely if Iran isn't willing to deal, and soon.
The intel report mentions 2 strike options for Israel, both of which involve support from the United States. The first attack could be a distance assault, meaning Israel would fire long-range missiles from outside of the Iranian airspace. The second option could see Israeli jets entering Iran's airspace and dropping bunker-buster precision bombs on the nuclear sites. The revelation could prove to be an early test for President Donald Trump, who has until now campaigned for restoring peace with the Islamic regime while also expressing support for Israel.
I say this, and I say this to Iran, who's listening very intently. I would love to be able to make a great deal, a deal where you can get on with your lives and you'll do wonderfully. You'll do wonderfully. Incredible people, industrious, beautiful, just an unbelievable group of people in Iran. And I know them well, have many friends from Iran and many friends that are Americans from Iran, and they're very proud of Iran. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. I'm not putting restrictions. They cannot have one thing. They cannot have a nuclear weapon. And if I think that they will have a nuclear weapon, despite what I just said, I think that's going to be very unfortunate for them. If, on the other hand, they can convince us that they won't, and I hope they can. It's very easy to do. It's actually very easy to do. I think they're going to have an unbelievable future.
However, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says sees Tehran as an imminent threat that could only be stopped with the help of President Donald Trump.
We also see eye to eye on Iran. That's the same Iran that tried to kill us both. They tried to kill you, Mr. President. They tried through their proxies to kill me. We're both committed to rolling back Iran's aggression in the region and ensuring that Iran never develops a nuclear weapon.
Now, only time will tell how U.S.-Iranian policy takes shape under President Donald Trump as he makes the difficult decision between potential peace and almost certain war. And now back in the United States, President Donald Trump held a telephone conversation with Russian leader Vladimir Putin on Wednesday. Now, following the 90-minute phone call, President Trump promised that negotiations to end the war in Ukraine will begin immediately. The two leaders also discussed tensions in the Middle East, artificial intelligence, and dollarization, among other things. The Kremlin said Vladimir Putin has invited President Trump to visit Moscow and settle the Ukraine conflict face to face.
The Russian president invited the U.S. president to visit Moscow and expressed his readiness to receive U.S. officials in Russia in those areas of mutual interest, including, of course, the topic of Ukrainian settlement. Putin and Trump also agreed to continue personal contacts, including arranging a face-to-face meeting.
Meanwhile, Donald Trump said he will likely meet Vladimir Putin in Saudi Arabia, where the Crown Prince could mediate the conversation.
Dealing with President Putin largely on the phone, and we ultimately expect to meet. In fact, we expect that he'll come here and I'll go there, and we're going to meet also probably in Saudi Arabia. The first time we'll meet in Saudi Arabia, see if we can get something done. But we want to end that war. That war is a disaster. It's a really bloody, horrible war.
Now, shortly after getting off the phone call with the Russian leader, President Trump also spoke with Ukrainian counterpart Volodymyr Zelensky.
We had a great call, and it lasted for a long time, over an hour this morning. I also had with President Zelensky a very good call after that. And I think we're on the way to getting peace. I think President Putin wants peace, and President Zelensky wants peace, and I want peace. I just want to see people stop getting killed.
Now, when asked about whether he's freezing out Ukraine from the peace process, President Trump said he only wants to stop the deadly war.
Helps President Zelensky of this process a bit? Isn't there a danger of that?
No, I don't think so, as long as he's there. But, you know, at some point you're going to have elections, too. You're going to have an election.
Do you view Ukraine as an equal member of this peace process?
It's an interesting question. I think they have to make peace. Their people are being killed, and I think they have to make peace. I said that was not a good war to go into, and I think they have to make peace. That's what I think.
The president also reiterated that Russia would never allow Ukraine to join the NATO alliance, and he has no problem with that.
It's practical to have it, personally. I know that our new Secretary of Defense, who's excellent, Pete, made a statement today saying that he thinks it's unlikely or impractical. I think probably that's true. I think long before President Putin, they said there's no way they'd allow that. This has been going on for many, many years. They've been saying that for a long time, that Ukraine cannot go into NATO. And I'm okay with that. I just want the war, whether they are or they're not. But it certainly would seem to be that most people have said that that is something that's not going to happen.
Now, Donald Trump's conciliatory tone towards Putin comes after 3 years of silence between former President Joe Biden and the Russian president. In fact, President Trump has maintained an approach contrary to his predecessor, signaling his desire to resolve the conflict through dialogue, something that Kyiv agrees with as well. With Trump back in the White House, Russia has already gotten what it wants, a chance to negotiate directly with the United States with minimum interference from Ukraine. Now, only time will tell how much Putin is prepared to compromise, if at all, and how much Ukraine is actually ready to lose, as President Donald Trump navigates a possible ceasefire. And staying with the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin is waging a secret war, not with tanks, bombs, or bullets, but with people. According to NATO, Russia and its allies, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, are in fact weaponizing migration, flooding the southern U.S. border. And this is no accident. NATO generals say it is a calculated strategy meant to destabilize the United States. So just how far does Russia's influence in Latin America actually go? The answers may actually shock you. Our next report uncovers the full story.
In the shadows of global politics, a secret war unfolds. It is not fought with tanks or missiles, but with people, desperate people. And Russia, through its allies, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, has turned migration into a weapon. This strategy, first used in Europe, now floods the US border with illegal immigrants. It began in 2014 after Russia annexed Crimea.
We hold you as an example, our dear veterans, and there is a big moral input on your side in that. Sevastopol and Crimea are back to Russia. You transferred to us the great values of unity, fairness, solidarity. You taught us to act according to our conscience. The generation that grew up in Sevastopol has always acted according to those values.
The Kremlin acted, and they knew they needed to weaken Europe's response to sanctions. So it unleashed a wave of migrants through its eastern route. NATO's then General Philip Breedlove warned that Russia and Syria's Assad regime were weaponizing migration. Their plan was clear: overwhelm Europe, break its resolve and force negotiations. Then 2 years later, in 2016, Russia targeted Finland. The Center for Eastern Studies revealed that the FSB, which is Russia's security agency, directed migrants to the Finnish border. And a Russian border guard even confirmed it. The FSB decides which car moves and when. Families with children were given priority, and Russia controls the flow.
Many people are disappointed by Europe. And to be perfectly honest, so am I a little, although I continue to work optimistically. But I believe there is a need for greater understanding that all countries will face difficulties if we reintroduce border controls everywhere. All countries must have an interest in the protection of the outer border, because if we don't have that, then we are also in great danger in terms of security policy.
Then came 2022 and history repeated itself. This time Belarus joined the game. The country increased flights from Syria and Iraq, and Syrian airline Cham Wings launched daily flights to Minsk. Migrants arrived, but hardly anyone left. Flights from Baghdad to Minsk carried 180 people, while only 5 returned.
This is horrible. In total, this is all orchestrated by the Belarusian regime. The migrants are lied to being brought there, so that Lukashenko and his villains can sort out their problems. As the migrants were lied to and robbed, their presence at the border becomes the hot spot in our region. This is all the fault of Lukashenko and Putin.
Soon after which, Poland, Lithuania and Latvia declared states of emergency. Finland shut its border, realizing Russian guards were helping illegal crossings. Now this same playbook is being used in America's backyard. Russia's allies, Cuba, Nicaragua and Venezuela, are engineering a crisis at the southern US border. Illegal migrants from these countries once made up less than 1% of the crossings, and now they account for 20%. But why the sudden surge? Because the ruling elites and cartels are making it easier for migrants to leave. For instance, in Cuba, a growing Russian military base signals deeper ties. And after thousands of Cuban mercenaries were sent to fight for Russia and Ukraine, it is certain the crisis is deeper than what one might think. And in all of this, Nicaragua plays a key role. In October 2022, it was one of only 4 countries that voted against condemning Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And the others were North Korea, Syria and Belarus, Moscow's loyal puppets. And soon after, Nicaragua opened its airports to charter flights filled with Cubans. On arrival, they were met by Mexican smugglers or coyotes ready to guide them north. Even though the US eventually sanctioned those airlines, but the damage was done. Venezuela followed suit, and soon over 266,000 migrants crossed the US border, becoming the largest group crossing illegally. The Colombian migrants were also not far behind. In the same year, at least 160,000 crossed the border illegally. Even Haiti wasn't spared. At least 76,000 Haitians accounted for illegal arrivals at the US border. The evidence is clear. Russia and its allies are destabilizing the West. They use migration as a tool, just as they did in Europe. They support cartels, build smuggling routes and flood borders at will. Western democracies must act fast, and if they don't, this hidden war will only grow.
And Pablo Escobar is gone, but his face still haunts Colombia. His ghost lingers not in the streets where his cartel once spilled blood, but on t-shirts, mugs, and keychains sold to curious tourists. To most, he is a criminal, but to some, Escobar is a legend. And now a new bill in Colombia's Congress aims to ban the drug lord's name from merchandise and rewrite the country's narrative. Colombia's fight isn't just about collectibles, but about memory, history, and who gets to tell the story. Our final report has more.
Pablo Escobar was once the world's most feared drug lord. He ruled with violence, corruption, and immense power. His cartel controlled 80% of the cocaine trade in the United States. And during that time, his name became synonymous with terror and bloodshed. But decades after his death, his image remains alive. His face is printed on T-shirts, mugs, and keychains, and his legacy is a booming business. Now, a proposed law in Colombia's Congress seeks change. The proposed bill would ban Escobar-themed merchandise entirely. It aims to stop the glorification of criminals like him, and selling, wearing, or carrying Escobar merch would become illegal. The violators could even face fines and business suspensions. Because the bill would add an article to Colombia's existing Citizen Security and Coexistence Code, where the fines will range from 173,000 Colombian peso, which is about $42, to 693,000 Colombian pesos, which is about $168, along with the destruction of the goods. While for many the bill is long overdue, for others the drug lord is a legend whose history will never fade. And in Medellin, which is Colombia's second largest city, profits from these sales are counted upon. Vendors here depend on Escobar's legacy to survive. Street vendors worry that if the proposed bill is put into action, how will they survive? How will they earn their livelihood?
This is terrible. We have a right to work, and these Pablo t-shirts especially always sell well. This Escobar merchandise benefits many families here. It sustains us. It helps us pay our rent, buy food, look after our kids.
But not everyone agrees. Several vendors find these sales unethical.
We need this ban. He did awful things, and these souvenirs are things that shouldn't exist.
And even congressmen share this view. Juan Sebastian Gomez, Congress member and co-author of the bill, says Escobar's image stigmatizes the country abroad, adding that difficult history shouldn't be reduced to a T-shirt. He declares that the bill proposes a transition period for sellers and that sellers would be allowed time to replace Escobar-themed products.
In Germany, you don't sell Hitler t-shirts or swastikas. In Italy, you don't sell Mussolini stickers. And you don't go to Chile and get a copy of Pinochet's ID card. I think the most important thing the bill can do is to generate a conversation as a country, a conversation that hasn't happened yet.
Now, even though Medellin's mayor supports the bill and calls Escobar merchandise an insult to victims, the bill still faces hurdles in Congress. It must pass 4 stages before becoming law. But for supporters of the bill, this isn't history. This is about rewriting the story, one where victims are remembered and where Escobar is no longer a souvenir.
That's First Post America for this Thursday. I'm Eric Ham signing off from our studios right here in Washington, D.C. Thanks everyone for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from Sudan. The North African country's foreign minister is on a visit to Russia this week. He is courting Moscow to invest in the country's gold, oil, gas and electricity sectors. But something else has caught everyone's eye, and that is an agreement on a Russian naval base in Sudan. The North African country has agreed to a long overdue deal for Moscow to establish a naval base on its coastline facing the Red Sea. Now, in a joint press conference, Sudan's Foreign Minister Ali Youssef said that the North African country and Moscow had reached an understanding on the agreement regarding the Russian naval base. He added that both countries were in complete agreement on the matter and that there were no obstacles to the agreement whatsoever.
We are working together for peace, stability, respect for nations, and national sovereignty. We have exchanged views on various issues, and our positions are largely aligned. We completely agree with what His Excellency, the Minister, has stated.
However, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov has not yet responded to Youssef's remarks or commented on the agreement over the naval base. Russia has for years had its sights on a base near Port Sudan, which has been the headquarters of the Sudanese army and the de facto president, General Abdel Fattah al-Burhan, since they were driven out of the capital Khartoum in 2023 due to a civil war. Russia began talks to establish a base near Port Sudan in 2017. This was when the former president, Omar al-Bashir, visited Moscow in search of support for his crumbling regime as he faced a popular uprising. The two countries had initially signed a preliminary agreement in late 2020 to establish what was described as a Russian naval logistics hub in Sudan. Now, this would have a maximum of 300 personnel and would also have the capacity to receive up to 4 warships, including nuclear-powered vessels. However, the Sudanese authorities had since appeared to hesitate on the move forward with the plan, and a base never materialized. But now it appears that Sudan is making a U-turn and is willing to go through with the deal. Sudan's army chief, Burhan, has been aggressively lobbying around the international support. Now, this is after the army has succeeded in shifting the momentum in the nearly 2-year-long civil war, with a series of battlefield victories against the paramilitary Rapid Support Force. Moreover, the agreement is also coming at a time when Moscow has been drawing down its presence at its bases in Syria. This was after Putin's ally, Bashar al-Assad, was overthrown in December last year. It has been forced to move its equipment to countries in Africa, such as Libya and Mali. So, in such a scenario, a base near Port Sudan would mean an alternative for Moscow to its base in Syria. Additionally, it would also allow Moscow to expand its footprint in Africa and West Asia. For now, Russia reportedly has military facilities and logistics hubs in African nations such as Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Equatorial Guinea, and the Central African Republic. In recent years, Moscow has been aggressively pushing to become a close ally and trusted military partner in the continent. It has been providing several weapons, including fighter jets, tanks, radar systems, missiles, as well as military advisors to African governments, while it has also offered them mercenaries to fight against growing terrorism. In Sudan, Russia has been linked with both the warring parties in the civil war since the fighting erupted in April of 2023. Russian mercenaries, part of the Africa Corps, have also fought alongside the RSF. But in recent months, Moscow has switched its tactics. It has now thrown its weight behind the army-backed government. At the joint press conference in Moscow with the Sudanese foreign minister, Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov raised concerns about the current situation in the North African country and hoped that normalcy returns at the earliest.
We are looking forward to seeing the situation return to normal as soon as possible in a country that is friendly to us and our good traditional partners in Africa.
But with no timeline being given on when the Russian naval base will be built, It remains to be seen whether Putin's dream of greater presence in Africa will be materialized or not. Now, to discuss more on this, we have with us Ben Aris, who is the founder and editor-in-chief of BNE IntelliNews and is joining us live from Berlin, Germany. Thank you for being with us.
A pleasure to be here.
Now, what is the strategic significance of Russia establishing a naval base in Sudan's Red Sea region? And how does it align with Moscow's broader geopolitical ambitions in Africa and the Middle East?
I think it's hugely important. I mean, this stretch of water, the Red Sea and the Suez Canal at the top of it, is the main route for Europe and the West to deliver goods to Asia. And the control of that piece of water is incredibly important. To have a strategic, a naval base there means that the Russians become players in the geopolitics of that part of the world, in so much as they have the ability to control the traffic that goes through there. And I think it's something like 40% of the world's seaborne cargo travels down that route. And what was lacking is any kind of naval presence in the Red Sea, because if you go down the coast a bit to Djibouti, then everybody's there. The Americans are there, the Chinese are there, the Japanese, the French, the British. They all have naval bases right at the bottom, at the pinch point you can see on your map. And that Russia was trying to get a base there, but had been effectively excluded. And so with this port, then they get military presence in the Red Sea. Having said that, the agreement, as far as I understand it, and the original agreement that was signed in 2000 was for a logistics base. So the idea of this was to be able to service Russian ships and for the crew to have a bit of R&R. And it's not a full-blown military base like the ones at the end of the Red Sea are. But nevertheless, I mean, it gives Russia a toehold in the Red Sea in this incredibly strategically important piece of water. As for the strategy, I mean, in general, the Russians, well, I mean, following the fall of the Soviet Union, the Russian Navy and its presence in the Mediterranean disappeared. But as you mentioned, the Syrian-based Tartus has been a key, and the Russians have invested heavily and built up that. And so now they are a naval presence in the Mediterranean. And this would be another piece in that puzzle, linking with the Red Sea. But of course, and since the fall of the Assad regime, the hold on the base at Tartus in Syria is now in question. So the Russians will be very pleased to have another naval base appearing, because at the moment they only have one outside of the CIS, which is in Tartus. And that's, if they lose that, then they lose a lot of their military power, naval power in that part of the world. So this would be a very welcome addition. So the Kremlin's going to be very happy about this deal.
And Ben, what does Sudan stand to gain from this agreement? And are there potential risks or challenges that could emerge from deepening military ties with Russia, especially given the ongoing conflict and the political situation in the country?
It's a pragmatic choice, isn't it? I mean, the government, the official government, fighting a civil war. They've been kicked out of Khartoum. They're not in control of the country. And Putin's policy under the previous leadership with al-Bashir has been to support Sudan and the government. But since the civil war started, they've actually been playing both sides. They've been providing weapons, money, arms, mercenaries, training to both sides, trying to work out, which side's going to take the lead. And with this decision, they've come down on the side of the official government. But then they're also in control of the coast, which is where the port is. And I think for Russia, that's the overwhelming consideration. And for the government, the foreign minister, this will be a blessing, because they need support, and not just militarily and money-wise. Sudan is under sanctions by the states, and the Russians have been backing Sudan in the UN, bolstering the government's position, which you can't do alone. And that's part of the wider campaign of making friends in Africa in order to hive off the whole African continent and bring it into this like BRICS camp led by China and Russia, in their geopolitical conflict with the West, with America in particular. And so by doing this deal, they strengthen the ties in Africa. They have another base in Africa, which is very important to them, and they're continuing to build on that in order to keep it out of the Western camp led by the States.
Right. Ben, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and your valued insights and analysis on the latest there. Shifting focus to the ongoing fighting in the Democratic Republic of Congo between the army and the Rwanda-backed M23 rebels. As the rebels continue their advance in the eastern DRC, the hearing of a historic case has begun at the African Court on Human and People's Rights. For the very first time, the court is hearing an interstate dispute brought by the DRC against Rwanda over alleged human rights violations. The case was filed in 2023 at the African Court in Tanzania. Kinshasa claims that the M23 rebel group and Rwandan forces have been engaged in armed conflict in the mineral-rich Eastern Kivu region since 2021 that has killed and displaced thousands of people. The DRC has asked the court to mandate Rwanda to remove its forces, stop supporting the M23, as well as provide reparations. Now, in the most recent fighting that flared up a month ago, M23 rebels have seized significant territory, including Goma, the largest city in the east. They are now advancing towards South Kivu's capital, Bukavu, and have seized 2 towns on the road to the city, Ahusi and Kahele. Now, some visuals have emerged from Ahusi, where the Congolese military commandos were seen pursuing the rebels and cautiously moving along a path.
Let's all follow this small path carefully, slowly. Be ready to shoot if you hear anything move, even a tree. We are fighters, tracking the enemy until we cross paths with them. The people you see are soldiers. Keep a 5-meter distance. Let's hunt the enemy down where they were last seen until we eliminate them. We must ensure they are driven out of this hill. This is the commander, Colonel Jaribu, speaking. We are pursuing the enemy to their last stronghold as they have just fled toward the village of Matuna-Kamba.
And these clashes come as fighting has re-erupted after a calm of 3 days, following a regional summit attended by Rwandan and DRC presidents last week. Despite calls for ceasefire, the M23 rebels continue their advance. Meanwhile, tensions are also escalating with other African nations. Burundi, which borders both the DRC and Rwanda, has warned of retaliation if its troops are attacked by the M23 rebels in DRC. It has accused Rwanda of being a bad neighbor. Burundi has sent around 10,000 soldiers to South Kivu to support the Congolese army. So far, at least 20 peacekeepers, including 14 from South Africa, have been killed during the clashes between M23 rebels and Congolese forces. Involvement of foreign soldiers risk the crisis to escalate into a regional war. Overall, more than 3,000 people have been killed and 2,880 have been injured, with over 500,000 displaced in the fighting since last month, as per the United States. Amid the crisis, the DRC has also shut its airspace for aircraft registered in Rwanda. How will it further complicate the situation? We will continue our coverage of the DRC crisis. And now turning our attention to the DRC's neighbor, Uganda, where a prominent opposition leader has gone on a hunger strike. Now, Kizza Besigye, who is a prominent opposition figure, who has been detained by authorities after getting kidnapped from neighboring Kenya last year, has now gone on a hunger strike in jail. On Thursday, his wife took to social media platform X and informed that her husband was on a hunger strike after being detained illegally. She added that President Yoweri Museveni's regime was fearing Besigye's defiance more than it respected the law. Meanwhile, following media reports, Besigye's lawyer said that the opposition leader began the hunger strike in protest that aimed to show his discontent with the detention.
Disposed, that is a matter of fact, since Friday, but also as earlier communicated by the Honorable Winnie Byanyima, he had contemplated going on a hunger strike out of frustration and disgust with the impunity going on, because right now he's in illegal incarceration.
Now, Besigye's lawyer further reportedly said that the hunger strike was beginning to take a toll on the opposition leader's health. He noted that Besigye needed specialized care that health authorities in the prison were not equipped to provide.
They evacuate him, take him to a facility with capacity to deal with his condition. They should quickly and immediately shift him, transfer him to any facility that can handle him outside the precincts of Luzira prison.
However, a spokesperson for Uganda's prisons has reportedly denied that Besigye was on a hunger strike. Now, Kizza Besigye is a member of the Forum for the Democratic Change, or the FDC. He ran to become the president 4 times, but lost every time. He is a trained physician. He was once the personal doctor of President Museveni. He is also a former military officer. He was also once a close ally of Museveni, who has been ruling Uganda since 1986. However, later he turned into one of his biggest critics. He has faced dozens of arrests since he joined the opposition over 25 years ago. Now, in November last year, Besigye made headlines when he was detained in neighboring Kenya in what senior Kenyan foreign affairs officials described as an abduction. He was subsequently brought home, presented in front of a military court, and charged with illegal possession of firearms and treachery, which carries the death penalty. Additionally, he has also been accused of inciting violence when he led a protest against high commodity prices in 2022. But Besigye has denied these charges, and his wife has called the trial a sham. For context, Besigye's trial has come at a time when Uganda has been significantly cracking down on opposition. Several prominent opposition leaders who have sharpened their criticism of Museveni have been arrested and put on trial in military courts in recent months. This is despite the Supreme Court banning the government from trying civilians in military courts. Last month, Uganda's Supreme Court called such military trials unconstitutional and ordered the transfer of all such cases to civilian courts. However, President Museveni has dismissed the court's decision and vowed to challenge it. Moreover, criticism has also mounted, especially from the United Nations and rights groups, over the government's human rights abuses and suppression of the opposition, including detentions, torture, and extrajudicial killings. But while the government has repeatedly denied those allegations, it has continued to arrest opposition figures in the run-up to the presidential elections in 2026. And for our last story, we shift our focus to Southern Africa, where debates around land reforms continue to make headlines, after a controversial land law in South Africa has triggered tensions with the United States. Neighbouring Zimbabwe has begun compensating white farmers whose land was forcibly seized more than 20 years ago. While the Zimbabwean government says the move aims to boost ties with international lenders, it is speculated that it is actually linked to US President Donald Trump's reaction to South Africa's land reforms. Is Zimbabwe's decision really a Trump effect? Watch this report to know more.
Zimbabwe is paying millions of dollars to foreign white farmers whose land was forcibly seized under the country's controversial land reforms over 20 years ago. Zimbabwe will pay over $145 million to around 94 foreign farmers in the next 4 years, with $20 million paid out of the 2024 budget. Those who will be paid are from countries such as Switzerland, Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands, and the former Yugoslavia. Zimbabwe has signed a bilateral investment protection treaty with these countries. The government says with this, it is honouring its commitments to compensate those who lost their lands after controversial land reforms. In 2000, Zimbabwe under President Robert Mugabe began seizing property from thousands of white farmers and giving it to blacks. The measure was meant to redress colonial-era land grabs. At independence in 1980, most of Zimbabwe's fertile land was owned by just 4,000 white farmers. However, the measures to address the issue were violent and aggressive. Critics also said the seized land was handed out to President Mugabe's political allies, and many of the black beneficiaries were not given the equipment or training to farm productively. This resulted in the collapse of Zimbabwe's agriculture-based economy and also ruined relations with the West. Cut to 2020. The government under Mugabe's successor and incumbent president Emmerson Mnangagwa offered to return land to foreign and local farmers. It pledged to pay a total of $3.5 billion to the farmers driven off their land. So far, the government has begun paying only to the foreign farmers, though it says the move is aimed at normalizing relations with international creditors for ongoing debt clearance dialogues and improving Zimbabwe's investment climate. It is speculated that Zimbabwe's actions may be linked to the suspension of United States aid to South Africa over its land expropriation laws. US President Donald Trump has accused the South African government of confiscating land of white farmers as President Cyril Ramaphosa signed the land seizure law last month. Though Ramaphosa has clarified no land will be seized forcefully, US-South Africa tensions have reached an all-time high over the issue. Zimbabwe's President Mnangagwa has expressed intention to work with Trump. He has also backed Trump's decision to deport illegal immigrants, including around 500 Zimbabweans. While Trump's aid cuts don't affect Zimbabwe, it could be that the president does not want to be on his bad side. And, looking at what has been happening in neighbouring South Africa, he might want to dodge the bullet before it gets fired.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching, and goodbye.
Hello, Namaskar. This is Firstpost and you're watching Vantage with me, Palki Sharma. The big meeting has taken place. Modi and Trump. Handshakes, hugs, headlines, also punchlines. MAGA plus MEGA is equal to mega. We'll explain it later on the show. Also look at the big takeaways from the talks. Tariffs, immigration, space, defense, energy, artificial intelligence, terrorism, they've covered all of it. Plus a report on the gifts that the two leaders exchanged and Prime Minister Modi's other engagements with President Trump's team. The US now wants to sell F-35 fighter jets to India. Russia wants to sell us the Su-57. We'll compare the two to see which one is better suited to India's needs. Why has the Indian Air Chief slammed HAL? Why does Trump want Russia back in the G7? Why is Moscow building a naval base in the Sudan? And what is China's planetary defense force?
We missed you a lot. It's really an honor to see you, and you've been my friend for a long time, and congratulations on having done a great job.
मैं समझता हूं पूरी दुनिया में डील शब्द का कॉपीराइट एक ही व्यक्ति का है और उस व्यक्ति का नाम है ट्रम्प।
The bromance is well and alive. We had questions before yesterday's meeting. Would Prime Minister Narendra Modi and President Donald Trump pick up where they left off? Would they be able to rekindle the magic? The answer, we can tell you, is a resounding yes. President Trump welcomed Prime Minister Modi to the White House yesterday. They exchanged warm handshakes and hugs. Trump also told Modi that he missed him. Listen to this.
Great to see you again.
We missed you. We missed you a lot.
Modi then met Trump's cabinet and his advisors. He also signed the visitor's book. Again, the warmth was on full display. The US president pulled up a chair for Prime Minister Modi. He watched on as the Indian leader signed the book. Afterwards, they headed into the Oval Office, which is where the US president works. Both Modi and Trump briefly interacted with the media. They took questions on bilateral ties, trade and defense. Then came the main event, the talks between the two leaders. They lasted for nearly 4 hours and covered almost all issues. After this, you had the press conference. All in all, a very comprehensive meeting, that too just 3 weeks after Trump's inauguration. So tonight, we're bringing you the top 10 highlights. Number 1, Modi has tapped into the MAGA fever. MAGA stands for Make America Great Again, MAGA. It refers to Trump's political movement and ideology. Now, Modi has tweaked it a bit, and he said his vision is to make India great again, which is MIGA, M-I-G-A. Listen to this.
अमेरिका की भाषा में कहूं तो विकसित भारत का मतलब मेक इंडिया ग्रेट अगेन यानी मिगा। जब अमेरिका और भारत साथ मिलकर काम करते हैं यानी मागा, मागा प्लस मिगा, तब बन जाता है मेगा पार्टनरशिप फॉर प्रॉस्पेरिटी और यही मेगा स्पिरिट।
Highlight number 2, focus on defense purchases. The US promised to co-produce arms with India. The joint statement also mentions new deals for Javelin anti-tank missiles, for Stryker combat vehicles and AI-enabled drones. Now, these are not simply being bought off the shelf, they are being produced jointly. But the biggest deal was hinted by Donald Trump, the sale of America's F-35 jet to India. Listen to this.
Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters.
Highlight number 3, Mission 500 for trade. Both Modi and Trump have set an ambitious target. They want bilateral trade to reach $500 billion by 2030. Right now, it's $129 billion. They want it to go up to $500 billion in the next 5 years. The first step towards that is to resolve the tariff issue. Trump has called India tariff king. But India is looking to avoid a trade war. So both leaders are eyeing a mini trade deal. They have asked senior officials to start negotiations. The target is to reach a deal by September 2025, and the early signs are good. Trump praised Modi's recent tariff concessions. He also said that Modi is a much tougher negotiator than himself.
Our trading relationship as a signal of good faith. Prime Minister Modi recently announced the reductions to India's unfair, very strong tariffs that limit U.S. access into the Indian market very strongly, and really it's a big problem, I must say. All right, go ahead, please, with the tie. With the tie, yeah.
Mr. President, you spoke about Prime Minister Modi as a tough negotiator. Who was a tougher negotiator today and who has a better negotiating tactic when it comes to tariffs?
Oh, he's a much tougher negotiator than me, and he's a much better negotiator than me. There's not even a contest, okay?
Highlight number 4, combating terrorism. Trump has approved the extradition of a 2611 accused. His name is Tariff Rana. He has links to Pakistan's Lashkar-e-Toiba. Rana is accused of aiding the Mumbai attacks of 2008, the 2611 attacks. He was fighting his extradition in US courts, but last month, The American Supreme Court rejected his appeal, and after that it was all up to Donald Trump. And the US president has okayed Rana's extradition. He's also said that more will follow, and Prime Minister Modi thanked President Trump for his decision.
और मैं राष्ट्रपति जी का आभारी हूं, उन्होंने 2008 के जिसने भारत में नरसंहार किया था, उस मुजरिम को अब भारत के हवाले करने का निर्णय किया है। भारत की अदालतें उचित कार्यवाही करेंगी।
The joint statement also called out Pakistan. Both Trump and Modi asked Islamabad to bring 26/11 perpetrators to justice. Next is highlight number 5, illegal migration. It's a key issue at home for President Trump, so Modi gave him concessions. He reiterated India's position on the issue. If they're illegal Indians, we will take them back.
जहां तक भारत और अमेरिका का सवाल है, हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो वेरीफाइड होगा, कि जो सच्चे अर्थ में भारत का ही नागरिक होगा, वो अगर अमेरिका में गैर कानूनी तरीके से रहता है तो उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है।
Highlight number 6, the India-China border issue. Remember, the Galwan clashes happened in 2020. Back then, Donald Trump was president of America, and he was very keen on mediating between the two countries back then. And it's an offer that he has repeated once again.
I look at India, I do see the skirmishes on the border, which are quite vicious, and I guess they continue to go on. If I could be of help, I'd love to help, because that should be stopped. That's been going on for a long time, and it's quite violent. It's quite violent.
Not sure if India will take it up, though, especially after last year's border deal with China. Anyway, highlight number 7, nuclear cooperation. India and the US signed a civil nuclear deal in 2008, a deal that allowed US firms to invest in India's nuclear power infrastructure, also to sell reactors to India. It was signed in 2008. No progress has been made so far. Both Modi and Trump want to change that. They have promised to build US-designed nuclear reactors in India. These are small modular reactors, or SMRs as they're called. Their capacity is 300 megawatts, which is 1/3 of a traditional reactor. Experts say that these small ones are the future of nuclear energy. Highlight number 8, the promise to expand IMEC. IMEC is the India-Middle East Economic Corridor, IMEC. It connects India's west coast to Europe, not via the traditional Suez Canal route, but overland via West Asia. The Gaza war threatened to bury that idea, but both Modi and Trump are keen to push on. They have promised to convene countries that are part of IMEC, like Israel, Saudi Arabia, the UAE and Europe. The plan is to host them within 6 months. Next is highlight number 9, and that is Bangladesh. Trump was asked about the situation in Dhaka, especially on reports of the role of America's deep state. The speculation is that the Americans toppled Sheikh Hasina. Trump, though, has denied any American role, and he said he leaves the issue of Bangladesh to Prime Minister Modi.
Well, there was no role for our deep state. It was. This is something that the Prime Minister has been working on for a long time and has been worked on for hundreds of years, frankly. I've been reading about it. But I will leave Bangladesh to the Prime Minister.
And finally, highlight number 10. Trump is coming to India later this year. Modi will be hosting the Quad Summit in 2025. Chances are President Trump will fly down for that. The hope will be to sign a trade deal while Trump is visiting. And who knows, maybe we'll see a repeat of Namaste Trump. And that sums up the top 10 highlights. But frankly, there are many more to list. For example, Modi and Trump unveiled the Trust Initiative. It aims at collaboration on emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and chips. The leaders committed to investments in data centers. They also promised rare earth cooperation, a joint mission to extract minerals like lithium, cobalt, which are key to making batteries. Prime Minister Modi also announced progress on the space front. ISRO and NASA are building a satellite together, and the Indian Prime Minister said it will fly to space soon. That too on an Indian launch vehicle. This is undoubtedly a massive moment in India-US ties, because it's not just about the number of initiatives that they've signed, it's also about what they cover, some of the most important sectors of our times: AI, space, chips, rare earths, defense. As always, the key is implementation to make sure that these announcements don't just remain on paper. Before meeting Modi, Trump was up to something else. He was signing a new order. To do what? To impose reciprocal tariffs. President Trump gave a simple explanation for it. If you charge us, we will charge you. Say Brazil imposes a 10% tariff on US cars, then the US will impose a 10% tariff on Brazilian cars. That is the classical definition of reciprocal tariffs. You mirror the tariff imposed on your exports. But Trump is going beyond that, and he is not sparing anyone here. Unlike his previous tariff threats, this one is not targeted. Allies, rivals, enemies, partners, Trump's latest move will affect everyone. But why is he doing it? Apparently to ensure that America gets a fair deal. Listen in.
And they say this is going to be the thing that makes our country really prosperous again. And this is going to be what pays down to $36 trillion in debt and all the other things. And this is going to be, this is an amazing day. I think this is going to be a very big day and in a very positive way for our country. The reciprocal makes tariffs really fair.
So what will be the impact of this move? In the US, it will almost certainly lead to higher inflation. But what about outside the US? It's hard to give a detailed answer now because a lot of calculations are yet to be done. Trump has ordered his team to get cracking. They will now calculate tariff rates for each country. Like I said, it's not just about mirroring rates. Trump wants to go one step ahead. He's accounting for non-tariff barriers as well. For example, subsidies. Say India imposes a 10% tariff on US cars. The Indian government also gives subsidies to domestic car makers. Then Trump is not happy with 10% reciprocal tariffs. He wants to account for the subsidies as well, which means that the US rate could be higher than 10%. So I come back to my question, what will be the impact? In one word, unprecedented. The United States is the largest importer in the world. If they impose such tariffs, the damage will be immense. We're looking at global disruptions. It makes you wonder, why is Trump doing it at all? The US president has given two main reasons. One, to correct trade imbalances. America has run a trade deficit since the 1970s, meaning they import way more than they export. In 2024, their trade deficit was $1.2 trillion. Trump wants to balance his trade. He's giving countries and companies two options, either make in the United States or buy from the United States. The second reason is to pay off America's debt. You just heard him say that. The US national debt is more than $36 trillion. Donald Trump says he will use the tariff revenue to pay it off. Again, the logic is not sound. Tariffs make up just 2% of US revenue. Even if you increase it, you will not make that kind of money. What you will get instead is inflation, and Trump has admitted this. He said prices would rise in the short term.
Oh, I think what's going to go up is jobs are going to go up, and prices could go up somewhat short term, but prices will also go down. And I think the farmers are going to be helped by this very much because product is being dumped into our country, and our farmers are getting hurt very badly by the last administration.
We'll know for sure by April. That's when the tariffs are expected to be imposed. But for now, let's focus on two questions. One, why are reciprocal tariffs a bad idea? And two, what should countries like India brace for? In an ideal world, there would be no tariffs, or at least the same tariffs. But we don't live in an ideal world. In our world, some countries are more developed and advanced. They have a stronger industrial base, hence their products will be better and cheaper. Imagine these products flooding a developing or underdeveloped market. Their domestic industry would never flourish. Homemade goods would be smothered by imports. Thus, we have different tariff rates. And that was the established trade idea of the last century. But Donald Trump is going against it. He says the world is ripping off America. Which brings us to the second question now. What should we brace for? What should India brace for? Well, Trump specifically called out India. He said India has the highest tariffs anywhere in the world.
But traditionally, India is right at the top of the pack, pretty much. There are a couple of smaller countries that are actually more, but India is a they charge tremendous tariffs.
That was minutes before hosting Prime Minister Modi, and it tells you what we're dealing with here, a calculated business mind. As for the impact, let's look at numbers first. The India-US bilateral trade is worth $129 billion. Indian exports are at $87 billion, and US exports to India are at $41 billion. So India has a trade surplus with America of around $46 billion. India's main exports include engineering goods, electronic items, gems and jewelry, pharma goods, and information technology. Now, these are the industries at risk. And the impact? Well, that depends on what approach Trump takes. Assume that he looks at how India taxes US imports, then the impact could be limited. Almost 75% of US exports to India attract less than 5% tariffs. So reciprocity will not worry New Delhi. But if Trump looks at the overall tariff rate, then it could be a problem, because India's average tariff rate is 17% and America's average is just 3.3%. So like I said, it's all about waiting and watching. India is trying to avoid a tariff war. That is why Modi has agreed to buy more US weapons and natural gas to reduce the deficit with America. The question is, will that be enough for Trump? Now let's look at Prime Minister Modi's other meetings. After Trump, the biggest one was with Elon Musk, the world's richest man, head of Trump's new Department of Government Efficiency and CEO of a number of companies, most famously Tesla and SpaceX. Prime Minister Modi met Elon Musk at Blair House, also known as the US President's Guest House. It is where foreign leaders usually stay during state visits. So Musk went to Blair House to meet the Indian leader, and he was not alone. With him were his family members, some of his children, including X, the little boy who was seen at the Oval Office with Donald Trump earlier this week. He went to meet Prime Minister Modi as well. And Modi said it was a delight to meet Musk's family. He shared a number of pictures of their interactions. And Musk replied to that, saying that it was an honor for him. Remember, Prime Minister Modi has met Musk before during a previous trip to the US, so this time it seemed to be a more informal sit-down. But that does not mean that they did not discuss business. Look at this picture. Musk's family on one side, a platoon of Indian officials on the other. It seems Prime Minister Modi was intent on getting some business done, and they discussed a range of topics on India-US collaboration in space exploration, artificial intelligence, and sustainable development. There was also talk of working together for innovation, emerging technologies, entrepreneurship, and good governance. Now, we don't know the specifics, but there has been abundant speculation. Does the meeting mean that Tesla will be coming to India, or the satellite internet service Starlink? Will it come to India? Both companies are controlled by Elon Musk. Reports prior to the meeting said that Starlink was definitely on the agenda. They're keen to enter India, but Indian regulations have been in the way. Will this meeting change that? Have they worked out an agreement? We cannot confirm it yet. As for Tesla, it has been discussed multiple times, even during the previous meeting between Modi and Musk, but Tesla still has not come to India, so we'll have to wait and see. Now let's look at the other meetings that the Indian Prime Minister had in Washington, D.C. There was Tulsi Gabbard, the new U.S. Director of National Intelligence, also the first Hindu-American to become a member of the U.S. Congress. She paved the way for others from the community. In her meeting with Prime Minister Modi, she discussed intelligence cooperation to fight against terrorism and other threats. Then there was a meeting with Michael Waltz, Trump's new national security advisor. This conversation focused on defense and civil nuclear energy. You know that India signed a declaration of intent with France this week for modular nuclear reactors. France is going to sell these to India, modular nuclear reactors. Apparently, the US is also in contention because Waltz and Prime Minister Modi discussed it. And then there was a sit-down with Vivek Ramaswamy, the former US presidential hopeful, also former co-head of DOGE, Musk's Department of Government Efficiency. Ramaswamy was supposed to co-chair it, but he stepped down last month. And yesterday he went to meet Prime Minister Modi with his father-in-law. They discussed innovation and culture. Ramaswamy said it was an honor to meet the Indian leader. Now, in a way, all of these meetings stuck to the broad themes of Prime Minister Modi's visit: defense, security, technological innovation and cooperation. These are the focus areas. The talks are now done. It is now time for action. Actions may speak louder than words, but sometimes gifts get the job done just as well. President Trump welcomed Prime Minister Modi to the White House yesterday with a handshake, a hug and a gift, a copy of his book, Our Journey Together. Trump signed the book for Modi, inscribing, "Mr. Prime Minister, you're great." That's what Trump wrote. The two leaders flipped through the book, looking at snapshots from their rallies together. What does this gift say about the Modi-Trump bromance? And which other gifts were exchanged during this visit? Here is a report.
It's Valentine's Day, and it seems that the bromance between US President Donald Trump and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi is alive and well. As Trump welcomed Modi to the White House yesterday, the two leaders exchanged handshakes, shared hugs, and of course, a gift. They interacted with the media in the Oval Office, and that's when Trump gifted a copy of his book to Modi. It's titled Our Journey Together. It was published in 2021, the year Trump left office. The book chronicles his first term, and Trump signed the book for Modi, inscribing, "Mr. Prime Minister, you are great." The two leaders flipped through the book together. They went through snapshots from a range of moments, including the Howdy Modi rally, which took place at a football stadium in Houston in 2019, where Prime Minister Modi was cheered on by a crowd of more than 50,000 people. The Namaste Trump rally, which was held a few months later in 2020, marked Trump's first official visit to India. He was greeted by an enormous crowd of more than 150,000 people at the world's largest cricket stadium in Ahmedabad. During the same trip, Trump visited India's Monument of Love, the Taj Mahal, with First Lady Melania. The book showcased this memory as well. Trump reportedly handpicked every photograph in this book. He wrote the captions as well, and these pictures capture the key moments of his first presidency. From the Mexico border wall project to Trump's impeachment photographs, so no wonder India features in this book, because the two nations shared warm ties during Trump's first term. Speaking of warmth, ahead of the Prime Minister's talks with the President, he also met the head of DOGE, the US Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk. They met at the Blair House to talk innovation, space exploration, and artificial intelligence. Musk gave this special gift to Modi. The specific details are yet to be revealed, but reportedly, the gift is a heat shield tile from his behemoth spacecraft Starship, which took flight last year. The object was engraved with the words Starship Flight Test 5, October 12, 2024. It was a heartfelt gesture. But what do you gift the richest man on earth? Well, you return the gesture to his children. Musk has fathered 12 children. Modi met 3 of them at the Blair House and gifted them classic Indian books, including Rabindranath Tagore's The Crescent Moon, the great R.K. Narayan collection, and Panchatantra by Pandit Vishnu Sharma. Musk's children were quickly engrossed in the books. We saw a similar exchange in France recently. That's where the Prime Minister was for the AI Action Summit, which New Delhi co-chaired with Paris. Modi met US Vice President J.D. Vance and his children. He gifted an eco-friendly wooden alphabet set to Mirabelle Rose Vance, a jigsaw puzzle featuring folk art from West Bengal to her brother Ewan Blaine Vance, and a wooden railway toy set to Vivek Vance. Now, gift giving is a tricky business. It's an age-old tradition that is constantly evolving. And the Prime Minister's gifts highlighted this: sustainability and cultural consciousness. After all, diplomacy may be about the art of war, but sometimes it's also about the art of gifting.
No one likes being scolded, not at home, not at school, and certainly not at office. So imagine being scolded by the country's Air Force chief, and that too at the biggest air show on the continent. Well, you don't have to imagine, because it actually happened here in India. India's Air Force chief attended Aero India 2025 this week. His name is Air Chief Marshal Amarpreet Singh. While there, he visited the HAL pavilion. Now, HAL is Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. It is a state-run aerospace and defense company. They manufacture India's homegrown aircraft. Listen to what the air chief said about them.
At the moment, I am just not confident of HAL, which is very, very wrong thing to happen.
That's a brutal assessment. HAL is India's premier aircraft maker, but the Indian air chief has no confidence in them, he says. This is a major strategic concern. It also raises two questions. One, what led to this brutal assessment? And two, what is HAL doing to correct it? Now, the first answer is quite simple. HAL is delaying deliveries, specifically of the Tejas fighter jet. The Air Force was expecting 40 Tejas jets by 2016. We are in 2025, not a single jet has been delivered yet. In 2021, they signed another deal with HAL to buy 83 Tejas Mark 1A. This is an advanced version of the Tejas. 11 jets were supposed to be ready by 2024. Again, none have been delivered. The new deadline is around mid-2025. All these delays seem to have frustrated the Indian Air Chief, and you can understand his position. The Indian Air Force is already lacking numbers. We currently operate 31 squadrons. The sanctioned strength is 42. We have only 31. So unless we get Tejas jets, we cannot increase our strength. Nor can we phase out older fighter jets like the MiGs and the Mirages. Plus, India's rivals are making rapid gains. China is expanding its air fleet. They already have 2 homegrown 5th-generation jets. India has none. So you can understand the air chief's concern. He wants HAL to pull up its boots. Now let's listen to the other side. What excuse do the executives at HAL have? Let me quote from what their managing director said. India faced sanctions after our nuclear test in 1998, so we had to build things from the ground up. A lot of work has gone into it. The delays are not simply attributable to laziness. The concern of the air chief is understandable as his squadron strength is reducing. So HAL is blaming a couple of things. One is the sanctions after 1998. Yes, they did hamper India's ability to import key technology, so all of it had to be made at home, which means delays. Secondly, HAL has also blamed jet engines. Only 4 countries make such engines right now: the US, the UK, France and Russia. HAL bought American engines to power the Tejas, but those engines are yet to be delivered. They've not arrived. Again, this has added to their delay. These may be valid reasons on paper, but the air chief is dealing with battleground realities. He needs those fighter jets yesterday. So HAL needs to up its game. And this is not a new problem. Previous air chiefs have also criticized them, which makes you wonder, what is the issue here? Experts have pointed out a number of issues, like managerial issues. India's public sector firms have been accused of red tape and slow bureaucracy, and HAL is no different. There have also been reports of poor vendor management, like approvals getting delayed or sometimes getting rejected for no reason. Another problem is lack of private partnerships. Defense firms often partner up with private players. They source certain parts or equipment from outside. Again, HAL apparently does not do enough of this. And this insistence on making everything causes delays. So what is the solution? The Air Force chief said it best, in fact. HAL must be in mission mode. Like their MD said, laziness is not the factor here, but clearly there are issues. You need to identify and solve those issues, because missed deadlines can be deadly in defense. Now, US President Donald Trump wants to ramp up weapons sales to India, especially the F-35 jets. Trump wants to sell these fighter jets to India. They're made by US defense major Lockheed Martin. The F-35 is a fifth-generation jet, something that India needs, as we just discussed. But now New Delhi is spoiled for choice here because the Russians have also thrown their hat in the ring. Russia makes the Sukhoi Su-57 jet. It has offered to make it in India for the Indian Air Force. Earlier this week, both jets were showcased at the Bangalore Air Show. And this has never happened before anywhere in the world, the F-35 and the Su-57 at the same event. So New Delhi has a choice to make. The offensive F-35 or the defensive Su-57, which one is better? Who will give us a sweeter deal? And which jet is more suited to India's needs? Our next report tells you.
This picture comes from India's biggest air show that's underway in Bengaluru, the Aero India 2025. It showcases a rare display. At first glance, it may not seem that way. This looks like any other photograph of two fighter jets, though it is anything but. That is the Russian Su-57 Felon, parked at the static display area on the tarmac. And zooming past it in the air is the American-made Lockheed Martin F-35 Lightning II. Both are advanced fifth-generation fighter aircraft made by rival countries. They are sharing the same space, which India's Defence Ministry has described as historic. And this moment comes at a crucial time, when India is seeking to bridge its fifth-generation fighter gap. It may not be long before that happens. During his high-profile meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi, US President Donald Trump has extended an offer to India to purchase the F-35.
We missed you. We missed you a lot. Starting this year, we'll be increasing military sales to India by many billions of dollars. We're also paving the way to ultimately provide India with the F-35 stealth fighters.
Trump plans to ramp up weapons sales to India this year, and this includes the US-made F-35 jets. If the deal comes through, India would join a small club of nations, including Israel, Japan, and NATO states, which are allowed to buy these aircraft from the US. But Washington is not alone in wanting India to buy its fifth-gen fighter jets. So is Russia. While India is a long-standing customer of the US defense industry, its top supplier has historically been Russia. New Delhi depends on Moscow for nearly 60% of its defense equipment. The war in Ukraine has added doubts about future supplies, but Moscow is looking to boost its defense ties with New Delhi. A few days ago, Russia offered to make its Su-57 in India for the Indian Air Force. So, which of these two fifth-generation fighters is better suited for India? The F-35 is a single-engine stealth multi-role fighter aircraft. The Su-57 is a twin-engine stealth multi-role fighter aircraft. The F-35 has a top speed of Mach 1.6. The Su-57 has a top speed of Mach 2. Both the jets are designed to perform a variety of missions, including air-to-air combat and air-to-ground strikes. The F-35 has a combat range of about 1,500 kilometers, while the Su-57 has a combat range of about 1,900 kilometers. But when it comes to stealth, the F-35 has more advanced capabilities. It's equipped with sophisticated avionics and sensor systems. Simply put, the F-35 has offensive strengths, while the Su-57 is defensive. Now, coming to the cost. The F-35 fighter is one of the most expensive fighter jets in history. Each unit costs between $80 to $110 million. While the Sukhoi, being a Russian jet, is much cheaper. Its estimated cost per unit falls between $35 to $40 million. That's less than half the price of an F-35. But when India chooses which jet to bet on, it'll need to look beyond just the capabilities or the cost. After all, the Su-57s have been produced in smaller numbers. They haven't actively participated in combat operations. Meanwhile, the F-35 is part of many air forces. More than 1,000 aircraft are in active service. The jet is combat proven. Plus, India is also focusing on developing its own fifth-generation fighter, the AMCA, the Advanced Medium Combat Aircraft, a single-seat, twin-engine fifth-generation stealth multi-role combat aircraft, which has become a focus amid Prime Minister Modi's mission to boost domestic defense production in the country. So, as things stand, India is in a good position to evaluate all the aspects, strike a hard bargain, and let its fifth-generation fighter jet dreams take flight.
The world is scrambling to make sense of the new reality. America engaging with Russia. Donald Trump had a call with Vladimir Putin on Wednesday to talk about ending the war in Ukraine. Now, this is just the first step. A deal still needs to be hammered out, and yet it offers a glimmer of hope for an end to all the bloodshed. That being said, what kind of deal are we looking at? Will Putin accept? What will he accept, and what is he willing to give up? Also, where does it leave the other party in this war? Ukraine. We ask because Trump called Putin directly. Only after that did he inform Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky. It left Zelensky blindsided, but he seems to have processed the information now, and this is what he said.
It's important that everything does not go according to Putin's plan, in which he wants to do everything to make his negotiations bilateral between him and the United States of America. We, as a sovereign country, simply will not be able to accept any agreements without us.
Zelensky said he won't accept a deal in which Ukraine has no say. It is, after all, a sovereign nation, so it won't just take whatever it is given. Look at the American response to that.
Will Ukraine have a seat at that table for those negotiations?
Of course they would. I mean, they're part of it. We would have Ukraine, we would have Russia, and we'll have other people involved too.
And this is what Russia had to say.
One way or another, Ukraine, of course, will participate in the negotiations. Of course, there will be the bilateral Russian-American track of this dialogue, too, and the track that will be related to Ukraine's involvement. During the call, Riyadh was mentioned as possible location for the meeting of two presidents. After the call, President Trump said that he sympathizes with the Saudi leadership as the partner state. It is also a common knowledge that Putin has very good relations with the Crown Prince.
Moscow says Ukraine will be involved in one way or another, but the priority is bilateral discussions with the US, because for Russia, Ukraine hardly matters in the grand scheme of things. It is Trump who will have the final say on the war and on the day after. You see, Russia is looking at the aftermath too. It wants the diplomatic isolation to end. It wants to be back on the global stage. For the last 3 years, Europe and the US tried to cut Moscow off. But Trump wants to take a different approach. He said Russia should be welcomed back to the G7. The G7, as you know, is a group of 7 advanced economies. Until 2014, it was the G8, the group of 8. Russia was the 8th member. But it was expelled 9 years back because it had invaded Ukraine and taken over the Crimean Peninsula. This happened in 2014, and since then the G8 has been the G7. But now Trump wants Russia back in the club.
Do you want to have Russia back to the G7, sir?
I'd love to have them back. I think it was a mistake to throw them out. Look, it's not a question of liking Russia or not liking Russia. It was the G8, and you know, I said, what are you doing? You guys, all you talk about is Russia, and they should be sitting at the table. I think Putin would love to be back.
Clearly, Trump wants to normalize relations with Moscow, and Putin would like it too, although Russia says it is not interested in the G7, but it's hard to imagine they would refuse to rejoin if asked. We will get more clarity after a meeting between Putin and Trump. They are said to be planning one.
During the call, Riyadh was mentioned as possible location for the meeting of two presidents. After the call, President Trump said that he sympathizes with the Saudi leadership as the partner state. It is also a common knowledge that Putin has very good relations with the Crown Prince.
We told you about this yesterday. Trump and Putin may meet in Saudi Arabia. It is seen as a neutral venue. And Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman shares good ties with both leaders. But now Saudi Arabia might have competition because China wants to join the party. China wants to play peacemaker and host Trump and Putin. But look at the equations here. For Russia, China is a no-limits partner. For the US, China is a trade and tech adversary, so obviously the Americans won't agree to China as the meeting venue. The White House has said that the offer from Beijing is quote-unquote not viable at all. Good point. We'll tell you what else is not viable. Excluding Ukraine from the peace talks and excluding Europe. How will the US convince the Europeans to butt out? How will it convince Zelensky to accept Putin's offer? There's a lot that does not look viable at the moment, although it may start becoming clearer in the coming days. Zelensky is set to meet the US Vice President tonight. J.D. Vance is in Germany for the annual Munich Security Conference. Zelensky is there too. They were scheduled to meet earlier today, but the talks got postponed. US officials asked for some time. They say that they're reviewing the new deal that Zelensky has signed. This is the deal Zelensky has signed, giving the US access to Ukraine's rare earth minerals. Zelensky, of course, signed it in the hope of getting continued US support. Let's see how the US reacts to this. J.D. Vance will meet Zelensky once the deal is reviewed and probably explain Ukraine's new reality. We will be keeping a track of all the developments here. Now let's look at another bombshell that Trump dropped. Though perhaps the choice of the word is incorrect, because Trump spoke about doing the exact opposite. He wants to reduce the number of bombs, nuclear bombs. In the US, Russia and China, Trump is talking about denuclearization. It is a welcome step. We already have too many nukes in the world, way more than anyone needs. So reducing the stockpile does make sense. But will Russia and China go along with this? Probably not. China has already given a reply. It has told Trump, "You first." Here's our report.
US President Donald Trump made an announcement yesterday. He spoke about nuclear weapons. Trump says there are too many in the world, so he wants to reduce the number of nukes. Trump doesn't plan to do this alone, of course. He wants the other two biggest nuclear powers to join him.
I'm going to have that conference primarily with China and Russia because those are the two that really are out there. And we're going to have them spend a lot less money, and we're going to spend a lot less money. And I know they're going to do it. They agreed to it. We were talking about denuking, denuking, and President Putin and I agreed that we were going to do it in a very big way. There's no reason for us to be building brand new nuclear weapons. We already have so many you could destroy the world 50 times over, 100 times over.
Let's look at the numbers. The US is currently estimated to have 5,225 nuclear weapons. Russia reportedly has 5,580. Together, they control about 90% of the world's nuclear weapons. Far below them, but in third place, we have China, which is thought to have about 600 nukes. These are the latest estimates from this January. Now, let's understand what these numbers mean. Nuclear bombs have only been used once during a war. That was World War II, in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. The US bombed the Japanese cities. It killed about 140,000 people in Hiroshima and 74,000 in Nagasaki. This includes people who died after the blasts due to radiation poisoning. And remember, these were the first nuclear bombs to be developed. They were tiny compared to what came later. One of the most infamous giant nukes was the Russian Tsar bomber. It was first tested in 1961. This bomb was reportedly over 1,500 times more powerful than the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombs combined. And the Tsar bomber was developed in the 1950s and 60s. A handful of these would be enough to obliterate the US or any other part of the world. So then what was the point of building so many nukes after that? This is true for both Russia and the US. The old nuclear race was just an ego battle. It seems the older generation just wanted to prove they could do it. And now, people today are stuck footing the maintenance bill. So Trump is correct. There's really no reason for the US and Russia to build new nukes. They have plenty of old, deadly ones that can do the job just fine. And as for China, 600 nukes is also too much. But apparently not for Beijing. Reports say it wants to hit 1,000 nukes by 2030. Again, why? Maybe keep an extra 100 as backups in case of malfunctions. But why the need to hit quadruple digits when even a single nuke works as a deterrent against potential enemies? Not to mention, a massive stockpile is a drain on a country's finances.
At some point, when things settle down, I'm going to meet with China, and I'm going to meet with Russia in particular, those two, and I'm going to say there's no reason for us to be spending almost $1 trillion on military. There's no reason for you to be spending $400 billion. China's going to be at $400 billion. We're at $1 trillion. We're going to be at close to $1 trillion. And I'm going to say we can settle this on, we can spend this on other things. We're all spending a lot of money that we could be spending on other things that are actually, hopefully, much more productive.
India, the UK and France seem to have the right idea. Build enough nukes to secure yourself and then spend money on other things. Trump is proposing this to Russia and China. Trump says that Russian President Vladimir Putin is on board. That could mean that they will extend the US-Russia New START treaty, which places limits on nuclear stockpiles. But will Beijing agree to nuke limits?
As the nations with the largest nuclear arsenals, the US and Russia should earnestly fulfill their special and primary obligations of nuclear disarmament by further making drastic and substantive cuts to their nuclear arsenals, so as to create the necessary conditions for other nuclear-armed countries to join the nuclear disarmament.
The Chinese spokesperson basically said, not until the US and Russia denuclearize first. If China doesn't join Trump from day one, it could undermine the whole plan, and we'll stay where we are today, in a world with too many nukes for no good reason.
Our next story also involves Russia, but this time the theatre is different. It is not about Ukraine or the US. Moscow has other fish to fry too. It has set its sights on the African nation of Sudan. Russia has worked out an agreement to set up a naval base in Sudan on the coast of the Red Sea. This would be Russia's first naval base in Africa. Let's turn to the map. This is Sudan. As you can see, it has a coast along the Red Sea. This is where Russia plans to set up a naval base, and yesterday Sudan gave it the go-ahead. This is a long delayed step. Sudan and Russia initially talked about this back in 2019. This was under Sudan's former president, Omar al-Bashir. But Bashir was overthrown that very year in 2019. A military coup took place and he was deposed. The new military junta that came in signed a deal with Russia. They wanted to go ahead with a naval base, but then there was a shake-up. In 2021, Sudan's current junta leader took over. His name is Abdel Fattah al-Burhan. Burhan halted Russia's plans. He said the deal would have to be reviewed. So Russia had to wait, and then things went awry. You may know that there's a civil war going on in Sudan. It began in 2023 and it left Russia split. Moscow primarily exerts its influence in Africa through mercenary groups like the infamous Wagner Group. It was active in Sudan during the civil war. And Wagner chose to back one side, the RSF paramilitary group. But the Kremlin backed the other side. It was supporting Burhan and the Sudanese army. As I said, Russia was split. But it seems that Moscow's decision to play both sides worked out in the end. The Sudanese military has been making gains recently. It has been capturing territory from the RSF, and it's reportedly marching to Sudan's capital to take it back. And the army is grateful for Russia's support in all of this, and it seems that Moscow backed the right horse here. They reward the new naval base. The Sudan-based deal comes at a good time for Russia. Its main naval base in West Asia is in a tricky position, the Tartus naval base in Syria. Russia backed a losing horse in Syria, remember? The ousted President Bashar al-Assad. Syria's new rebel rulers are not too happy with Moscow, so the Tartus base's future is in doubt. But with the Sudan deal in place, Russia will be able to relocate. It can move its ships to the Red Sea, still close enough to exert influence in West Asia. And they will also get additional influence in Africa to boot. So not a bad trade at all. The Red Sea is already full of foreign bases. The US, China, the UK, France, Germany, Italy, all of them have bases nearby in the country of Djibouti. So Russia is moving to a very crowded area. But this could work in Moscow's favor. It could allow them to keep a close eye on their rivals. Again, it's a potential win. But let's see if that actually happens, because as I said, the Sudan civil war is still very much on. Even though Burhan's junta has the upper hand right now, who knows what tomorrow will bring. Our last story tonight is about the city destroyer. This is what the internet is calling an asteroid, which is on a collision course with the Earth. If it hits us, the asteroid will cause an explosion with 500 times the power of the atomic bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. Now, before you panic, it will pass very close to the Earth in 2032. That's 7 years away, and its chances of actually hitting us are very low, just about 2%. But China is already in apocalypse mode. It is building what they call a planetary defense force. Our next report tells you more.
When the solar system was formed about 4.6 billion years ago, there were some leftovers, or what we call today asteroids. These are space rocks, and they are considerably smaller than planets, and they orbit the Sun. This is where millions of them live, between Mars and Jupiter in the so-called main asteroid belt. But sometimes they are pushed out of the belt, and when this happens, they could end up anywhere, even on a collision course with Earth. Like the city destroyer. That's what the internet is calling it. Its actual name is asteroid 2024 YR4. It's anywhere between 40 to 100 meters wide. Scientists say that in December 2032, it will pass very close to Earth, and it might even strike the planet. If that happens, it will cause an explosion that would be equivalent to nearly 8 million tons of TNT. To put that in context, that's 500 times the power of the atomic bomb that dropped in Hiroshima. Hence the name City Destroyer. So why aren't we freaking out a little more and ramping up missions to Mars? Because the scientists aren't too worried. They say that there's only a 2% chance that the asteroid will hit Earth, meaning there's a 98% chance that it will not. The asteroid will most likely pass our planet, but China is not so sure. It's already preparing for an apocalypse. It's building a planetary defense force to monitor near-Earth asteroids and issue warnings, and it has already started recruiting. Job ads have been posted by China's State Administration of Science, Technology and Industry for National Defense. This is a government agency that works on aerospace technology, and it's seeking young, loyal graduates with a background in aerospace engineering, international cooperation and asteroid detection, and a firm political stance supporting the Chinese Communist Party. Yes, because that's the quality you need to stop asteroid collisions. Just chant your leader's name and all will be well. Sounds a little cultish, especially as the recruitment drive comes amid soaring unemployment rates. But Beijing is not alone in preparing for the worst-case scenario with the city destroyer. Last week, analysts increased their probability assessment of it hitting the Earth from 1.3% to 2.2%. Now, the 2024 YR4 asteroid is at the top of the European and US space agencies' risk lists. The UN's Space Mission Planning Advisory Group has been meeting regularly to discuss a response. But no one is panicking about it because the asteroid is still 7 years away and there's only a tiny chance of it hitting the Earth.
And now it's time for Vantage Shots, images that tell the story. In Chile, a humpback whale swallows a kayaker whole before spitting him out. In the US, a train collides with an SUV. In Taiwan, gas blast at a mall kills at least 4 people and injures 26. And finally, we're taking you back in history. On this day in 2005, YouTube was launched. This is an online video platform, and today it has more than 2.5 billion monthly active users who watch around 5 billion YouTube videos every day. We're leaving you on this note. Thank you for watching. We'll see you next week.
Happy Valentine's Day, everyone, and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Eric Ham in Washington, D.C., and over the next few minutes, we'll take you from the United States and around the world, covering all the top stories of the day. We begin with President Donald Trump's mass deportation plan, which the administration will soon deport more illegal immigrants to India. Now, reports say 2 flights carrying hundreds of deportees will arrive in India as soon as this weekend. The first flight is set to land in the Indian state of Punjab on Saturday, while the second is expected to arrive later. The deportations come a week after Washington sent back 104 illegal migrants to the South Asian country. Now, the flight marked one of the largest deportation drives under President Donald Trump. However, it did ignite concerns over the alleged mistreatment of deportees after they shared their ordeal of being shackled on the 40-hour flight.
अमेरिका में कब पहुंचे थे?
अमेरिका में मैं 24 जनवरी को पहुंचा था 2025 में।
तो कितने दिन वहाँ पे रहे?
मैं उधर 11 दिन रहा हूँ।
तो कैसे पकड़े गए?
जैसे हम बॉर्डर क्रॉस करते हैं तो उधर बॉर्डर पेट्रोलियम उधर खड़ी होती है, उसी टाइम हमारे को पकड़ लेते हैं।
जब आप पकड़े गए तब आपको मालूम पता था कि ये मुझे वापस भेज देंगे?
नहीं, उसी टाइम तो नहीं पता था, कभी सुना भी नहीं था कि इतनी जल्दी वापस भेज देंगे, पर ये हमारे साथ तो पहला ही चांस हुआ लगा।
हालात कैसे थे?
हालात
पकड़े गए आप?
हालात तो आपको मालूम ही कैसे होते।
जब आपको यहाँ भेजा गया तो किस हालात में यहाँ पे लेके आया?
हमारे को हाथ कड़ी लगा के पैरों में बेड़ियां लगा के तो बांध के लेके आए थे।
Meanwhile, after meeting President Trump on Thursday, Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi reiterated India's firm stance on illegal immigration. During a joint press conference at the White House, the Indian leader said New Delhi has no objection in accepting its citizens who are illegally living in the United States.
सवाल सिर्फ भारत का नहीं है, वैश्विक रूप से हम इस मत के हैं कि गैर कानूनी तरीके से जो लोग दूसरे देशों में होते हैं उनको वहाँ रहने का कोई कानूनी अधिकार तो है नहीं। जहाँ तक भारत और अमेरिका का सवाल है, हमने हमेशा कहा है कि जो वेरीफाइड होगा, कि जो सच्चे अर्थ में भारत का ही नागरिक होगा, वो अगर अमेरिका में गैर कानूनी तरीके से रहता है तो उसको वापस लेने के लिए भारत तैयार है।
Prime Minister Modi also underlined the need to eliminate human trafficking networks that take advantage of vulnerable migrants hoping to cross into the United States.
ये सामान्य परिवारों के बच्चे होते हैं, उनको बड़े बड़े सपने दिखाए जाते हैं और उनको ज़्यादातर ऐसे होते हैं उनको गुमराह करके लाया जाता है, और इसलिए ये ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग में जुड़े हुए पूरे इकोसिस्टम पर हमने वार करना चाहिए। और अमेरिका और भारत मिल करके हमारी कोशिश है और हमारी कोशिश रहनी चाहिए कि इस प्रकार की पूरी इकोसिस्टम को हमें जड़ मूल से नष्ट करना चाहिए ताकि ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग बंद हो और गरीब लोगों को जो अपनी धन दौलत बेच करके ऐसे बड़े बड़े सपने दिखा करके उनको अंधेरे में रख करके ले जाया जाए, उनके साथ भी अन्याय है। और इसलिए हमारी बड़ी लड़ाई उस पूरे इकोसिस्टम के खिलाफ है और मुझे विश्वास है कि राष्ट्रपति ट्रंप भी इस इकोसिस्टम को खत्म करने में भारत का पूरा सहयोग करेंगे।
Now, earlier, India's Foreign Secretary confirmed that Washington has notified New Delhi about 487 presumed Indian citizens who will be deported. According to the Pew Research Center, more than 725,000 Indian immigrants without valid documents live in the United States, the third most of any nation after Mexico and El Salvador. And in recent years, the number has only jumped, with the U.S. Border Patrol arresting over 14,000 Indians on the Canadian border last year. And in Europe, U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth admonished European allies as he took the stage at the NATO headquarters in Brussels on Thursday. Calling to make NATO great again, Hegseth lashed out at NATO allies for not spending enough on their defense. The Pentagon chief further warned Europe against treating the United States like a sucker.
Leaders of our European allies should take primary responsibility for defense of the continent, which means security ownership by all allies, guided by a clear understanding of strategic realities, and it's an imperative given the strategic realities that we face. Well, like President Eisenhower, this administration believes in alliances, deeply believes in alliances. But make no mistake, President Trump will not allow anyone to turn Uncle Sam into Uncle Sucker.
The defense secretary's remarks came as he firmly asked NATO countries to not rely on the United States for Europe's defense. Notably, President Donald Trump has long threatened NATO allies of letting Russia do whatever the hell it wants if they continue to expect America to shoulder the defense burden.
And we say this in solidarity, is you have to spend more on your defense, for your country, on that continent, understanding that the American military and the American people stand beside you as we have in NATO, but can't have the expectation of being the permanent guarantor.
The Pentagon chief also rejected criticism of Washington's strategy to negotiate with Russia to end the war in Ukraine. Since the election, President Trump has been calling for a peace proposal that would reportedly give an upper hand to Russia by forcing Ukraine to cede territory.
I had the chance to brief allies on President Trump's top priority, a diplomatic, peaceful end to this war as quickly as possible in a manner that creates enduring and durable peace. The American Defense Department fully supports the efforts of the Trump administration. And we look to allies to support this important work with leading on Ukraine security assistance now through increased contributions and greater ownership of future security assistance to Ukraine.
Hegseth's comments come a day after President Donald Trump held phone calls with Russian leader Vladimir Putin and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky and pushed for a peaceful negotiation. Now, after the call with Putin, President Trump said Russia will never allow Ukraine to join NATO, of which he has no objections. And earlier, Hegseth himself said that the Trump administration does not believe that NATO membership for Ukraine is a realistic outcome of the nearly 4-year war. And now, with him standing by his inflammatory remarks, it looks like a peaceful deal is only going to crush Ukraine's dreams of joining the world's largest peacetime military alliance. And returning to President Donald Trump's massive immigration fight, the White House's deportation policy has sparked strong criticism from Pope Francis. In a letter to U.S. Catholic bishops, the Pope condemned the policy, calling it a disgrace, and stating that deporting people fleeing poverty, violence, and environmental crisis harms human dignity. Now, while the Pope did acknowledge a nation's right to secure its borders, he emphasized the importance of treating all individuals with respect and fairness.
This will be a disgrace because it makes the poor wretches who have nothing pay the bill for the imbalance. This won't do. This is not the way to solve things. That's not how things are resolved.
Now, Tom Homan, Trump's border czar, was quick to respond and defend the president, accusing the Pope of hypocrisy. Homan pointed out that the Vatican has a wall to protect itself and that he had no right to interfere in the U.S. border security. He further stated that the Pope should focus on the Catholic Church rather than U.S. immigration policy.
I look at how this works for the Pope. Pope wants to fix the Catholic Church. I'm saying this as a lifelong Catholic. I was baptized Catholic. I was First Communion as a Catholic, Confirmation as a Catholic. He ought to fix the Catholic Church and concentrate on his work and leave border enforcement to us. He wants to attack us from securing our border. He's got a wall around the Vatican, does he not? So he's got a wall around to protect his people and himself, but we can't have a wall around the United States. So I wish he'd stick to the Catholic Church and fix that and leave border enforcement to us.
And Vice President J.D. Vance also weighed in defending the administration's stance calling the Pope, quote, a stranger who lives thousands of miles away, end quote. He also referenced the concept of order of love, which he claims supports prioritizing one's own citizens over outsiders. Now, Pope Francis and Donald Trump have certainly clashed over immigration in the past. Going back to 2016, the Pope criticized Donald Trump's proposed border wall, calling it, quote, not Christian, end quote. So as tensions rise, the debate over immigration continues, and the Trump administration remains firm in its stance, arguing that national security and law enforcement must take priority. Meanwhile, religious leaders and immigrant advocates push back, insisting on policies that prioritize human dignity and compassion. But as protests grow and political pressure mounts, one question remains: how long before something gives? Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Washington, D.C. was a spectacle of power, diplomacy, and charm. The Indian leader navigated high-stakes meetings with ease, from the White House to Blair House. But beyond policy and partnerships, it was the candid moments that truly defined Prime Minister Modi's visit. One such highlight is when the Prime Minister met tech titan Elon Musk and his three musketeers. Here's more on the Modi visit.
Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi landed in Washington, D.C. to a hero's welcome, becoming just the fourth leader to meet President Donald Trump. Their camaraderie, often called a bromance, was on full display. But amid the excitement and high-stakes diplomacy, there were a few unexpected heartwarming moments that made their way to Washington. And soon, the headlines weren't just about Prime Minister Modi and Donald Trump's bear hugs, but were about three billionaire musketeers who took away the spotlight. Prime Minister Modi's meeting with tech billionaire Elon Musk at the Blair House was a major highlight. But it wasn't just about SpaceX, Tesla, and artificial intelligence. Musk brought along his three children, X, Strider, and Azure, adding a charming twist to the high-profile meeting. X, usually the mischievous one, sat wide-eyed as the Indian leader spoke, while Strider and Azure blended in effortlessly. Prime Minister Modi, always one to add a personal touch, gifted them three classic books: The Crescent Moon by Rabindranath Tagore, The Great R.K. Narayan Collection, and Panchatantra by Pandit Vishnu Sharma. Pictures soon flooded social media, showing Musk's children flipping through the books. Their curiosity piqued. The world saw not just a diplomatic engagement, but a moment of warmth and connection. But Musk's kids weren't the only ones who were receiving presents. The world's richest person also had a present for the Indian leader. While the internet was curious and was hoping it would be something pricey, the tech billionaire's present proved it to be otherwise. It was priceless and equally touching. Elon Musk presented Prime Minister Narendra Modi a heat shield tile that flew on SpaceX's Starship flight last October. Musk's choice of gift sparked excitement among several social media users, with many calling it a space relic while others praising the gesture. But beyond the lighter moments, Prime Minister Modi's visit had a serious agenda. His discussions with Musk revolved around space exploration, artificial intelligence, and India's growing role in the digital economy. Musk, now leading the Department of Government Efficiency or DOGE under the Trump administration, also shared insights on governance reforms, and both agreed on the need for innovation-driven progress. Yet amid the economic strategies and tech deals, it was the human moments that captured hearts. From celebrating Vice President J.D. Vance's son Vivek's birthday in Paris to engaging a billionaire's kids in Indian literature, Prime Minister Modi showed that balancing power and warmth, policy and people was necessary, with a hint of diplomacy at its finest.
And we end the week just as we began it, with former hip-hop star turned chaos agent Kanye West Now, according to reports, the former designer's marriage has hit a dead end, and after a series of controversial public appearances, including his wife's nearly nude Grammy look and Ye's latest controversial meltdown on social media, where he declared himself a Nazi and claimed dominion over his wife, the couple has allegedly sought legal counsel for a divorce. Now, reports claim that his wife, who has expressed support for Israel, was pushed over the edge by Ye's swastika-themed merch stunt. Our final story takes you inside their faltering marriage.
Our Valentine's Day, the annual celebration of overpriced roses, extravagant gestures, and the occasional breakup bombshell. While couples around the world are busy penning love notes and clinking champagne glasses, rapper Ye and his wife Bianca Censori have reportedly chosen to mark the occasion in a little different way, by calling it quits. According to reports, the couple has already sought legal counsel for divorce. Censori has also reportedly secured a $5 million payout, because nothing says happily ever after than a tidy financial settlement. Their relationship had been teetering on the edge of chaos for a while, but their final red carpet appearance at the Grammys might have sealed the deal. And just when you thought it couldn't get any messier, Ye took to X for one of his signature meltdowns. In a now-deleted all-caps rant, he declared himself a Nazi. As if his PR team wasn't already sweating bullets, he also claims that he has dominion over his wife. If that wasn't alarming enough, his Yeezy website was promptly yanked after attempting to sell swastika-emblazoned t-shirts. But what was the final straw for Censori? According to reports, it wasn't the public nudity, the dictatorial Instagram captions, or even the apocalyptic-level controversies. In all likelihood, it was Ye's Nazi-themed fashion statement. Apparently, Bianca Censori has publicly expressed support for Israel, and hence she might have decided that she has reached her personal limit for extreme political statements. According to a report, she has had enough. The report also states that Ye feels that she will come back. Sure, buddy, nothing reignites romance like fascist-themed streetwear. The reports of rapper Ye and Bianca Censori splitting spread like wildfire. And to contain the situation, their representatives issued this statement.
Ye and Bianca are in Los Angeles, about to enjoy Valentine's Day together. Announcements about their private life will come from them directly, not unsourced rumor in the tabloid press.
Rapper Ye and Bianca Censori's relationship has always been a roller coaster that no one asked to ride. From their secret December 2022 wedding to their headline domination fashion stunts, they made it clear that subtlety was not in their vocabulary. But much as their love thrived on spectacle, ideological differences appear to have driven them apart. When one half of a couple is throwing around Nazi rhetoric and the other half is supporting Israel, it's safe to say there's really no meeting in the middle. Ye and Censori's romance was never going to be your typical love story. It was a surrealist performance piece with a rapidly deteriorating script. But even the wildest love affairs have limits. And it turns out that when politics, power trips, and problematic fashion choices collide, not even a multi-million-dollar empire can hold things together. Ye might believe Bianca Censori will come crawling back, but unless he rebrands himself as a minimalist Buddhist monk overnight, it looks like this saga has reached its final act.
That's it for First Post America on this Friday. I'm Eric Ham, signing off from our studios in Washington, D.C. Thanks so much, everyone, for tuning in.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. We start with the updates coming in from the Democratic Republic of Congo. Rwanda-backed M23 rebels continue their advance in DRC's mineral-rich east. The rebels have seized the airport serving the city of Bukavu, now the capital of South Kivu province, and this comes after the Rwanda-backed rebels threatened to capture the town of Kavumu near the airport. This represents a major strategic victory for the rebels as it cuts off air supply routes for DRC army and humanitarian operations in the region. The rebels have so far north Kivu's capital Goma, the largest city in the mineral-rich east, and they have now entered neighboring South Kivu and have seized Kavumu, where the army had set up a defensive line. After breaching this, they can easily target South Kivu's capital of Bukavu. Rebels' advance comes as African leaders are gathering to discuss the crisis at the AU summit. However, the DRC president, Felix Tshisekedi, and his Rwandan counterpart, Paul Kagame's presence is not confirmed. Tshisekedi is currently in Germany to attend the Munich Security Conference, but he will attend the formal African Union summit tomorrow in Addis Ababa. A joint summit of East and Southern African blocs also took place last week, and African leaders called for an immediate ceasefire and gave a 5-day deadline to enforce it. However, that deadline has passed today, and the fighting still continues. After a brief calm, the M23 rebels have resumed their march in the DRC's east. The M23 advance in DRC has stoked wider regional tensions. Peacekeeping troops from multiple African nations have been attacked and killed in the fighting, who have been warning Rwanda of retaliation. Now, Rwanda has been accused of providing the ethnic Tutsi rebels with military support and also using them to loot the DRC's crucial minerals in its east. International pressure is growing on Rwanda to withdraw its support. In the latest, the European Parliament has adopted a resolution that calls for the immediate suspension of the EU's minerals deal with Rwanda, as well as an end to the other European aid to the country. Under the deal, the EU gets access to the key rare earth raw material sources, of which Rwanda is the world's largest extractor. Additionally, EU lawmakers have pressed for strengthened sanctions against senior M23 officials. Meanwhile, a historic case brought by the DRC against Rwanda has also begun at the African Court of Human and People's Rights. Will the mounting pressure force Rwanda to negotiate, which has so far been saying it is maintaining defensive posture against the DRC's support to the rival ethnic militia? For more on this, we have with us Stephen Buchanan-Clark, the head of the Peace and Security Program at Good Governance Africa, joining us live from Cape Town in South Africa. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me, Alison.
And Stephen, what are the strategic implications of the M23 rebels now capturing more towns and seizing the airport in South Kivu? How does this affect the broader security situation in the region?
Yeah, it is a very significant development, as we're hearing just in the past few hours that M23 have taken Kavumu Airport in southern Kivu. Of course, Kavumu Airport is very close to the southern Kivu capital city of Bukavu. I think they seem to be following a similar strategy that they did in North Kivu province, where they took control of Goma Airport. This made it very difficult for, or impossible, should I say, for SAMIM and other international security actors to resupply their troops or to send reinforcements. So, Kavumu Airport is very strategically important for M23 as they continue to advance south. I also think the control of both southern and northern Kivu province by M23 is quite historic. And this really could push the Congolese government and regional allies into negotiating, and it places M23 in a very strong position to bargain if negotiations materialize in the coming weeks.
Right. And of course, despite the repeated calls for a ceasefire, the M23 advance continues. What are the key factors driving this conflict, and why have the peace efforts been unsuccessful so far?
Yeah, well, I think the first important thing to say is, the M23 have continued fighting simply because they can. There isn't a strong enough security actor in the Eastern DRC to stop them at this time. The Burundian forces there have seen significant losses. The Southern African mission in Mozambique in DRC has seen significant losses. The UN mission there is really a peacekeeping force, so it doesn't really have a mandate where it's going to aggressively go after M23 rebels. And we've heard in recent days massive defections from the DRC's military themselves. So that really is one of the reasons. Second, while regional leaders and Kagame himself has urged the DRC to enter directly into dialogue with the M23, Tshisekedi up until now has remained defiant and refuses to do so. I think he's doing this because he is concerned that if he agrees to enter into dialogue with M23, it's legitimizing their cause. And given that they hold a very strong position now with these territorial gains, it means that in a dialogue and negotiations, he would have to give them major concessions. And this could include things like positions in government, perhaps even control over certain territories, mining concessions. And he clearly does not want to do that. And fourth, maybe on a wider point, in terms of what's driving this conflict. Sorry, go ahead.
No,
go ahead.
Well, how might this escalation impact the neighboring countries, especially in terms of refugee flows and, of course, regional stability? And could we see increased involvement from international actors or regional organizations?
Yeah, I think, just since over the last week, we've seen another roughly 3,000 people have been killed, another 3,000 injured, over 500,000 displaced. And bear in mind, this adds to roughly 6 million people who have been internally displaced over the past several years in Eastern and DRC. We could see perhaps more flows of refugees, not just internally, but into Tanzania, into neighbors, Zambia. Also bear in mind, this comes at a time when, the US has ordered a stop work order on USAID officials and frozen aid, humanitarian aid. So this is very difficult, a humanitarian situation for the Eastern DRC. In terms of if we're going to see more international actors stepping up, I mean, as you mentioned earlier, the SADC EAC summit last week has called for a number of interventions and immediate ceasefire, the merging of the Luanda and Nairobi peace processes into one, dialogues with all parties. The EU Parliament has come out quite strongly, but at this time I don't see any forthcoming international military interventions in the Eastern DRC. I think they will try and exhaust additional non-military options at this time. There also is just a real reluctance, I think, to commit new troops or new military formations in a region where it's notoriously difficult to have a sort of exit strategy. I mean, for decades now, the Eastern DRC just hasn't built up its own military, therefore cannot have a monopoly on violence, and it creates this environment where political military actors, entrepreneurs, like Cornelia Nagar, who's head of M23's political wing, can take advantage and can really use this security vacuum to advance their own causes.
Right. Stephen, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa and for your valued analysis on the latest out of the DRC.
Thank you.
And for our next story, we shift our focus to the host of the ongoing African Union Summit, Ethiopia. Leaders from across the continent are gathering in Addis Ababa to discuss various regional issues. But before the summit could make headway, it has already been hit by controversy. The row is over a map displayed by Ethiopia at the gathering. During an African Union Executive Council session, which was taking place at the headquarters in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia displayed a large poster of the map of continents. It intended to feature each country's flag over its respective map. And this is how it looked. The map behind the president of Ethiopia included parts of Somalia, Djibouti, and Eritrea within its borders. It also attributed significant portions of Morocco to Algeria and has declared Western Sahara as a separate country, which is claimed by Morocco. Now, the original map, as per the current African nation's boundary, should somewhat look like this. The images of the Ethiopian version of the map have sparked outrage on social media, where people have been calling out Ethiopia's invasive ambitions. Though these images have been circulating on social media and have also been posted by various news outlets, Google directs their origin to official handles of Ethiopian ministry and state-owned media. However, when you click on them, it shows that the posts have now been deleted. So does Ethiopia really want to take over the Horn of Africa? It has had fraught relations with all of its neighbors. Let's look at them one by one. Ethiopia was embroiled in a long-standing dispute with neighboring Somalia after it signed a deal with Somalia's breakaway territory of Somaliland to gain access to its Berbera port. But last year, both nations signed a Turkey-mediated peace deal to resolve the issue, under which it is expected that Ethiopia will now instead gain access to Somalia's port of Hobyo. Now, the Ethiopian version of African map does show this port as a part of Ethiopian territory, giving birth to the speculation that landlocked Ethiopia has indeed gained access to the Somalian port as a part of the deal. However, Somalia, whose delegation is also present at the African Union Summit, has not formally commented on the map controversy. Now, moving on to Eritrea, which was once a part of Ethiopia. Tensions between the two nations over borders continued after Eritrea gained independence in 1993. It also led to a full-scale war between 1998 and 2000. After years of thaw, fears of new conflict still persist. Then comes Djibouti. The tiny nation has had several periods of conflicts with Ethiopia, including clashes between rival militia and the flight of the Ethiopian soldiers into Djibouti. Moving a bit further away from the Horn of Africa, where Ethiopia has a conflicting stance with Morocco. It recognizes Western Sahara since 1979, a territory claimed by Rabat, and its new Africa map reaffirms its stance. Now, Ethiopia, which is an emerging economic powerhouse in Africa, is being seen by critics as a hegemon in the region, which is eyeing more territory and influence. But will claiming territory be its approach? And now moving on to West Africa, it looks like all is not well between Nigeria and Canada. Cracks are beginning to appear in the diplomatic relations between the two countries. And this is owing to a controversy. Nigeria has expressed its strong dissatisfaction over Canada's actions to deny visas to its military officers who were to attend an event in the North American country. Now, speaking at an event, Nigeria's National Security Advisor had condemned the Canadian government after the country's Chief of Defense Staff and other senior security officials were denied visas. He called the move disrespectful and boldly declared that the North American country could, quote-unquote, go to hell. Now, it came after the country's CDS revealed that he and other military officials were blocked from attending an event in Canada that was meant to honor Nigerian war veterans. The Nigerian CDS said that he was invited along with his team to Canada, but added that while half of his team got visas, the other half were denied. He noted that this was a clear reminder that the people must stand strong as a nation and should no longer be taken for granted. Now, the comments by the National Security Advisor and the CDS triggered a debate on social media. While some praised the National Security Advisor for standing up to Canada, others commented that Canada did good by denying the military officials a visa. For now, Canada has not provided any reason as to why it denied visas after extending an invite to senior Nigerian military officials. However, it has come at a time when Canada has introduced new immigration regulations. According to the new regulations, immigration officers have the authority to cancel temporary resident documents under some circumstances. Canada claims this move, which came into effect in January, aims to maintain the integrity of visa programs and to protect public safety. But now local media reports suggest that the denial was due to a diplomatic error on the part of Nigeria. The West African country's foreign ministry allegedly did not attach a note verbal, which is with the visa application. And this note verbal is a formal diplomatic communication to another country that a high-ranking government official is visiting. And in its absence, the senior military officials' visas were rejected by the Canadian embassy. The reports also indicate that the Bola Tinubu-led government was working to resolve this issue. Now, whether this was known to the National Security Advisor or not is unknown, but his comments have surely created a diplomatic row between Nigeria and Canada. We will continue to get you more updates on this. And our last story today is from Malawi, which has frozen exports of precious minerals and gemstones. The Southeast African country has also decided not to issue new licenses and permits to companies. The government claims this will help to sanitize the mining sector and to boost the country's economic standing. Malawi has significant deposits of minerals, including rubies, sapphire, bauxite, and coal. But unlike its neighbors, the nation is yet to maximize the full potential of its mineral deposits. Our next report gets you all the details.
Malawi has banned the exports of gemstones and precious minerals. It has also stopped issuing new mineral export licenses and permits to companies. This is to enhance its regulatory framework and boost the country's economic growth. In a statement published on social media, Malawi's mining minister has said that it had imposed a restriction on the export of all the minerals with immediate effect. He noted that the ban had been imposed to allow the country to sanitize the mining sector. He further said that the ministry would be undertaking reforms to bring in more efficiency and transparency in the Mineral Rights Administration, and added that the reforms would be carried out within a period of 21 days. The move came after the country's Vice President, Michael Usi, reportedly ordered to review all the existing contracts. This followed revelations that precious gemstones were reportedly being exported at undervalued prices and was costing the government millions in lost revenue. Now, Malawi has significant mineral deposits of uranium, rubies, sapphires, bauxite, coal, graphite, rare earth minerals, phosphates and limestone. But unlike its neighbors, the Southern African nation has yet to maximize its full potential. Malawi's minerals industry has reportedly contributed only 3.5% to the national income in 2023, while it accounts for only about 1% of the country's GDP. The Southern African country has relied mainly on agriculture, with tobacco being its biggest source of foreign exchange. But in recent years, landlocked Malawi has sought billions of dollars in unpaid taxes and royalties from foreign companies. Since mid-2022, it has demanded over $309 billion from Columbia Gem House, a US-based gemstone company. This is to compensate for the rubies exported from Malawi over the past decade. The IMF has said that the amount claimed from the US company is nearly 30 times the debt-laden country's GDP. Yet, despite the government trying to crack down on the foreign companies, nearly 3/4 of the 24 million population of the country continues to live in extreme poverty. They continue to suffer from high inflation, food insecurity and climate change, with no sight of their woes coming to an end. According to the World Bank, if Malawi capitalizes on the growing demand for green minerals such as graphite and titanium, its mining sector could generate up to $30 billion in exports between 2026 and 2040, which could help it uplift its population out of poverty. But will the Malawian government do so? Only time will tell.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again at the same time on Monday. Thank you for watching. Have a great weekend and goodbye.